Chapter 651. Use your full strength. I know you're much stronger than this. The old man shouted. His voice was like a clap of thunder that resounded through the entire city. Hearing this, Zhou Xuanji leaped back, and 18 sword souls condensed behind him. The sword souls slashed out, turning into sword Dao rules. They were like 18 giant swords of light that slashed towards the old man. The elder did not move a single step and relied on his formless aura to negate the sword Dao rules. He should be a Dao-treading saint, or even stronger, a Dao ancestor? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and was shocked in his heart. In front of him, he felt so weak, like a child punching an adult. He immediately mobilized his will and prepared to unleash his strongest attack. He raised the thunderclap sword high, and billions of lightning bolts flashed, causing the entire world to change between light and dark. At this moment, he had transformed into a god of thunder, causing many living beings to be dumbfounded. A lightning sword descended from the sky. It was so fast that it seemed to have teleported. Heavenly sword descent. There was a loud bang. The ground beneath the old man's feet instantly crumbled and turned into dust. He looked up and was slightly moved. This kid, he was shocked in his heart. He could sense the level of Zhou Xuanji's Dao will. He was only an Overlord Saint level 3, but he had such a deep understanding of the great Dao. An absolute genius. Zhou Xuanji sheathed his sword as well. His black robe fluttered in the wind, and he looked calm and composed. He was no longer as violent and fierce as before. The old man floated in the air and fell into deep thought. The audience was silent. They were waiting for the old man to give them the results. The old man said slowly, 12-star aptitude. He flipped his right hand and took out a purple gold stamp. He teleported in front of Zhou Xuanji and imprinted it on Zhou Xuanji's right arm. In that moment, Zhou Xuanji felt a burning sensation, and a large hole appeared on his sleeve. 3 large words appeared on his right arm, 12 stars. Boom! The area around the square instantly exploded. 12 star. Did I hear that right? 12 stars? Mother! There's more than 1 star above the 9 stars? There's a 12 star? How come I've never heard of it after living for so long? The Kunlun Origin Court is so big. How many places have you been to? Too strong. The longbow divine range is about to rise. My great Dao old master, 12 stars, how can he say that? All of the creatures cried out in alarm, shouting themselves hoarse. They didn't dare believe their ears at all. Yu Zhongxiu, Yu Shenzhong, and the rest were stunned. They had imagined that Zhou Xian would be able to pass the Ultrastar examination, but they had never thought that he would be able to pass the 12-star examination. 12-star. This, Yu Shenzhong slapped himself to make sure that he wasn't dreaming. Sheng Tiandao, Qiu Hu, and Si Mingyan almost went crazy. They hugged each other and cheered. The old man smiled and said, "My name is Hong Yuan. If you have any inconveniences in the future, you can look for me. I will record your information in the Origin Court, and your identity token will be delivered to you within half a year. Before you get the identity token, it is best not to go out, especially outside the longbow divine range." The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more satisfied he was. He rarely encountered 12-star geniuses. Naturally, he had to build a relationship with them in advance. If Zhou Xuanji died prematurely, then they would not be fated. If Zhou Xuanji could soar into the sky, it would be good karma for him. Just like his name, Hong Yuanren believed in fate. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Thank you, senior." Hong Yuan smiled, turned around, and flew toward the divine jade bell. The deafening clamor did not stop. Instead, it became more and more intense. Zhou Xuanji looked at those crazy creatures and was a little confused. "I have 12-star talent. What are you all so excited about? Aren't you afraid that I will squeeze out your resources?" Zhou Xuanji did not understand, but he did not think too much about it and flew toward Yu Zhongxiu. The plaza had already collapsed, and rocks were everywhere. If this was the heavenly law universe, his aura would have been enough to destroy a great 1,000 world. One could see how hard the ground here was. "Xiu, take little friend Xuanji to rest," Yu Shenzhong said with a smile. Yu Shenzhong said with a smile. Then he pulled Hong Yuan over and greeted her warmly. Yu Zhongxiu smiled at Zhou Xuanji and left with him. Young Master Zhou, you are really powerful. It's my first time seeing a 12-star talent, Yu Zhongxiu said with a smile. Yu Zhongxiu chuckled, her voice sounding even sweeter than before. Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, do you know the highest number of stars? Yu Zhongxiu replied, I'm not sure. I heard that the most powerful should be 16-star. Those are reincarnations of existences that surpass Dao ancestors. They cannot be compared. 16-star, Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. It seemed that he had underestimated the Kunlun origin court. Coming before Sheng Tiandao and the others, Qiu Hu said excitedly, Master, I want to kneel before you. Zhou Xuanji waved his hand and said, Go back and kneel for a month. Sheng Tiandao and Si Mengyan laughed loudly. Yu Zhongxiu could not help but laugh as well. She did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so humorous. After that, the group quickly left. The entire city began to chant Zhou Xuanji's name. News of his 12-star talent would definitely spread beyond the Longbow Divine Range. At that time, the Longbow Divine Range would also be in the limelight. That day, Yu Zhongxiu chose a row of beautiful and charming women and let Zhou Xuanji choose his maidservants. He could take all of them. In the future, these maidservants would be under his control. No matter what he did with them, Yu Zhongxiu would not interfere. Zhou Xuanji said helplessly, Bring them back. Do I look like someone who likes this? He already had 2 wives. If he really desired other women, how could he not find them? Yu Zhongxiu was stunned for a moment before bursting out in laughter. She immediately waved her hand and dismissed the women. When the women left, they all looked regretful and disappointed. They had thought that they could get close to Zhou Xuanji, but they did not expect him to be such an unromantic person. No wonder he had reached Overlord Saint level 3 before 600 years old. He must have spent all of his time on cultivation. Zhou Xuanji did not know about their dissatisfaction. Even if he knew, he would not care. Yu Zhongxiu chatted with him for a while before leaving. Zhou Xuanji let out a long breath and muttered, I can finally cultivate in peace. In the next half a year, he planned to not leave his residence and wait for his identity medallion to arrive. After this, he would still have to participate in the Great Elimination. When that time came, he and Sheng Tiandao and the other 2 might be in disarray. The Great Elimination was split into many areas, or else it would be unfair if the difference in cultivation was too great. He turned and returned to his room. He sat on his bed and began to cultivate. Just as he closed his eyes, a voice sounded in his ears, 12-star talent, I never thought that I would underestimate you. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and a look of joy appeared on his face. Senior, you're finally awake, he said in a low voice, suppressing his excitement. It was the old Immortal. How many times have I told you to be calm? How come you're in a mess again? The old Immortal's voice once again sounded out. It sounded like he was blaming Zhou Xuanji, but it was also filled with joy. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and his consciousness entered the Tianxia map. This was a forest. Even though it was an illusion, it was very real. The old Immortal sat under a tree and chuckled as he looked at him. He walked up and said, I've already come to the Kunlun origin court. How do I revive you? Chapter 652. You don't have to resurrect me. If I resurrect, I will still be found. If you can reach the soul source pool of Kunlun origin court and put me in it, my soul will be cleansed, reborn, and reborn. The old Immortal replied with a smile, which made Zhou Xuanji curious. What is the soul source pool? The old Immortal continued to explain. The soul source pool was the birthplace of the Kunlun origin court and all souls in the universe. As long as one fell into it, no matter how high one's cultivation was, he would return to his original form and be reborn. Only in this way could the old Immortal's enemies not find him. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, How do I go to the soul source pool? He wondered if the sovereign would also die if he fell into the soul source pool. Perform well in the Great Elimination. One day, you will get an official position in the origin court. At that time, you can choose to be a soul guardian, the old Immortal replied with a look of anticipation in his eyes. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, Can you tell me the origin of the primordial ancestors' eyes now? This matter had always been a hanging stone in his heart. As long as he didn't understand it clearly, he would feel uneasy. That pair of eyes is one of the Kunlun Origin Court's 5 ultimate divine eyes. It's called Exterminating Divine Eyes. It can suppress space, set time, and break all 5 elements. The 5 ultimate divine eyes are legendary treasures in the Kunlun Origin Court. If you can get them, you will be qualified to surpass the Dao ancestor. Now that you have 12-star aptitude, don't worry. Unless you are targeted in the Great Elimination, as long as you don't go to the enemy's divine range, they can't do anything to you, the old immortal said with a smile, stroking his beard. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more satisfied he was with him, like a grandfather looking at his grandson. He thought that Zhou Xuanji had a chance to enter the Kunlun Origin Court. He didn't expect him to give him such a big surprise. 12-star aptitude. Among the creatures he knew, only Zhou Xuanji could reach this level. The other creatures were at most 8-star. If the old beggar knew about this, he would definitely regret it. 5 ultimate divine eyes, the qualification to surpass the Dao ancestor. Zhou Xuanji's eyes flickered. The two chatted for a while before the old immortal fell into a deep sleep. To prevent himself from being discovered, he planned to stay in the Xianxia map. Zhou Xuanji didn't know how long it would take for him to come into contact with the soul source pool. His source couldn't last that long. He could only fall into a deep sleep to reduce the consumption as much as possible. After withdrawing his consciousness from the Xianxia map, Zhou Xuanji began cultivating seriously. The Yu family had indeed done their best for him, sending him all kinds of cultivation resources every day, allowing his saint energy to grow continuously. Half a year later, Yu Zhongxiu personally brought Zhou Xuanji's ID medallion over. Zhou Xuanji took the medallion and examined it. Apart from his name, there were also the Longbow Divine Ranges Yu clan and 12 stars. The identity medallion was made of green jade and was very light, as if he was holding a feather. He put the identity card into the supreme storage and asked, "Is there anything else, Miss Yu?" Yu Zhongxiu did not leave. Instead, she stood in front of his door, and it was obvious that she had something to say. "The news of your 12-star aptitude has already spread out. You will be participating in the Great Elimination alone. The other disciples of the Longbow Divine Range are not qualified to participate in the same Great Elimination as you. I hope you can prepare early. If you want magic treasures or divine abilities, just tell me and I will personally take you to choose them." Yu Zhongxiu said seriously. The 12-star aptitude surprised them at first, but later on, the Longbow Divine Range started to worry. Because Zhou Xuanji was too outstanding, he would not encounter anyone from the Longbow Divine Range during the Great Elimination. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "No need. I'm confident." He already understood that the Great Elimination was a battle between cultivators of the same level. Could he use virtual fire at the same level? Whoever dares to stop him, he will kill them all. Seeing how confident he was, Yu Zhongxiu could not help but laugh. No wonder he could become a 12-star genius. Such confidence was indeed impressive. Yu Zhongxiu did not disturb him anymore and left. Zhou Xuanji returned to his bed and asked the 4 demon gods to continue cultivating their saint energy while he comprehended the Great Tao. This city was not the only city in the Longbow Divine Range. The Divine Range was like a tall tower, and this city belonged to the Yu clan. There were at least hundreds of clans in the Longbow Divine Range, and there were more than 100 million living beings. He realized that the Longbow Divine Range was permeating with a special Great Tao. It was very weak, but it existed. So, he wanted to comprehend this Great Tao. His cultivation was already spoiling things through excessive enthusiasm, so he might as well improve his Tao will. This way, his battle prowess would grow stronger, and his chances of winning in the Great Elimination would be higher if his cultivation did not change. At the same time, at the top of the Longbow Divine Range, in a gloomy palace, dozens of oil lamps flickered. The shadows on the walls looked like dancing demons. Deep inside, an old man in a loose robe opened his eyes suddenly. His eyes had double pupils, and his hair was tied up with golden threads. He was emanating an extremely powerful aura. Someone is comprehending my Great Tao, and he's only an overlord saint. The old man in a big robe mumbled to himself with curiosity on his face. The longbow divine range had been pushed back in every great elimination, which filled him with anxiety. So, he had been in isolated cultivation. If he met a talented junior, he would naturally promote him. He immediately scanned with his divine sense and found that the kid was in the Yu clan, and he was staying beside Lady Yu. He began to search for information with his divine sense. Soon, he heard the discussion of many servants. 12-star. The old man in a big robe stood up immediately. He frowned in joy, and his body began to tremble. He disappeared on the spot to investigate the authenticity of this information. In the blink of an eye, another few months passed. The great elimination was finally coming. Everyone, bring out your identity medallions. Yu Xinzhong's voice resounded in the courtyard. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and stored the 4 demon gods into the Xianxia map before walking out of the house. Sheng Tiandao, Xiu Hu, and Si Mengyan walked out too. They were in high spirits and were in a good mood. They were saint contenders, and they were enjoying the resources of the Yu clan. They had already begun to break through to the saint realm. He will bring the 3 of you to the portal of the great elimination. Xuanji, my little friend, will be led by me personally. Yu Xinzhong pointed at a muscular man beside him and said. Sheng Tiandao and the other 2 immediately followed him. Xiu Hu turned around and said, Master, after the great elimination, let's have a good drink. Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile, but he was a little worried in his heart. He hoped that they could make it through. After all, this was not the heavenly law universe but the Kunlun origin court. Xuanji, my little friend, come with me, Yu Xinzhong said with a smile. After that, he waved his right hand and swept Zhou Xuanji away with his magic energy. Only Yu Zhongxiu followed him. They were shrouded in a golden radiance as they soared through space. The old ancestor wants to see you. Before you enter the great elimination, he will teach you a divine ability so that you can survive more easily. Yu Xinzhong turned around and said to Zhou Xuanji. He looked calm, but he was extremely excited in his heart. Their Yu clan was going to make a comeback. Not only that, but as long as Zhou Xuanji continued to grow, the entire longbow divine range would soar. Chapter 653. Under the guidance of Yu Xinzhong and his daughter, after half an hour, they came to a dark palace. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and saw an old man in a big robe sitting on the ground. The old man was staring at him with cold eyes like a hungry wolf. He could not help but raise his brow. A divine ability inheritance requires such an atmosphere? He's the old ancestor of the longbow divine range. He's also the divine range lord. You can just call him Old Ancestor. Yu Xinzhong introduced Old Ancestor Longbow to Zhou Xuanji. He had heard of the Old Ancestor in the Yu clan. No one knew how long the Old Ancestor had lived. A long time ago, he was a genius from another divine range. He distinguished himself and established the longbow divine range on his own. Brat, come here. The old ancestor's voice came. Zhou Xuanji walked over without hesitation. Yu Xinzhong and Yu Zhongxiu waited where they were. Zhou Xuanji walked up to the old ancestor and bowed slightly. The old ancestor sized Zhou Xuanji up and praised, "You're indeed less than 600 years old. How miraculous! I wonder which universe could nurture such a supreme treasure like you." Supreme treasure? Zhou Xuanji felt uncomfortable all over, but he did not refute. After that, the old ancestor raised his right hand and tapped Zhou Xuanji's forehead with his index finger. A massive wave of memories flowed into Zhou Xuanji's mind. At the same time, a wave of bizarre energy circulated in his body. A while later, Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and cupped his fist. "Thank you, old ancestor, for your gift." This divine ability was called Violet Sun Tunneling. It was a divine ability that allowed one to travel through the 5 elemental space and the Great Tao's wall. That bizarre energy should be some kind of Great Tao. The old ancestor was afraid that he would die in the Great Elimination, which was why he gave him the Violet Sun Tunneling. "Go, I'll wait for you to come back. I still have many divine abilities to teach you." The old ancestor chuckled. He waved his right hand and sent Zhou Xuanji to Yu Xinzhong and his daughter. Yu Xinzhong immediately left with Yu Zhongxiu. the smile on the old ancestor's face disappeared. A look of worry appeared on his face as he mumbled, "I hope those guys won't go overboard." It was too difficult to protect a 12-star genius from a divine range like theirs. They would either be taken away by other divine ranges or destroyed. For the future of the longbow divine range, Yu Xinzhong was willing to take a gamble. Even if he failed, only Zhou Xuanji would die. An hour later, Zhou Xuanji and the others came to a void. In front of them was a long bridge that connected to an ancient castle. Looking around, there were very few stars in the dark void. There were many creatures advancing on the spear, and it was extremely noisy. I heard that there's a 12-star genius in this round of elimination. I hope this time I can get through it. Sigh, I'm not ready yet. This time, the Great Elimination Dojo is very cruel. There are many fierce characters. Even some of the top 1,000 divine ranges have sent their disciples to participate. Even the top 1,000 are coming? This is King under the table manipulation. Zhou Xuanji heard the discussions around him and immediately caught two pieces of information. His participation had been revealed. The divine ranges ranked in the top 1,000 were participating. Combining the two, he immediately came to a conclusion. No wonder Ancestor Longbow was worried about him. The corners of his mouth curled up into a disdainful smile. "What are you smiling at?" Yu Zhongxiu asked curiously. She thought that Zhou Xuanji would feel uneasy after hearing the news, but he was still smiling. Zhou Xuanji stopped smiling and said, "Wait for me to come back." His powerful confidence stunned Yu Xinzhong and Yu Zhongxiu. Yu Xinzhong said, "We will wait for you outside the teleportation gate. The rules are simple. Try your best to survive. When there are only the specified number of people left, everyone can come out. There might be all kinds of restrictive spells, powerful ferocious beasts, ghosts, etc. Be careful. Your opponents are not only from other divine ranges. Also, the identity medallion of whoever you kill will be absorbed into your identity medallion, so you don't have to hide who you killed." He had never been so nervous before. He was even more nervous than when he participated in the Great Elimination himself. Because Zhou Xuanji carried too much hope. He did not want Zhou Xuanji to die. Zhou Xuanji asked, "If I kill a disciple from a powerful divine range, can your longbow divine range handle it?" Yu Xinzhong nodded and said, "There's still a long time before the next Great Elimination. It's enough for you to grow." Zhou Xuanji was completely at ease now. He sneered as he walked. "Then wait for me to turn the Great Elimination upside down." Yu Xinzhong and his daughter's heartbeat quickened. They somehow believed Zhou Xuanji's words. After they entered the ancient castle, just as Zhou Xuanji had guessed, the space inside was huge. There were thousands of teleportation gates, and people stepped into them one after another. There were many images floating in the air, which were the scenes of the Great Elimination. It was just the beginning and people were already fighting. The time to enter the Great Elimination was 1 day. If someone did not enter the Great Elimination within the specified time, they would be burned into ashes by the identity imprint. It was the imprint on Zhou Xuanji's arm. It was a spell that the Kunlun Origin Court used to control them. The three came to an empty teleportation gate. Yu Xinzhong pointed at a stone pillar in front of the gate and said, "Put your identity medallion on it." Zhou Xuanji had already noticed that there was a groove on it, which made him feel like he was swiping a subway card. After the identity verification, the teleportation gate glowed brightly. Zhou Xuanji stepped into it and disappeared. Yu Zhongxiu asked, "Father, is the old ancestor really ready to face the pressure?" Yu Xinzhong nodded and then shook his head. He said faintly, "It still depends on his performance. As long as he's impressive enough, the old ancestor will go all out." After entering the teleportation gate, Zhou Xuanji felt the world spinning around him. An extremely powerful force enveloped him, and he could not use his divine will. Soon he landed. He regained his consciousness quickly. He looked up and realized that he was standing on a cliff. The scenery around him was picturesque, and the sun was setting in the distance. This is the Great Elimination? Such dense spiritual qi. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself in surprise. No wonder those who survived the Great Elimination could usher in a period of rapid growth. It seemed like the Great Elimination was a great serendipity for powerful cultivators. Zhou Xuanji sat down and began cultivating with the thunderclap sword by his side. Outside, Yu Xinzhong and Yu Zhongxiu had already found the image of Zhou Xuanji. They were stunned. "This brat is too conceited," Yu Xinzhong said furiously with a frown. He was willing to believe that Zhou Xuanji could survive, but he could not act recklessly. Yu Zhongxiu also frowned but did not speak. Her evaluation of Zhou Xuanji was greatly reduced. Dead geniuses were meaningless. Some escorts from other divine ranges came up to them. "This is the rumored 12-star prodigy? He's so arrogant. He's going to die." Since ancient times, many geniuses died in the Great Elimination because of their arrogance. It seems like your Yu clan can't make a comeback. Chapter 654. The Longbow Divine Range's Yu family had a 12-star genius, and he was even bought from the black market. This matter caused quite a stir in the Kunlun origin court. Thousands of divine ranges tried to buy Zhou Xuanji from the Longbow Divine Range, but they were all rejected. This caused the Longbow Divine Range to make many enemies. In this Great Elimination, many divine ranges sent people to kill Zhou Xuanji or invite him to join other divine ranges. But in the Kunlun origin court, if one wanted to change their identity card, the original divine range had to agree. The Longbow Divine Range did not agree. No matter what, the other divine ranges would not be able to get Zhou Xuanji. So, this time, they sent more powerful cultivators to kill Zhou Xuanji. The outside world was in an uproar. More and more people gathered around Yu Xinzhong and his daughter, all wanting to witness the heroic bearing of a 12-star prodigy. Zhou Xuanji still did not know that he had become the center of public opinion. Even if he knew, he wouldn't care. Rather than hiding, it was better to fight head-on. It just so happened that he wanted to test how strong he was right now. Not long after, an ear-piercing sound was heard. A valiant man with 2 pairs of golden wings flew over with 2 long whips in his hands, causing the forest along the way to shake, as if a green ocean was surging with stormy waves. He swung his whips at Zhou Xuanji, and the 2 whips turned into 2 horrifying black dragons that tore at him. Zhou Xuanji did not get up but continued to meditate. The thunderclap sword at the side suddenly moved. Lightning flashed, and millions of lightning sword shadows appeared in the sky, fiercely attacking the golden-winged man. Everything happened too quickly. Before the golden-winged man could react, he was struck by the primordial chaos sword shadow. Rumble! An explosion erupted, destroying the heavens and the earth. The noise was vast and deafening, and strong winds swept through the world. Zhou Xuanji's black hair was blown backward, and his white robe danced in the wind. Now, he only wore 2 kinds of clothes, pure black clothes and pure white clothes. In the supreme storage, he had prepared more than 10,000 of them. If he didn't have enough, he could go to the Lotus world to get more. Even though he was blown by the strong wind, his white robes were not stained by a single speck of dust. The outside world was in an uproar. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to be so ferocious and injure the enemy before he even stood up. No wonder he was so arrogant. What kind of divine ability is that? That person is a disciple of the Golden Rock race. How domineering. Looks like he's waiting here on purpose. The Great Elimination portal hasn't closed yet. This is too exciting. I feel that the Grand Elimination Dojo here will be very exciting. The spectators from the other divine ranges cast their spells to spread the news. Although the Longbow Divine Range was vast, Zhou Xuanji was the only disciple who could participate in this preaching site. There were countless Great Elimination Dojos in the Kunlun origin court. Because the lifespan of each creature was different, there were countless Great Elimination Dojos opening every day, and the number of participants in each dojo was different. The one who manipulated everything was the supreme being. Yu Xinzhong and Yu Zhongxiu were also shocked by Zhou Xuanji's performance. They had never seen Zhou Xuanji use the primordial chaos sword shadow before. They immediately dispelled their opinions of Zhou Xuanji and looked forward to Zhou Xuanji's performance. After the primordial chaos sword shadow hit the enemy, Zhou Xuanji instantly absorbed a massive amount of saint energy, which almost made him cry out. It felt so good. As expected, only battles can make me stronger quickly. Zhou Xuanji got up slowly and held the thunderclap sword in his hand. At this moment, the golden-winged man charged out again. He was drenched in blood and had fallen into madness. "Stinking brat! I want you dead!" he roared furiously. The aura of an 8-level saint exploded, shaking the heavens and the earth. Zhou Xuanji laughed in disdain and charged toward him. Like two meteors crossing each other, the golden-winged man's head was decapitated. Blood spurted out like a fountain. Zhou Xuanji absorbed all of his saint energy and turned around to use universal attraction. He pulled the golden-winged man toward him and extracted his soul with the Xianxia map. His sword qi exploded and turned the golden-winged man's body into ashes. He died a painless death. Since his opponent wanted to kill him, he would not show any mercy. An 8-level saint was like a pig to him, and he could kill him easily. The corners of his mouth curled up as he flew in a certain direction. Just when he turned around, he felt something drilling into his right arm. It should be the other party's identity mark. This place was destroyed, and it was no longer suitable for cultivation. He left quickly. A while later, he landed on a mountaintop and was about to cultivate. A gigantic python with rock patterns crawled up the mountain wall and tried to eat him. He did not look back but used sword qi soar. The sword qi shot out from his back and killed the python. Troublesome. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself before closing his eyes to cultivate. Swoosh, 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 air-piercing sounds came from all directions, which made him open his eyes again with a slight frown. 12-star genius? Let's see how powerful you are. Let's attack together and kill him here. A 12-star life. I have never killed one before. Ha, this brat is so arrogant. He dares to cultivate in such an obvious place. Overlord Saint level 3. Not bad. Numerous figures gathered. Each of them had an extraordinary aura and held powerful treasures in their hands. Their murderous auras soared into the sky. Zhou Xuanji counted. There were 26 people in total, and the weakest was Overlord Saint level 3. He could not see through most of them, but they did not give him a sense of danger. You must be Zhou Xuanji. I'll give you a chance. Join our Dragon Dive Divine range, and you can live. A young man wearing a jade crown laughed coldly and pointed his sword at Zhou Xuanji. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with disdain as though he was looking at a prisoner. The other 25 people raised their enchanted artifacts and quickly got into a formation. Rays of golden radiance burst out from their bodies, connecting to the sky and the ground. Screens of light shot out from their left and right, connecting to each other and forming a spell formation that trapped Zhou Xuanji. Is this how the Dragon Dive Divine range invites people? Zhou Xuanji asked. He remembered the name in his heart. What a joke! Don't you know the prestige of the Dragon Dive Divine range? We have cultivators beyond 12-star in our divine range. It is your honor to join us. The young man in red snorted. He did not take Zhou Xuanji seriously at all. His cultivation was Overlord Saint level 7, and his talent was 9-star. There was no reason for him to fear Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji used the sword fusion technique straight away. Over 1,000 legendary swords fused into his body, including the 3 clear Tai Chi sword and Great Thousand Reincarnation sword of the 9 extreme. Boom! His aura exploded, and the mountain under his feet crumbled instantly. The golden formation distorted exaggeratedly. Everyone in the Dragon Dive Divine range, including the young man in red, was shocked. Zhou Xuanji activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand Hand Sword Buddha straight away. A golden Buddha rose from the ground, and Zhou Xuanji, who was standing on its head, soared into the sky and looked down at the young man in red. In the blink of an eye, the Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha grew to 100,000 meters tall. The golden formation bound it like a tight suit. Zhou Xuanji stretched out 1,000 arms and broke the formation. One of the cultivators in the formation was sent flying backward while vomiting blood. The young man in red immediately took out an aquamarine long saber and slashed at Zhou Xuanji. Chapter 655. Boom, boom, boom. The Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha brandished 1,000 swords and slashed in all directions, causing the disciples of the Dragon Dive Divine range to flee in panic. Very quickly, several disciples were killed and died miserably. Just as their souls flew out, they were destroyed. Their bodies and souls were completely destroyed. The red-robed young man moved like a phantom. He quickly went to the thousand-hand sword Buddha's head and slashed. A green radiance burst out, and countless dark green water arrows inundated Zhou Xuanji from all directions. The venom contained within was extremely corrosive, which distorted the space around it. Zhou Xuanji raised his right hand and slashed with the thunderclap sword. Void instant kill. PvET, the red-robed young man's chest was penetrated by the thunderclap sword. Blood splattered, and his expression froze. How can it be? He opened his eyes wide and could not believe his own eyes. He sensed a hellish murderous intent from Zhou Xuanji's peripheral vision. In the blink of an eye, he turned into a ball of smoke and teleported millions of miles away. Why is he so fast? What divine ability is that? He thought while panting. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. At this moment he suddenly regretted. If he knew this, he would not have accepted this mission. 12-star geniuses were all insane. Swoosh! An air-piercing sound came, and the red-robed young man dodged immediately. A sword chi penetrated his shoulder, and he gritted his teeth in pain. Seeing that he escaped, the other Dragon Dive Divine Range disciples panicked even more. Bastard! How dare you abandon us? This guy is too tough. We are no match for him. Damn it, my magic power. He's absorbing our magic energy. We can't fight anymore. The disciples cursed furiously. Soon, they reached a consensus and fled. Zhou Xuanji would not let them do as they wished. He chased after them with the thousand-hand sword Buddha. After absorbing the saint energy of 12 ordinary saints consecutively, his cultivation grew tremendously. If he continued to fight like this, he would break through soon. The great elimination was a feast for him. Boom! The enormous thousand-hand sword Buddha rampaged about, smashing mountains into pieces and trampling on lakes with unstoppable might as it pressed forward. In the outside world, in the ancient castle, more and more living beings gathered behind Yu Shenzhong and his daughter to watch the battle on the screen. He's too powerful. He's a disciple of the Dragon Dive Divine Range. They are not on the same level at all. No wonder he was assessed as a 12-star genius. My God, they are going to fall out with the Dragon Dive Divine Range. Well done. I like such a domineering prodigy. Looks like the great elimination this time will cause a huge commotion. Hearing the exclamations of the surrounding living beings, Yu Shenzhong was extremely excited, and his entire body trembled. Yu Zhongxiu looked calm on the surface, but her heart was in turmoil. This was the first time she had seen someone from the Longbow Divine Range display such divine might in the Great Elimination. She suddenly began to anticipate what kind of existence Zhou Xianfeng would become. Dao Father? Or even higher? Zhou Xuanji pursued closely. Other than the young man in red, the other 26 disciples of the Dragon Dive Divine Range were all killed by him. The holy power in his body was about to burst, and he could break through at any time. However, he wanted to kill the red-clothed youth first before breaking through in one go. What will it take for you to let me go? The red-robed young man roared angrily. Fear and despair took over his heart, and he fell into an unprecedented state of panic. This was the first time he had experienced death so closely. I will really die. It's simple. Let me kill you. Zhou Xuanji's cold voice came. The red-robed young man did not show any mercy to him. He deeply believed in one thing, which was to never show mercy to the enemy. The red-robed young man heard him and sped up. They traveled swiftly across the mountains and rivers one after another. Along the way, they encountered many living beings from other divine ranges, and they were all shocked by Zhou Xuanji's boldness. Who is that guy? He dares to chase after a disciple of the Dragon Dive Divine Range. How dare he? It's him, the 12-star genius of the Longbow Divine Range. I've seen his portrait before. Indeed, none of the 12-star geniuses are easy to deal with. He's too arrogant. Let's hide further away. Zhou Xuanji ignored the cries of surprise along the way. He only had one target, and that was the red-robed young man. He suddenly deactivated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha and used the violet sun tunneling technique. He turned into a beam of violet light and chased after the red-robed young man. Swoosh! 2 beams of light shone on the red-robed young man and stopped him instantly. Exterminating divine light. Targeted at the enemy and immobilized them. The red-robed young man's scalp almost exploded. What kind of divine ability was this? Zhou Xuanji came up behind him and slashed with sword Dao rules. The red-robed young man was turned into ashes by the sword qi immediately. Shortly after, Zhou Xuanji no longer suppressed the violent saint energy in his body and began to break through. His muscles bulged, and his aura was horrifying. The surrounding space rippled like the surface of a lake, and the forest within a radius of 10,000 miles trembled. His aura rose steadily, like a hot knife through butter, unable to stop. Boom! He broke through to Overlord Saint Level 4. This scene made all the spectators gasp in amazement. He broke through right after the battle. Could this guy have some kind of divine ability to absorb magic energy? Such a divine ability was not rare, but it was an inferior one. Because the magic energy of others did not belong to the cultivator, absorbing too much would only destabilize the cultivator's foundation, and the consequences would be dire. Far away, on a mountain peak, a white-haired man sat on the ground. His white hair was long and scattered on the ground like a loose white robe. His face was pale, and his eyes were sinister. He looked toward Zhou Xuanji's direction with an odd smile. Not bad. He has a 13-star aptitude. I can refine him into a puppet, the white-haired man mumbled. The white-haired man mumbled. He did not act immediately but waited for Zhou Xuanji to finish his breakthrough. Even though he had witnessed Zhou Xuanji's power, he was no longer worried. To him, although Zhou Xuanji was incredibly talented, he was still lacking in power. 2 hours later, he stood up and was ready to move. On the other side, just when Zhou Xuanji was about to leave, he sensed an extremely dangerous aura sweeping toward him. He turned around and fled almost instinctively. Swoosh! He used the violet sun tunneling technique and turned into a stream of violet light, flying away at high speed. Who is that guy? Why is his aura so horrifying? Could it be that he has reached Overlord Saint Level 9? Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. He traveled at full speed through the space as though he was teleporting. A cold and emotionless voice came, "You can't escape. Stop now, and I will spare you some pain." Zhou Xuanji immediately used the primordial chaos sword shadow. Billions of sword shadows appeared out of nowhere and charged toward his back. The sound of explosions came from behind him, one after another, deafening to the ears. Soon he saw a mountain range shrouded in dense fog. The baleful aura soared into the sky. It was probably a forbidden land. He dashed in without hesitation. Chapter 656. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had entered the misty mountain peaks, the white-haired man stopped and frowned slightly. He didn't barge in. Instead, he landed on the ground and meditated in front of a large tree, waiting quietly. The spectators outside were in an uproar. Why is evil ancestor Xianxia here? He's a level 9 overlord saint with a 10-star aptitude. Origin Court is so vicious. They want to kill Zhou Xuanji on purpose. It can't be helped. A 12-star genius shouldn't exist in the longbow divine range. The longbow ancestor is too greedy. Isn't that so? If it were me, I would definitely send this kid out. When Yu Xinzhong and Yu Zhongxiu heard these words, their faces turned ugly. The Kunlun Origin Court's great elimination seemed fair, but in reality, the hierarchy was very strict. The divine ranges ranked above 1,000 and those ranked below 1,000 were two completely different worlds. The stronger the divine ranges, the faster they would develop. They would constantly exploit the low-rank divine ranges. Generally speaking, if a divine range in the top 1,000 fell, it would be because the other divine ranges in the top 1,000 attacked them together. It could be seen how polarized the divine ranges were. Evil ancestor Xianxia came from one of the top 1,000 divine ranges. He was less than 100 million years old and came from outside the Kunlun Origin Court. This was his second time participating in the Great Elimination. His strength had already surpassed the Sage Realm, so his appearance in the great elimination of the Sage Realm was simply against the rules. "This is troublesome," Yu Shinzhong muttered to himself with an ugly expression. Zhou Xuanji was being hunted down by evil ancestor Shichan. He had to flee in panic. He even fled into a dangerous place. Obviously, his odds of winning were very low. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji landed at the foot of a mountain and suppressed the saint energy in his body. He had just broken through, and his saint power was not yet stable, so he needed to meditate. Evil ancestor Shichan didn't come in, which meant that this place was very dangerous. Zhou Xuanji released the 4 demon god bodies to guard the surroundings to prevent enemy attacks. Time ticked by. He could feel the aura of evil ancestor Shichan outside, waiting for him. 3 days later, evil ancestor Shichan hadn't left yet. Zhou Xuanji got up and walked towards the depths of the peaks. "I advise you not to go any deeper. Otherwise, you will wish you were dead." Evil ancestor Shichan's voice came, but Zhou Xuanji didn't stop. He dived in without hesitation. He knew that he couldn't defeat evil ancestor Shichan, so he might as well go inside and fight. What if there was a great opportunity? He brought the 4 demon god bodies with him and quickly flew along the ground. The further he flew, the dimmer the light became, and the thicker the fog became. If not for his holy power, he would have been soaked through. What is hidden here? Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and was on guard. For some reason, he felt very uneasy. His eyelids kept twitching, and his eyes felt a stinging pain. The exterminating divine eyes seemed to be warning him that there was danger nearby. In order to prevent any accidents, he merged the bodies of the 4 demon gods into his body to strengthen his senses. The thunderclap sword appeared beneath his feet. Thunder rumbled and it could kill evil spirits. In the Kunlun origin court, any creature was very strong. It was almost impossible to hide their aura and sound. Rumble. The earth suddenly shook violently, as if a huge monster was rushing out from the depths of the earth. Zhou Xuanji was shocked. He immediately used the violet sun tunneling technique and passed through the mountains. He quickly disappeared into the horizon. Soon he realized that something was wrong. No matter how he sped up, he couldn't fly out of this mountain range. It was impossible for it to be so big. There must be some kind of restriction that confused his sense of direction. He didn't panic and continued to move forward at full speed. At the same time, he activated the exterminating divine eyes. His eyes burst with purple light, turning his field of vision purple. He saw countless golden objects scattered in the mountains and underground. They should be the ferocious creatures hiding in the dark. It can be used like this? It's just like thermal imaging. Zhou Xuanji thought to himself. He was pleasantly surprised in his heart. In this state, he could sense how strong those ferocious creatures were through their aura. The strongest one was right behind him, chasing him relentlessly. He looked back and saw that the ground behind him was like a golden ocean sweeping toward him. It was vast, boundless, and extremely spectacular. What the hell is that? Zhou Xuanji panicked a little because that thing gave him goosebumps. It gave him a much stronger sense of crisis than evil ancestor Shichan. He immediately took out a concealment grass and put it in his mouth. At the same time, he stored the thunderclap sword into the supreme storage. He instantly disappeared from his spot and flew in another direction. However, that thing was still chasing him, refusing to give up. He immediately activated the sword fusion technique and charged forward with the Saint Slayer sword in hand. He broke through the ground and plunged into the ground. He was completely fearless as he charged toward the mysterious existence with no regard for his own safety. With the help of the exterminating divine eyes, he felt that he had directly plunged into a golden ocean. He didn't encounter the behemoth that he had imagined. He rushed all the way and saw the situation around him clearly. It turned out that this golden ocean was an extremely powerful energy. And there was a petite figure in the center of this golden ocean. He fixed his eyes on it. It turned out to be a black cat with blue pupils and a body half a meter long. It was standing on a rock with its 4 limbs crossed, looking at him coldly. A cat? Zhou Xuanji's expression instantly turned weird. The black cat suddenly moved. Before Zhou Xuanji could react, his chest was pierced through. The black cat appeared 100 meters behind him with his purple heart in its mouth. Countless rubble collapsed, separating them from each other. Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened as he felt his vitality rapidly fading away. He wanted to grow a heart on his own with saint energy, but he couldn't do it. To be precise, the black cat had directly taken away the violet demon monarch's heart, cutting off his vitality. He couldn't even activate the celestial devil rebirth technique. Am I going to die here? Zhou Xuanji felt his eyelids getting heavier and heavier. The cat's shrill cry resounded in his ears. He felt a pair of claws on the back of his neck, and next, his consciousness went blank. In his daze, Zhou Xuanji felt something licking his face. He gradually regained consciousness. He opened his eyes with difficulty and saw a black cat standing on his chest, looking down at him condescendingly. A tinge of disdain could be seen in its blue eyes. Above him was the night sky. The moon was bright, and the stars were sparse. A dense fog covered most of the night sky. Zhou Xuanji didn't panic or struggle. "What do you want?" he asked. The black cat's power was unfathomable. He knew that he was no match for it, so he gave up resisting. "Brat, do you want to live?" the black cat asked. Its voice was sharp and cold, and it was hard to tell whether it was a male or female. "Of course," Zhou Xuanji replied. It didn't seem to be some evil being. This guy's mind was very clear. The black cat smiled with squinted eyes. "Serve me and make me happy. If I'm in a good mood, I will let you go. Otherwise, even a Dao-treading saint cannot save you." Zhou Xuanji frowned. He was a little confused. Why did the Kunlun Origin Court put such a powerful being in this great elimination? Chapter 657. "Tell me, how do you want me to serve you?" Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said. He had to lower his head when he was under someone else's roof. It was time to lower his head to the cat. The black cat walked to the side, and Zhou Xuanji immediately felt his body relax. He sat up with his hands and was shocked to find that there was still a bloody hole in his chest. His heart was gone. He was not dead. He turned to the black cat and asked, "Where's my heart?" The black cat licked its paw and said with a fascinated look, "I ate it. It was delicious." Ate it. Zhou Xuanji felt as though he was struck by lightning. Even his calm mind could not take it anymore. The violet demon monarch's heart was one of the main sources of saint energy. Without it, his cultivation speed would be greatly reduced. "Don't look at me like that. You consumed some kind of elixir earlier. Although your cultivation has increased significantly, the toxicity of the elixir has seeped into your heart. If you continue to cultivate like this, you will die from the poison when you break through to Dao-treading saint. By then, you will not be able to stop it," the black cat said lazily, as though it wanted Zhou Xuanji to thank it. "Poison?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and cursed in his heart. Old Ancestor Inxin was up to no good indeed. The next time he meets Old Ancestor Inxin, he must get even with him. "You won't die now, but only for 10 days. If you want to live, then come and entertain me. I've been here for billions of years, and I'm so bored that I want to explode. Those guys I met before were either scared to death or panicked. The stories they told were not funny at all, and the food they cooked was disgusting too." The black cat laid on the ground and mocked. Zhou Xuanji looked around instinctively and realized that the mountain peak was filled with bones. There were human bones and beast bones. If an ordinary person was here, he would have been scared to death. He looked back at the black cat and fell into deep thought. The mountain peak fell silent. "Hurry up. I'm going to sleep." The black cat snorted coldly and was a little displeased. "Why is this brat not panicking at all?" Zhou Xuanji said, "Come here. Lie on my legs." The black cat leaped over and landed on his legs before lying down lazily. "Brat, I'm telling you, don't play any tricks. My body is so powerful that you can't hurt me at all. You will only anger me. Understand?" The black cat snorted, its tone laced with killing intent. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He grabbed its paw and stroked its paw. It retracted its paw instinctively and soon felt comfortable, so it stopped struggling. It was indeed a cat. Zhou Xuanji was speechless. It was his first time seeing such a powerful cat. As he stroked it, he asked, What's your name? Where are you from? Why are you here? The black cat felt very comfortable being touched by him. It stretched its body and said with a smile, "My name is very famous. My name is Barbaric Ultimate God, and I'm one of the Kunlun Origin Court's 5 ultimate gods. I offended a powerful expert of the Origin Court and was suppressed here. I can never escape, and I can't even step out of this forbidden area." 5 ultimate gods? Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. Could the two be related? That's right, your exterminating divine eyes and my eyes both belong to the 5 ultimate divine eyes. This is also the reason why I can talk so much nonsense with you. The black cat flipped over and revealed its belly. Zhou Xuanji raised his left hand and rubbed its belly. The 5 ultimate divine eyes were created by you guys? He asked curiously. He still did not know the true origin of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. The black cat replied lazily, "I advise you not to ask so much. That's what happened to me. The less you know, the safer you will be." Zhou Xuanji thought about it. The black cat stared at him and cursed, "Brat, I asked you to serve me, not be my disciple. Not only do you want to massage me, but you also want to make me happy." Zhou Xuanji sighed and said, "Then, I will tell you a joke." The black cat laughed coldly, "Those who tell me jokes are all dead. No one can make me happy." Zhou Xuanji's eyes looked gloomy as he said, "Then be prepared. You will die of laughter." The black cat heard him and became spirited. It flipped over and faced him, waiting for him to tell a joke. "Back then, when I was traveling the world, I met a thief. He stole my sword, and I immediately sensed it and chased after him. But the thief's cultivation was about the same as mine. Half a year passed, and I still could not catch up to him. Then we came to the end of the world. He stood on a cliff and cursed loudly. He said that if I forced him again, he would throw his sword down. I said, 'Then throw it. If you throw it, I will have a reason to kill you.'" Zhou Xuanji began telling a story with a sorrowful expression. Seeing how serious he was, the black cat felt a little strange. Wasn't this a joke? Why did it feel like he was talking about the past? This thief was very daring. He threw my sword down. How could I bear it? I drew my other sword and killed him. Zhou Xuanji sighed, which made the black cat frown. And then? Past. It did not understand. What was so funny about it? He died, and then he reincarnated, Zhou Xuanji said. And then? The black cat asked further. It almost exploded in anger. It felt like it was being toyed with. Are you sure you want to know more? Zhou Xuanji confirmed again. The black cat pressed its sharp claws against his throat and used its actions to tell him the answer. Afterwards, I met an old man who called himself Xianxia and looked incredibly deep and unfathomable. As such, I chatted with him, and he told me his story. Zhou Xuanji continued to speak, and he changed the entire investiture of the gods to Zhou Xuanji. The black cat was immersed in the excitement of the battle between Shang and Zhou and the schemes of the immortal gods. Daji's viciousness, King Zhou of Shang's cruelty, and especially the cruel torture of the Shang dynasty, made the black cat gnash its teeth in anger. Zhou Xuanji spoke for 2 hours. He described the investiture of the gods in detail and told it an epic story. In the end, Xianxia retired from the world of immortals and demons, and he did not meddle in politics. The black cat admired his great enlightenment. The black cat sighed in amazement. I pity those saints. They fought to the death in the end. I really don't know why. Was it just for the fight between their disciples? To the black cat, since one had become a saint, there was no need for him to stay in the mortal realm. He should pursue greater power and a higher level of the universe. All in all, the story was very exciting. It was immersive and could feel the heroism, scheming, sinister, and loyalty of those characters. It was very satisfied and even had a feeling that it wanted to say more. Hold on. The black cat's fur bristled. Is Jiangxia's story related to what you told me at the beginning? Zhou Xuanji nodded seriously and said, Of course it's related. But I can't tell you yet. It's an important matter and involves a shocking secret. If you know it, the sovereign might kill you. Seeing how serious he was, the black cat was stunned. If it were someone else, it might not believe it. But this brat had the exterminating divine eyes, so he must have an extraordinary background. Also, the story was very detailed and did not seem to be made up. Zhou Xuanji suddenly changed the topic and said, "Since you also have one of the 5 ultimate eyes, it means that we are on the same side. Your enemy might be my enemy, and my enemy might be your enemy. Why don't you teach me how to cultivate and let me completely master the exterminating divine eyes? Then I will tell you this secret. We are on the same side, and I will help you escape. What do you think?" Chapter 658. The black cat was in deep thought after hearing Zhou Xuanji's words. Zhou Xuanji did not interrupt it. It would be fake if he acted too eagerly. It was better to let it think on its own with a neutral attitude. A while later, "Brat!" The black cat yelled in a frenzy. "You are messing with me. I asked you to amuse me, not to negotiate with me." Zhou Xuanji sighed. "You are one of the 5 ultimate gods. Are you willing to be imprisoned here forever? Be it a human or a cat, one must have a dream and a goal." "Be a cat?" The black cat opened its eyes wide and roared furiously, "I am barbaric ultimate god. Not a cat." The voice was so deafening that Zhou Xuanji felt that his soul was about to shatter. "Damn! Just you wait." Zhou Xuanji thought hatefully in his heart, but he looked calm and composed on the surface. Left with no choice, Zhou Xuanji could only tell it jokes. They were all corny jokes that did not hit the funny spot directly. The black cat needed time to react. The black cat was amused and burst into laughter. After 8 hours, Zhou Xuanji's stock of corny jokes was almost depleted. He could only make up the same type of corny jokes repeatedly. Gradually, the black cat lost interest. "I have amused you for so long. You can't just kill me after I'm done. Are you not satisfied?" Zhou Xuanji said as he massaged the black cat. "You are not qualified to negotiate," the black cat said lazily. Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and did not speak further. In the next few days, he told the black cat stories every day. Fortunately, they were not jokes. He told it stories like Journey to the West, strange stories from a Chinese studio, Water Margin, and Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. The black cat was mesmerized by the stories. In order for him to continue telling stories, the black cat extended his life, extending his lifespan to 1 year. Zhou Xuanji was not too happy about this but felt helpless. It seemed that the black cat really treated him like a toy. This day, Zhou Xuanji could not hold it anymore and said, "Barbaric ultimate god, are you really going to stay here forever? Don't you have any ambition?" The black cat rolled around on the ground and ignored Zhou Xuanji. Seeing this, Zhou Xuanji could only give up. He sat on the ground and began internalizing qi. A long while later, the black cat said suddenly, "If I let you out now, you will die too. There is someone waiting for you outside." Zhou Xuanji did not open his eyes, nor did he speak. The black cat's eyes widened. "You were serious about working together?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at it and said, "Are you sure you want to communicate like this? Could there be a powerful being watching over the barbaric ultimate god?" "Don't worry. I was beaten down by a paragon. Apart from a paragon, no one else is allowed to pry into the dojo of the Great Elimination. Otherwise, the rules of the paragon will be enraged, and I'll be destroyed by heaven and earth." The black cat replied with a smug look on its face, as if it was not a prisoner. Zhou Xuanji nodded and said, "Since that's the case, let's work together. You help me become more powerful, and after we get out, I will try my best to save you. I'm a man of my word." The black cat hesitated, "But I can't guarantee that you can really save me. Do you have a way?" Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "To be honest, I don't have one yet because I'm new here. But I believe you definitely have one. After being imprisoned for countless years, you must have thought of countless ways." The black cat was embarrassed and did not know how to answer. It only cared about sleeping and playing. Although it had thought of ways to escape, it could not think of any, so it could only give up. Zhou Xuanji asked, "If I make a great contribution to the Kunlun Origin Court, can I request for your release?" He remembered that Yu Zhongxiu said that in the Kunlun Origin Court, other than power, contribution was important. "You can indeed. With your current power, God knows how long it will take for you to make enough contribution to save me. The black cat sighed and became discouraged immediately. Zhou Xuanji said, "Nothing is absolute. If you make a deal with me today, you will have a chance to live. If you don't, you will not even have a chance to live." The black cat heard him and fell into deep thought with squinted eyes. A while later, it stood up and spat out a purple heart from its mouth, which quickly entered Zhou Xuanji's chest. Zhou Xuanji felt a chill down his spine. He seemed to have seen something sticky on the violet demon monarch's heart. A powerful energy enveloped Zhou Xuanji, helping him to assimilate the violet demon monarch's heart. He did not feel any pain but comfort. 10 breaths later, Zhou Xuanji felt that he had recovered to his peak. He stood up and stretched his body. "Brat, your heart is not simple. It should be an innate creation of some world. Although it's not a supreme treasure, it will be of great help to you, especially to the exterminating divine eyes." The black cat rested its head on its front paws and said slowly. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He knew that the violet demon monarch's heart was a creation of the world. The violet demon monarch's heart was of great help to his body that was so powerful. The black cat continued, "Next, I will teach you an energy technique. First, tell me what energy technique you are cultivating and tell me the details." Zhou Xuanji immediately told the black cat about the world Buddha art. He was not afraid that the black cat would steal it. There must be more powerful energy techniques in the Kunlun origin court. No matter how devilish Gu Tianxia was, he could only be more powerful than the Kunlun origin court. After Zhou Xuanji finished talking about the world Buddha art, the black cat ignored him. The only outstanding thing about this energy technique is its control of magic energy. It's nothing. When you break through to Dao treading saint, your saint energy will turn into Dao energy. Dao energy repel each other. If you absorb it forcefully, it will only self-destruct, the black cat said casually. Zhou Xuanji became even more curious about Dao treading saints after hearing it. Dao energy? Great Dao energy? What kind of energy is a Dao ancestor? He resisted the urge to ask questions and continued to listen. The black cat boasted for a while before saying, "I will teach you an energy technique first. Only those with the 5 ultimate eyes can cultivate it." It raised its paw, and a beam of light shot out from its paw into Zhou Xuanji's forehead. He closed his eyes and comprehended the energy technique's memory. Half an hour passed. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes slowly and praised, "Such an exquisite energy technique. If you cultivate it to the 10th level, it will be horrifying indeed." This energy technique was called the Greatly Divine Suppressor Technique. At the first level, he could split into 10 Greatly avatars. He could control them at will without consuming any Dao energy. As long as the main body did not die, the Greatly avatars would not be destroyed. At the same time, the main body could make the Greatly avatars disappear. With every level, the number of Greatly avatars would increase by 10 times. At the 10th level, he could have as many Greatly avatars as he wanted. Not only that, the Greatly Divine Suppressor could absorb great Dao energy. This alone surpassed the world Buddha art. "Did you create this energy technique?" Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. He always felt that this energy technique was incredible. The Greatly avatars and the main body were almost the same in strength. The most horrifying thing was that as long as the main body did not die, the Greatly avatars could recover immediately even if they were destroyed. If he cultivated it to the 10th level, he could create billions of Greatly avatars to fight his enemies. Not to mention the same cultivation stage, he could even kill enemies 1 or 2 cultivation stages above him. The black cat shook its head and said, "This is the energy technique of the previous owner of the exterminating divine eyes. I'm not sure about its exact origin. Back then we, the 5 ultimate gods, were unstoppable in the Kunlun origin court. We killed gods and demons in our way." Chapter 659. You also know this technique? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. How could the black cat not cultivate such a domineering energy technique? The black cat smiled smugly and said, "Of course I will. It's also my main technique now. I've already trained it to the 5th tier, and I can directly create 100,000 Dali clones. Although my cultivation is not as good as before, I can still easily deal with Daoist ancestors." The 5th level. Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. This guy had only reached level 5. How hard would it be to reach level 10? The black cat said meaningfully, in addition to being immortal, the Great Li avatar can also pass through the Great Dao Wall. In other words, you can control the Great Li avatar and come and go freely in the entire Kunlun origin court. There's no fluctuation of aura, so it's hard to detect. Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened. He felt that the Great Li Divine Suppressor technique was more and more impressive. He immediately began to cultivate the Great Li Divine Suppressor art. Very soon, he sensed the Great Dao around him. There were all kinds of Great Dao. He didn't know what rules these Great Dao represented, but he could feel their existence. Their colors were also different. From his meditation vision, his surroundings were colorful, as if he was in a different dimension. In the past, he could only use his will to come into contact with these great ways, but now he could directly absorb them. The power of the Great Dao, which was countless times more violent than spiritual qi, burrowed into his body. In just an instant, he was so frightened that he immediately opened his eyes. "Who?" he gasped for air, still in a state of shock. In that instant, he felt that he was about to explode from the power of the Great Dao. It was clearly just a trace. Just how terrifying was the Great Dao? The black cat laughed mockingly. "Ha! Look at you!" The more it laughed, the happier it became. It even rolled on the ground. Zhou Xuanji said unhappily, "My cultivation is too weak. Even if I learn this technique, I cannot absorb Great Dao energy. What should I do?" It was like giving him a mountain of gold, but he was stranded on a deserted island and couldn't use it even if he wanted to. Be patient. Practice the Great Li Divine Suppressor art from the Overlord Sage level. When you become a Dao-treading venerable, your foundation will be more stable than other Dao-treading venerables. It's no exaggeration to say that the Great Li Divine Suppressor art is definitely a top cultivation technique in the Kunlun origin court. The black cat said impatiently. Why was this kid so impatient? Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and continued to try. Following that, he was scared off again and again by the power of the Great Dao. A whole month passed. He could finally absorb the power of the Great Path slowly and form a Dali clone at the same time. His Great Li avatar was silver in color, like a silver shadow. It had no face, and its body was exactly the same as his. The outside world. Yu Zhongxiu was meditating in the air. She opened her eyes and looked at Yu Shinzhong in front of her and sighed. Ever since Zhou Xuanji entered the danger zone, they could no longer observe his movements. All the great elimination venues had such a forbidden area, making it impossible for the outside world to observe. This made the great elimination more interesting and dramatic. Gambling houses were a big industry in the Kunlun origin court. Every divine range had a gambling house, and countless creatures competed to guess at the various great elimination venues almost every day. Yu Shinzhong waited for a month, but Zhou Xuanji did not come out. Everyone thought that Zhou Xuanji was dead, which made Yu Shinzhong emotionally unstable. His eyes were bloodshot. It wasn't easy for him to get such a huge surprise, and he didn't want it to be ruined. He couldn't accept it. He's so confident. It's impossible for him to die so easily. Yu Shinzhong kept repeating this sentence to convince himself to persevere and wait. Yu Zhongxiu's heart ached for him, but she didn't know how to comfort him. She had already said all the words she could. Now, she could only wait for the result. Among the mountains, Zhou Xuanji and his Great Li avatar attacked the black cat together. They were extremely fast, like 3 flashes of light, constantly moving. The black cat stipulated that they must not touch the surrounding mountains. It wanted Zhou Xuanji to completely control the Great Li avatar. At first, the Great Li avatar crashed into the mountains easily, but it gradually became more agile. In less than half a day, the Great Li avatar no longer crashed into the mountains while chasing the black cat. The black cat stopped suddenly and scattered the Great Li avatar with a claw. "Very good," it said with a smile. "Your talent is outstanding indeed. I will help you refine the Great Dao energy so that you can quickly pass the foundation. After all, you don't have much time left. You are going out soon." Zhou Xuanji stopped as well. He was shocked in his heart. The Great Li avatar was as powerful as him. Didn't that mean that the black cat could kill him with a single slap? The most horrifying thing was that this guy's cultivation was far from its peak. It was definitely someone who surpassed the Dao ancestor. After that, under the black cat's urging, Zhou Xuanji sat down with his legs crossed. The black cat jumped onto his head and helped him absorb the great Dao energy. This time, he felt an extremely powerful force supporting him, which reduced the impact of the great Dao energy on him. Endless great Dao energy flowed into his body, helping him grow stronger. His cultivation began to grow rapidly. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji broke through to Overlord Saint level 5 straightaway. His cultivation soared. He was much more powerful than before. Under the refinement of the great Dao energy, his saint energy was gradually transforming into Dao energy. If not for the fact that his cultivation was far from Dao treading saint, he might have broken through to Dao treading saint directly. Brat, you have too many serendipity. You might become someone who can shake the Kunlun origin court. No wonder the exterminating divine eyes chose you. The black cat looked at Zhou Xuanji and sighed in amazement. The reason why it could not kill Zhou Xuanji and even trust him was because of the exterminating divine eyes. At the thought of this, it could not help but recall the time when it was one of the 5 ultimate gods. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and said with a smile, "If not for your help, how could I have such serendipity?" He wanted to address himself as a junior, but the black cat was too mischievous. Whenever he lowered his stance, this guy would get angry. Just like a tremor. You have already formed 3 greatly avatars. When you form 10, it will be the time you complete the first level of the greatly divine suppressor technique. You will be surprised then, the black cat said with a smile as it lay on the ground. The black cat laughed as it lay on the ground. After a pause, it continued, "All right, you can leave now and teach that guy a lesson." Zhou Xuanji raised his brow and asked, "I can already defeat him?" The black cat yawned and replied, "You two are about the same, but he can't kill you." Zhou Xuanji got up, cupped his fist, and bowed before leaving. "Wait for me to come back and save you," Zhou Xuanji said without looking back. Zhou Xuanji said without turning his head. The black cat's eyes turned gentle at his words. "I hope so," it mumbled. Suddenly, its heart became heavy and sad. In the dim forbidden ground, it looked so lonely. Like an unwanted kitten, it mumbled, "Su Xian is really something. He didn't even want such a beautiful woman. It's a pity that the brat hasn't finished his story. I hope someone will teach Su Xian a lesson. Sigh, I haven't had sex for a long time. I miss it so much." Chapter 660. Outside the barren land of peaks, evil ancestor Shichan was sitting in front of a tree, quietly meditating. He suddenly opened his eyes and saw a figure walking out of the dense fog. It was Zhou Xuanji. This kid really didn't die? Evil ancestor Shichan frowned and muttered to himself. He didn't know what was hidden in this forbidden land, but he could feel that it was very dangerous, so he didn't go in. His target for coming to the Great Elimination Dojo was Zhou Xuanji, so he did not kill the other participants. He thought that since Zhou Xuanji was dead, he could cultivate here until the end. Who would have thought that this kid would actually come out? He was not the only one who was surprised. In the castle outside, the 12-star prodigy of the Longbow Divine Range is still alive. Someone exclaimed, instantly attracting the attention of hundreds of living beings. Yu Shenzhong, who was sitting there, suddenly stood up. Looking at the scene in front of him, he trembled with excitement. Yu Zhongxiu was also very excited. Her beautiful eyes were filled with splendor. This guy didn't die. Zhou Xuanji's gaze pierced through the dense fog and locked onto evil ancestor Shichan under a tree in the distance. This time, he had absorbed a lot of power of the Great Path, and his cultivation had broken through to the Overlord Saint 5th level. Facing evil ancestor Shichan again, he suddenly felt that this guy was not that dangerous. It's never too late for a gentleman to take revenge, but I have to take revenge today. Zhou Xuanji smiled and muttered to himself. Speaking of which, he had to thank evil ancestor Shichan. Otherwise, how could he have met barbaric ultimate god? Everything was fate. Something was not right. He couldn't say that it was his fate, lest fate was controlling his luck from behind, which was inauspicious. Zhou Xuanji took out the thunderclap sword and walked toward evil ancestor Shichan. 3 silver silhouettes appeared behind him. They were the 3 Dali clones. They were also holding swords, and the shape of the swords was also the thunderclap sword. Their light couldn't be obscured by the thick fog, causing evil ancestor Xianxia to narrow his eyes. What's that? This kid actually broke through. It seems like he encountered a fortuitous encounter inside. Evil ancestor Xianxia narrowed his eyes thoughtfully. It was not rare to encounter a fortuitous encounter in a dangerous place. 9 out of 10 living beings that were able to escape from the danger zone would have had some sort of fortuitous encounter. Otherwise, they would have died there long ago. Zhou Xuanji suddenly charged at him, and the 3 great Li avatars followed closely behind. The distance of 100 zhang was covered in a single step. Evil ancestor Xianxia quickly dodged the 4 swords. Bang! The sword chi crisscrossed, and the entire forest was cut open. Dust rose into the sky and merged into the boundless fog. So fast! Evil ancestor Xianxia was secretly shocked. This kid has only broken through a small realm, but why does it feel like he has become a completely different person? Before he could think further, Zhou Xuanji and the 3 great Li clones charged over from different directions. Countless sword shadows appeared out of thin air in all directions. They were densely packed. There were tens of billions of them blocking all the routes of evil ancestor Xianxia, leaving him nowhere to escape. The scene was spectacular and shocking. Thousands of people had gathered in the castle to watch the battle. So powerful! What kind of fortuitous encounter did this kid get? What is hidden in that forbidden land? I think it's the barbaric ultimate god, one of the 5 ultimate gods. Isn't that guy incredibly savage? Why did he let Zhou Xuanji out? Hearing the exclamations of the people around them, Yu Xinzhong and his daughter could not contain their excitement. They did not expect Zhou Xuanji to give them another surprise. This speed of growth was worthy of a 12-star aptitude. At the same time, the primordial chaos sword shadow erupted and instantly submerged evil ancestor Xianxia. The explosion burst forth with a bright and powerful light, illuminating the dark world like it was daytime. A deafening bell rang as a giant bronze bell rose into the air, counteracting the mighty sword chi. Evil ancestor Xianxia was suspended in the bell, looking at Zhou Xuanji with a solemn expression. His clone is as strong as his main body? What kind of divine ability is this? The most important thing is that his clone can pass through the Great Dao Wall faster than his main body. Evil ancestor Xianxia fell into deep thought. He was becoming more and more interested in Zhou Xuanji. Such a genius must be refined into a puppet by him. I can't miss it. Zhou Xuanji cast the Sword Fusion Technique and 9 Soul Fusion Technique, condensing Dao Will, and slashed. Sword Dao rules. With a flash of sword light and a deafening explosion, the giant bronze bell was directly cut in half. Evil ancestor Xianxia was shocked. He cried out in shock, "How is this possible?" His right arm was cut off. If he hadn't dodged instinctively, he would have been cut in half. Zhou Xuanji and the 3 great Li avatars rushed into the giant bronze bell. 36 sword souls appeared behind Zhou Xuanji, crazily slashing at evil ancestor Xianxia. Every time a sword soul was slashed, a new one would appear almost at the same time. When Zhou Xuanji's sword chi touched evil ancestor Xianxia, it was also absorbing his magic energy. This guy wasn't a Dao-treading saint yet. Naturally, his magic energy could be absorbed by Zhou Xuanji. Evil ancestor Xianxia quickly dodged. His right arm grew as a long staff appeared in his hand with 9 bells hanging on it. He waved the long staff at Zhou Xuanji. The next moment, the bells rang crisply. In an instant, 9 evil dragons flew out of the bells. They were millions of miles long, dominating the sky as they looked down at Zhou Xuanji and his 3 great Li avatars. In front of the 9 evil dragons, they were so insignificant. Zhou Xuanji's expression didn't change. He immediately used the ancestor dragon sword, transforming into a 5-clawed golden dragon that soared into the sky. It also grew to millions of miles long. It was like a huge mountain range that crossed the earth as it bit at the 9 evil dragons. The 3 great Li avatars dashed along the dragon's spine, each using a different sword technique. Primordial Chaos Sword Shadow. Heavenly Sword Descent. Sky-dominating divine sword. Countless sword shadows poured down like a torrential rain. The huge heavenly sword tore an evil dragon into pieces. It was extremely powerful. The remaining Great Li avatar brandished his long sword. Sword chi from the sky-dominating divine sword swept in all directions. It was incomparably gorgeous. Evil ancestor Xianxia furrowed his brow. He didn't expect Zhou Xuanji to be so difficult to deal with. He immediately gritted his teeth, raised his left hand, and waved it in the air. When his movement came to a stop, a huge red hole appeared out of thin air behind him. The edge of the hole was covered with dense and mysterious runes. One after another, figures exuding a tyrannical aura flew out. All of them were in human form. Their faces and figures were different. All of them were wearing black robes with blood-red patterns. They looked like demons from the abyss. There were a total of 79 puppets. All of them were Overlord Saints. The weakest was a 6th-level Overlord Saint. They each took out their enchanted artifacts and charged toward Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji immediately deactivated the 5-clawed golden dragon and activated the Emperor's Wei Thousand-Hand Sword Buddha. The golden Buddha rose from the ground like a divine mountain that created the world. It was majestic and towering. 1,000 arms emerged, each holding a golden sword. The arms slashed wildly in all directions, and the remaining evil dragons were turned into ashes immediately. The 79 Overlord Saints charged over swiftly and dodged the storm-like attacks of the 1,000 swords. The 3 Great Li avatars were blasted apart in the blink of an eye. But soon, they reappeared, each restraining the 3 Overlord Saint puppets. The other puppets bombarded the 1,000-hand sword Buddha with different divine abilities. Boom, 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 explosions occurred one after another. The ground crumbled, trees were swept away, and mountains were flattened. Even the thick fog and clouds in the sky were swirled into a vortex. Chapter 661. Zhou Xuanji and evil ancestor Xianxia were fighting with all their strength. Zhou Xuanji wanted to get close to evil ancestor Xianxia, but this guy was relying on the Overlord Saint puppet to hide far away. The 3 avatars of Great Li were constantly destroyed, but they quickly reappeared. They also killed several Overlord Saint puppets, which made evil ancestor Xianxia frown slightly. If they continued fighting like this, he would definitely be the one to suffer heavy losses. Zhou Xuanji's power had already exceeded his expectations, and he understood that he could no longer obtain Zhou Xuanji. Let's stop. Rather than letting both sides suffer, why don't we sit down and talk? You should be able to sense that there are many existences spying on you from afar. Evil ancestor Xianxia asked, his voice clearly reaching Zhou Xuanji's ears. Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and stopped. The other Overlord Saint puppets stopped almost at the same time. The 3 Great Li avatars came up behind Zhou Xuanji and stood back to back, like 3 sharp legendary swords. Zhou Xuanji asked, "What do you want to talk about?" Evil ancestor Xianxia was very strong, which made him think of Emperor Zhao. Emperor Zhao also had many puppets, but they were nothing compared to evil ancestor Xianxia's Overlord Saint puppet. Evil ancestor Xianxia flew over and stopped 10 feet away from him. He said leisurely, "Your potential is very strong, beyond my expectations. Do you want to join hands in the future?" Zhou Xuanji laughed. "You wanted to kill me before, and now you're begging me to cooperate with you. Don't you think you're too much?" Evil ancestor Xianxia shook his head and couldn't help laughing. He then said seriously, "This is the law of the Kunlun Origin Court. There are no eternal enemies. You are new here, so it's best to get to know some people from other divine ranges. Only then will you know whether the longbow divine range is good or not." This sentence made Yu Shinzhong, who was in the castle outside, curse loudly. Too shameless. Not only did they poach people, but they also trampled on the longbow divine range. The other spectators were all ridiculing Yu Shinzhong. Most of them wanted the longbow divine range to hand over Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji was really not suitable to stay in the longbow divine range. Throughout the history of the longbow divine range, there had never been a 9-star genius. A divine range like this wanted to dominate a 12-star genius? Aren't they afraid of bursting to death? Yu Xinzhong's face turned purple when he heard this. He wanted to flare up, but he was afraid of making too many enemies. Yu Xianxia was also very angry, and her hands were tightly clenched into fists. She could only turn her anger into anticipation, hoping that Zhou Xuanji could stay in the longbow divine range forever and lead the longbow divine range to become stronger. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji spoke. Scram. The next time we meet, it's either you die or I die. Zhou Xuanji said expressionlessly. Upon hearing this, evil ancestor Shichan's face instantly turned cold. Evil ancestor Shichan didn't say any nonsense and directly turned to leave. Seeing how tough Zhou Xuanji was, Yu Xinzhong let out a loud roar to vent his displeasure. The other spectators snorted in disdain, thinking that Zhou Xuanji was crazy. Such a stubborn person would not live long. After evil ancestor Shichan left, Zhou Xuanji flew toward another place with a strong aura of life. Since there were so many worms that wanted to kill him, he would just deliver himself to them. Seeing Zhou Xuanji force evil ancestor Shichan to retreat, the creatures who wanted to make a move were naturally frightened. They didn't dare to overestimate themselves anymore and fled. It had to be said that these creatures were all very powerful, and they all had their own ways of escaping. Zhou Xuanji was unable to catch up to a single one of them. Finally, Zhou Xuanji stopped halfway up the hill and began cultivating. He brought out the bodies of the 4 demon gods and scattered them in all directions. They were 10 feet away from each other. If an enemy attacked, he could react in an instant. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had once again entered a state of cultivation, Yu Xinzhong and his daughter no longer panicked. Even evil ancestor Shichan couldn't do anything to Zhou Xuanji. The outcome was already set. No one could eliminate Zhou Xuanji. Time flew by. About 2 months later, the great elimination was finally over. Zhou Xuanji felt an extremely powerful force wrapping around him before he was teleported away. When he opened his eyes again, he was back in the ancient castle. He was surrounded by a sea of people. He saw evil ancestor Shichan at a glance, and evil ancestor Shichan was also looking at him. When their eyes met, evil ancestor Shichan made a gesture of cutting his throat. In response, Zhou Xuanji's lips curled up. He slightly raised his chin, revealing a contemptuous smile. Evil ancestor Shichan quickly left. This enmity had already been formed. He must be prepared early. With Zhou Xuanji's talent, he would definitely advance by leaps and bounds. At that time, evil ancestor Shichan had entered the Kunlun origin court much earlier than Zhou Xuanji. God knew how many tens of thousands of years he would have to wait to meet him again in the Great Elimination. Zhou Xuanji quickly flew up to Yu Xinzhong and his daughter. Good boy. Good boy. You are so proud of us. How about it, do you like my little daughter? I will betroth her to you directly. Yu Xinzhong excitedly patted Zhou Xuanji's shoulder. Yu Xianxia, who was next to him, became shy after hearing this. Zhou Xuanji shook his head with a smile. He didn't agree. He had a good impression of Yu Xianxia, but he didn't like her. The two didn't have a deep interaction. If he married her, wouldn't Zhou Xuanji have an extra burden? If the longbow divine range was in trouble in the future, he wouldn't be able to escape. He would have to help. Just thinking about it made him feel a headache. There was no gratitude between him and the longbow divine range. There was only mutual benefit. Everyone around looked at Zhou Xuanji in amazement. After today, Zhou Xuanji had completely established himself in the Kunlun origin court. They quickly left. After leaving the ancient castle, Zhou Xuanji asked, "It is said that there are many places in the Kunlun origin court suitable for cultivation and comprehension of the great Tao. How can I go there?" He had heard about this from the Black Cat. There were some cultivation places that could help him become stronger quickly. In every origin city, there is a Tao tower that requires merit points to enter. After we return, I will give you my merit points and personally take you there. Yu Xinzhong laughed heartily. As the head of the Yu family, he had no lack of merit points. Merit points were the most important currency of the Kunlun origin court. As long as you had enough merit points, you could have anything you wanted. The so-called merit points were related to one's contribution to the Kunlun origin court. The specific missions could be accepted by the various divine ranges. This also ensured that the missions were monopolized by the powerful divine ranges. After completing the mission, he would head to the origin city to exchange for merit points. The origin city was the main city of the Kunlun origin court. It was located between the various divine ranges and wasn't much smaller than the divine ranges. Zhou Xuanji could not wait to cultivate the greatly divine suppressor technique. After returning to the Longbow divine ranges Yu family's giant city, Zhou Xuanji returned to his room to rest. Yu Xinzhong went to report the news and prepare merit points for Zhou Xuanji. The fact that Qiu Hu, Sheng Tiandao, and Si Mengyan had yet to return worried him. The next day, the three finally returned. They were all seriously injured. After landing, they had to support each other. Zhou Xuanji came to the courtyard and took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword to treat them. "Master, how are you?" Qiu Hu asked weakly as though he had lost half of his life. Zhou Xuanji replied calmly, "Not bad. I broke through a small level." The three looked at each other in dismay and smiled bitterly. Comparisons were odious. Chapter 662. Qiu Hu, Sheng Tiandao, and Si Mengyan returned to the house to recuperate. Although they had successfully teamed up in the Great Elimination, their souls had been injured, and they could not recover in a short period of time. However, they were still very excited. After all, they had obtained the opportunity to break through to the Sage Realm in addition to escaping from death. This was not the heavenly law universe. Becoming a sage did not require the recognition of the heavenly law. With magic power and comprehension, everything would fall into place. 3 days later, Yu Xinzhong finally came to Zhou Xuanji. He asked Zhou Xuanji to take out his identity medallion. Under Zhou Xuanji's gaze, Yu Xinzhong also took out his ID card. The two ID cards were placed together and glowed. Shortly after, Yu Xinzhong returned the medallion to Zhou Xuanji. "Scan it with your spiritual force, and you will be able to see your merit points. Some missions come with other rewards. If you are able to complete such missions in the future, these rewards will also be recorded in your identity card." Yu Xinzhong said with a smile. During this period of time, he had been in a very good mood, and he was usually grinning from ear to ear. Zhou Xuanji immediately scanned his divine will into his identity medallion. Immediately after, he saw a screen of light that only he could see. It was like the attribute list of the Supreme Legendary Sword System. Merit points, 84321. Was this a lot of points? He was too embarrassed to ask directly, so he opened his eyes and nodded at Yu Xinzhong. "Since you have already passed the first elimination, from now on, you can merge your identity card into your identity imprint. This will prevent it from being stolen or lost." Yu Xinzhong reminded. The more he looked at Zhou Xuanji, the more he liked him. He was thinking about how to marry Yu Zhongxiu to this guy. As long as he settled down, this kid would be able to stay in the Longbow divine range. Zhou Xuanji nodded but did not fuse the ID medallion into his right arm. He felt that it was not safe to do so. What if the medallion exploded? He still chose to put it in the Supreme Storage. The Supreme Warehouse was at least another space. "Can you take me to the Dao Pagoda in Origin City today?" Zhou Xuanji asked. Yu Xinzhong nodded and turned around to lead the way with a smile. He sighed in his heart. So this kid was a cultivation maniac. With such a terrifying aptitude, he was still thinking about cultivating all day long. It was really unreasonable. Under Yu Xinzhong's lead, Zhou Xuanji left the Longbow Divine Range again. They passed through the spatial barrier of the Divine Range. What entered Zhou Xuanji's eyes were massive pillars of light that looked like towers. They rose from the dense fog at the bottom to the top where no one could see. Divine Vein. This was his first time seeing the scene outside the Divine Range. The Kunlun Cosmos. The Kunlun Cosmos was filled with Kunlun essence energy, especially at the bottom and top. The gray fog-like Kunlun essence energy condensed into two oceans. Those divine veins were interspersed, like lines connecting the top and bottom of the Kunlun Cosmos. They were of different colors. Each divine range was massive. Even though they were far away, they still gave Zhou Xuanji a strong visual impact. Countless creatures moved about in the Kunlun universe. There were also many huge cities between the divine veins. From a distance, they looked like pearls flickering with light. Apart from those divine ranges, you have to be careful of many other spaces. They might look ordinary, but they might have already been occupied by some divine ranges. If you are not careful and enter the territory of other divine ranges, they have the right to kill you. Many outsiders didn't distinguish clearly and died without knowing why, Yu Xinzhong explained to Zhou Xuanji. Yu Xinzhong introduced to Zhou Xuanji. He pointed to some fluctuating spatial areas. Those spaces were where the divine ranges were produced. There might be a vast world or a city in an independent realm hidden inside. Zhou Xuanji listened carefully. He suddenly looked up and saw a huge vortex at the top of the Kunlun universe. There was a halo in the center of the vortex that seemed to lead to another universe. Stop looking. That's the center of power of the Kunlun origin court, the domain of gods. Even the sovereign is there. Anyone who enters without being summoned by the origin court will be turned into ashes without exception, Yu Xinzhong said, shaking his head. Yu Xinzhong shook his head. Every outsider who entered the Kunlun cosmos would be attracted by the deity domain. Domain of gods. The name was really pretentious. Zhou Xuanji curled his lip and didn't ask further. Following Yu Xinzhong, he entered the nearest origin city. The bright light on the surface of the origin city gave off a warm feeling. Passing through the layer of light, there was a huge city below. Countless towers towered into the clouds. At the edge of the giant city was a sea of white clouds that looked like a cloud wall. The streets were wide, the buildings were tall, and the shapes of the buildings were all kinds of strange. Looking left and right, he could see many creatures going in and out. Some were riding on mounts, and some were stepping on artifacts. Their cultivations were all different. The aura of the saints was the most common, but he also sensed many unfathomable auras. Some of the creatures even gave him the feeling that he was facing the black cat and old ancestor longbow. Yu Xinzhong brought him and landed in front of a Dao pagoda. The Dao pagoda was completely black, like a black pillar. Every 100 feet, there was a door that could only be flown out, not in. In front of the door at the bottom, a group of soldiers in black armor were guarding. All of them had Saint Realm cultivation. The leader was a Dao-treading saint. Go in directly. Someone will introduce you to them. I will pick you up after a year, Yu Xinzhong said with a smile. Yu Xinzhong said with a smile. The merit points he gave Zhou Xuanji allowed him to cultivate in a decent cultivation room for a year or two. Zhou Xuanji nodded and walked in. Only after seeing Zhou Xuanji walk through the door did he leave with peace of mind. After entering the Dao Tower, Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw several spiral stone steps at the edge of the Dao Tower, leading to higher floors. The first floor was nearly 100 feet high and covered an area of a few miles. Many creatures were meditating and cultivating. There was a stone platform in front of him. 26 charming women were sitting on benches. Behind them was a light screen with a few lines of words. 1-star Dao room, 10 merit points a day. 2-star Dao room, 100 merit points a day. 3-star Dao room, 1,000 merit points a day. 4-star Dao room, 10,000 merit points a day. There were 7-star Dao rooms in total. The highest one cost 10 million merit points a day. Zhou Xuanji cursed in his heart. So Yu Xinzhong is this poor? He took a deep breath and walked up to the stone platform. He took out his ID card and was about to speak. At this moment, a young man in animal skin clothes rushed over and said anxiously, I want to challenge the breakthrough ranking. Here are 10,000 merit points. The young man had long hair like a wild lion. His face was rugged and his voice was extremely loud. Okay, please wait a moment, senior. The woman in front of him took the identity card and registered him. Zhou Xuanji asked curiously, Brother, what is the breakthrough ranking? The wild young man glanced at him and said weakly, The breakthrough ranking is a ranking for gambling merit points. You have to pay at least 10,000 merit points. If you can break through quickly in the Dao room, you can get a huge amount of merit points. Every time someone enters the breakthrough ranking, each Dao tower will show it. This is also an opportunity to become famous. Zhou Xuanji's eyes lit up. He was in need of merit points. Chapter 663. Hello, senior. You can go directly to the vacant 1-star room. The moment you step in, the breakthrough ranking challenge will begin immediately. The Dao Pagoda woman returned the ID card to the wild young man and said with a charming smile. Her eyes seemed to be hinting at something. The wild young man ignored her and turned to leave. Zhou Xuanji turned to the woman facing him and asked, "How long can I challenge the breakthrough ranking with 10,000 merit points?" The woman facing him looked a little cold and elegant. She was still wearing a bewitching makeup. She replied, 3 months. The 1-star room was only 10 merit points a day. 3 months would be more than 900 merit points. This is really a gamble. Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, "What is the reward for the challenge?" The cold and elegant woman patiently replied, "The Dao Pagoda has a spirit. It can measure your progress according to your speed of breakthrough. It's hard to explain the specific criteria. The speed of cultivation in different realms can't be compared. It also takes into account your own aptitude. You just need to cultivate hard and enter the top 10,000 of the tower's breakthrough ranking. You will get 20,000 merit points. If you enter the top 10,000 of the citywide breakthrough ranking, you will get 100,000 merit points. This is the lowest reward for each threshold." Zhou Xuanji understood. He immediately took out his ID card and said, "I want to challenge the breakthrough ranking." The women around him immediately agreed after hearing his question. They all shook their heads and laughed. Another idiot with wishful thinking. 12-star aptitude. The cold and elegant woman suddenly exclaimed, drawing the attention of all the creatures on the first floor of the hall. The women behind the stone platform hurriedly gathered together and confirmed that the ID card showed 12-star aptitude. The most recent 12-star aptitude, Zhou Xuanji of the Longbow Divine Range. Zhou Xuanji remained calm, ignoring the gazes around him as he waited for the cold and elegant woman to register. The cold and elegant woman noticed his gaze. Her cheeks turned red as she quickly began to register Zhou Xuanji. "He is Zhou Xuanji? 12-star aptitude. He is the only one in the Kunlun Origin Court. I just got the news that even evil ancestor Shichan suffered a loss in front of him." "Really? 12-star? TSK, he is going to challenge the breakthrough ranking. I guess he can reach the top of the tower and the top 100 in the city?" The creatures pointed at him and discussed in a low voice. No one dared to come forward and strike up a conversation, because Zhou Xuanji did not look friendly at first glance. His face was expressionless, and he might get angry. After all, geniuses were all arrogant. Soon, the cold-looking lady returned the ID medallion to Zhou Xuanji and said carefully, "Senior, hello. You can go to the empty 1-star room directly. The moment you step in, the breakthrough ranking challenge will begin immediately." She heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, she did not offend Zhou Xuanji just now. Zhou Xuanji nodded and left with his identity medallion. The first floor was a waiting area. Some star-ranked Dao rooms were full, so one could only wait. Of course, most of the creatures were there to freeload the free spirit qi. The spirit qi and the great path in the Dao Pagoda were stronger than in the outside world. Zhou Xuanji walked up the stone steps and came to the second level. He saw rows of stone houses, and the doors were marked with the words, 1 star without spirit, or 1 star occupied. He didn't look around. He quickly found a 1-star stone house without any spiritual energy and pushed the door open. After closing the door, he found a groove on the side, so he took out his identity card and pressed it. With a bang, a violent spiritual energy filled the entire stone house. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. So awesome? The space inside the house was quite large. It was 10 feet in length, width, and height. From the outside, it looked like a completely different room. He put away the ID medallion, came to the center of the house, and sat down cross-legged. The 4 demon gods appeared, responsible for absorbing the spiritual energy. He began cultivating the greatly divine suppressor technique, absorbing Dao energy. The great Dao here, Zhou Xuanji was pleasantly surprised. The great Dao in the Dao room was much stronger than the one he felt in the Yu clan's guest room. He quickly immersed himself in cultivation. At the same time, the news that a 12-star genius had joined the breakthrough ranking challenge spread quickly. In less than a day, the whole city knew about it. A 12-star genius was really eye-catching. Many geniuses immediately entered various Dao towers to challenge the breakthrough ranking, trying to stop Zhou Xuanji's ranking. This was a good opportunity to step on a 12-star genius to become famous. Even if he failed, there was no loss. Zhou Xuanji was oblivious to the outside world's turmoil. He was focused on cultivating the greatly divine suppressor technique. The next day he refined another greatly avatar. From then on, he could refine another greatly avatar every day. 7 days later, 10 greatly avatars stood behind him. He had also officially mastered the first level of the greatly divine suppressor technique. The reason why he was so fast was thanks to barbaric ultimate god's teachings. In the battle with evil ancestor Shichan, Zhou Xuanji had learned a lot. This time, with the help of the Dao room, he succeeded naturally. The first level was actually not difficult. After all, he had barbaric ultimate god to guide him. What was difficult was what came after. Even someone as powerful as barbaric ultimate god had only reached the 5th level. After breaking through the first level, Zhou Xuanji's cultivation speed doubled. He absorbed Dao energy faster. Although he was still cautious, his efficiency was more than 5 times higher than before. He was in a good mood, immersed in the comfort of Dao energy tempering his body. As he absorbed more and more Dao energy, the great Dao's rejection of him became weaker and weaker. He had already embarked on the cultivation path of Dao treading saint ahead of time. At this moment, on the first floor of the Dao Tower, where he was, the scene on the light screen behind the stone platform changed. The list of the top 10,000 was changing. The top 10,000 here only took the best results of the creatures. So even if there were 10,000 people on the list, there were still few changes. Zhou Xuanji's name appeared at the bottom of the breakthrough ranking. Seeing this, the creatures gathered on the first floor cried out in surprise. He entered the top 10,000 in just 7 days? He's still moving forward. Wow, he suddenly entered the top 500. A 12-star genius is too powerful. He's really powerful. It's not impossible for him to enter the first place in 3 months. The creatures sighed in amazement. They ignored a message that appeared at the top of the screen. It was about Yi Jun breaking through to the 10th place in the city. The results of the top 100 in the city would be announced in all the Dao towers. It was said that there was also the strongest breakthrough ranking, which was the top 100 in all the Dao towers. It was very difficult for new names to appear on that ranking. Time continued to pass. 10 days later, Zhou Xuanji entered the top 1,000. His movements had already attracted many creatures to come and watch. The first floor of the Dao Tower was already overcrowded. The Longbow Divine Range also received news that Zhou Xuanji was challenging the breakthrough ranking. Yu Xinzhong, Yu Zhongxiu, and dozens of experts from the Longbow Divine Range hurried over. This kid is really troublesome. Yu Xinzhong sighed, but his tone was very excited. He liked this side of Zhou Xuanji. The more impressive the better. The more famous the Longbow Divine Range was, the more geniuses it could attract to join. Chapter 664. A storm was brewing outside, but Zhou Xuanji was still focused on cultivation. His cultivation was constantly growing, and when his physical body had completely transformed into a body of the Great Path, the saint power that he had generated would become the power of the Great Path. At this rate, I will break through to Overlord Saint level 6 soon. Zhou Xuanji thought happily. The great Dao energy was indeed powerful. If not for the old Immortal teaching him how to comprehend the Dao realm, he would not have been able to cultivate so smoothly. Not only that, but his violet demon monarch's heart could also perfectly withstand the great Dao energy. All the serendipity added up to make him what he was. None of them could be missing. He cultivated while trying to comprehend the greatly divine suppressor technique. The greatly divine suppressor technique was indeed peerless. Just the qi circulation technique alone was ever-changing. With his current attainments, he was still far from reaching level 2. But a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. He was not discouraged but was full of fighting spirit. He loved the feeling of growing stronger. Time passed day by day. Halfway through the 3-month period of the breakthrough ranking, Zhou Xuanji successfully reached the top 10 of the breakthrough ranking and the top 1,000 in the entire city. This had already shaken the entire origin city. It even attracted the attention of the nearby divine ranges. Old Ancestor Longbow came to the back of Yu Shenzhong and his daughter. Before he could speak, he heard Yu Shenzhong's body trembling as he mumbled, "Keep going forward. Keep going forward." Old Ancestor Longbow shook his head in laughter and said, "Shenzhong, did you give him too few merit points? Or else, why would he take the breakthrough ranking challenge?" He sounded a little dissatisfied. He thought that Zhou Xuanji could grow stronger for a while before taking the breakthrough ranking challenge, which might shake the entire Kunlun origin court. After all, there were not many 12-star geniuses in the Kunlun origin court. Yu Shenzhong heard him and immediately bowed. "Old Ancestor, I was wrong. I thought," he said in fear. Old Ancestor Longbow stared at him and scolded, "If you can't treat him wholeheartedly, hand him over to the other clans." Yu Shenzhong was almost scared out of his wits. He quickly promised. He thought that Zhou Xuanji just wanted to give it a try, which was why he gave him 80,000 merit points. If he knew this, he would have given him hundreds of thousands or even millions of merit points. "Old Ancestor Longbow, your Longbow divine range is truly blessed." A burst of laughter rang out from the side, causing Longbow Patriarch, Yu Shenzhong, and the others to turn their heads. They saw a middle-aged man walking over with large strides, escorted by several dozen subordinates. As soon as he saw him, Longbow Ancestor's smile quickly disappeared, and he even snorted coldly. Outside the Kunlun origin court, a black iron palace was floating in the Void Realm. Inside the hall, the Void Boundary God sat on the main seat, and the Void Boundary 13 emperors half-knelt in the hall. Barbarian God Huang Luo, Buddha Yang Ling, the Old Beggar, Gu Tianxia, and Su Qing were imprisoned next to him. The atmosphere was extremely oppressive, and it caused Barbarian God Huang Luo and the others to be on the verge of being unable to catch their breaths. The Flame Emperor braced himself and said, "Chief God, we are useless. Please punish us." He had waited in the heavenly law universe for so many years, but he still let the exterminating divine eyes slip away. The other great sovereigns followed suit. "Don't worry, Chief God. We will do our best to find Zhou Xuanji. We have found old ancestor Inxin's whereabouts. He just left the Kunlun origin court. He sold Zhou Xuanji to the Kunlun origin court as a slave. There is still hope to find him. This brat is too lucky." The Void Boundary 13 emperors were furious. They kept cursing Zhou Xuanji to vent their emotions. A mere overlord saint had made them so embarrassed. How could they accept it? "Let's end this here," the Void Boundary God suddenly said, stunning the Void Boundary 13 emperors. The 6 people in the cage were also stunned. What does this mean? Could it be that Zhou Xuanji is already? The old beggar trembled all over, holding his head in pain. Looking back at his past, he had accepted so many disciples, but none of them had a good ending. Gu Tianxia frowned, staring at the Void Boundary God. Zhou Xuanji joined the Longbow Divine Range and was tested to be a 12-star genius. Now, the Longbow Divine Range is fully nurturing him. It won't be long before his status surpasses mine. After some time, choose one of you to go and apologize to me, the Void Boundary God said expressionlessly. The Void Boundary God said expressionlessly. He tried to pretend that he didn't care, but in fact, his heart was in turmoil. Well, the Void Boundary 13 emperors were shocked. The old beggar and the others also opened their eyes wide. They couldn't believe their ears. What? How long has it been? Zhou Xuanji had already established himself in the Kunlun origin court? The Water Emperor said in a trembling voice, "How is this possible? 12-star. How could such a prodigy be born in that heavenly law universe?" The other Void Boundary emperors were also in a daze. An unprecedented fear welled up in their hearts. A 12-star prodigy. If Zhou Xuanji grew up, what kind of height would he reach? The more they thought about it, the more afraid they became. Void Boundary God looked at the old beggar and the others and said, "Do you want to live?" Barbarian God Huang Luo immediately came back to his senses and nodded vigorously. "We can help you ask Zhou Xuanji for mercy." Buddha Yang Ling's mouth twitched. He really wanted to say that he could speak in front of Zhou Xuanji, but at this moment, this was all they could do. Otherwise, in order to silence them, the void boundary god would probably kill them. I hope you can understand the situation. Even if he is dissatisfied with us, it is impossible for him to cause trouble for us because we are directly under the control of the origin court. I am doing this so that both sides will not fall out with each other, so that we can meet each other in the future. The void boundary god said indifferently. Upon hearing this, barbarian god Huang Luo nodded vigorously. The old beggar and Gu Tianxia were still in a trance. They could not imagine how Zhou Xuanji did it. 12-star aptitude, how did he prove it? Too many doubts occupied their hearts, making it difficult for them to come back to their senses for a long time. Inside the Dao Tower. Boom! Zhou Xuanji finally broke through and reached Overlord Saint level 6. There was still a month before the end of the breakthrough ranking. When he realized that he could not make any progress in the greatly divine suppressor technique, he began to calm his mind. He was preaching the great Dao's voice to himself. In this absolute tranquility, his cultivation was actually increasing at an even faster rate. At this moment, the ground floor was already crowded with people. All of them came because of the fame of Zhou Xuanji. They wanted to see Zhou Xuanji's elegance. More than 50 divine ranges had sent their people. Time continued to pass. Demon god Nanming became an overlord saint perhaps because he was not a living being or because he did not encounter the lightning tribulation in the Dao Tower. 3 days later, demon god Jihuang broke through to overlord saint level 1. Demon god Tianwu broke through to overlord saint level 1. 2 days later, the demon ancestor also broke through to overlord saint level 1. So far, Zhou Xuanji's 4 demon god avatars had all reached the overlord saint level. His physical strength had also transformed and reached an incredible level. This did not disturb Zhou Xuanji. He was still comprehending the great Dao. In this state of absolute peace, he seemed to be in another world. The great Dao around him seemed to be alive, hovering around him joyfully. Chapter 665. With only 10 days left before the 3-month deadline, Zhou Xuanji became the first on the breakthrough ranking and the 36th in the entire city. With the cultivation of Overlord Saint, it was his first time challenging the breakthrough ranking. It was already amazing enough. One should know that most of the top 10,000 cultivators in the city had challenged the breakthrough ranking countless times to reach their current ranking. However, Cloud City had a lot of people. The strength of Cloud City was determined by the surrounding divine ranges. Although Zhou Xuanji's 12-star aptitude was devilish, it could only be in this area. In Cloud City, which was among the top 1,000 divine ranges, the breakthrough ranking was even more terrifying. In the last 10 days, Zhou Xuanji could not continue to break through, but he was still very satisfied. When he walked out of the Dao room, he found many creatures wandering in the corridor. When they saw him, they all turned to look at him. Zhou Xuanji calmly walked toward the stone steps at the edge. He was in a good mood and was still thinking about his next cultivation plan. He wanted to take root in the Dao Tower. When he came to the first floor, he saw a sea of people below. Countless creatures were looking at him. Well done. Yu Shenzhong waved his hand excitedly, without the demeanor of a clan lord. Yu Zhongxiu also waved at Zhou Xuanji. The entire first floor was in an uproar. He is Zhou Xuanji? Overlord Saint level 6. With such cultivation, he became the first in the tower? I don't believe it. What a handsome young man. Did he really rush up from another low-level universe? 12-star aptitude. All the creatures began discussing among themselves. Most of them looked at him with burning passion in their eyes. Zhou Xuanji came to the stone platform in a flash. Ignoring the gazes around him, he took out his ID medallion and asked the cold-looking woman who received him before, "I'm in the breakthrough ranking, right? How many merit points can I get?" He had already heard the discussions of the other creatures and knew his ranking. The cold-looking woman took over his ID medallion and said respectfully, "You are ranked 25th in the whole city. You have received 2.5 million merit points." Zhou Xuanji was shocked. So much? He became rich overnight? The surrounding creatures all looked at him with admiration and admiration. Yu Shenzhong was a little embarrassed. He gave Zhou Xuanji more than 80,000 merit points, but Zhou Xuanji earned 2.5 million merit points straight away. It was a slap to his face. Old Ancestor Longbow walked up to Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, "My little friend, you're really awesome. It's all my fault. I didn't know that you needed merit points. And Yu Xinzhong, that brat, is really something. Without merit points, he doesn't even know how to use the clan storage." As he spoke, he deliberately glared at Yu Xinzhong. Yu Xinzhong hurriedly smiled apologetically and apologized to Zhou Xuanji, claiming that it was his inconsideration. Zhou Xuanji could only laugh but did not hold a grudge. He waved his hand and said, "It's not a big deal. I'm just curious. I can cultivate and earn merit points at the same time. Of course, I want to try. Even if he gives me a lot of merit points, I will still try." Yu Xinzhong felt grateful to Zhou Xuanji for giving him a way out. He had given Zhou Xuanji money, but Zhou Xuanji did not mind. Instead, he was grateful? It sounded strange, but it was the truth. People from other divine ranges swarmed toward Zhou Xuanji, trying to get close to him. Some even invited Zhou Xuanji to join their divine ranges. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji enjoyed the treatment of being surrounded by stars. Old Ancestor Longbow immediately asked someone to stop them. He furiously shouted, "All of you, get out of my way. I'm still here. Who dares to poach me?" For Zhou Xuanji, he no longer cared about offending others. Zhou Xuanji knocked on the table of the stone platform and asked, "Is there no order in your Dao Tower?" Hearing this, the cold-looking woman immediately asked the other women next to her to call for help. After 3 breaths, a bell rang in the tower, deafening everyone. Except for Zhou Xuanji and the people of Longbow Divine Range, all the other creatures were moved out. The Dao Tower is an important place. No noise. A majestic voice came from the top of the Dao Tower. Even the creatures outside the tower could hear it. Old Ancestor Longbow let out a long sigh. He patted Zhou Xuanji's shoulder and said with a smile, "Little friend Xuanji, I didn't misjudge you." Zhou Xuanji's actions had proven his position. He swore in his heart that he would never mistreat Zhou Xuanji. If such a genius wanted to leave, there would definitely be a lot of divine ranges willing to take him in. But until today, Zhou Xuanji had never mentioned this matter. He didn't ask other divine ranges either. He just wanted to focus on cultivation. A genius who could be so focused on cultivation was worth cultivating with all their might. "For the next period of time, I plan to cultivate here for a long time," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. The past 3 months made him feel very good, and he could not wait to continue. Next, his goal was a higher-level Dao room. He wanted to break through to the Dao-treading Saint realm as soon as possible. "I will send someone to wait in front of the Dao Tower. If you come out, you can look for him directly. He will wear the uniform of our Longbow Divine Range." Old Ancestor Longbow nodded with a smile. In his heart, he was thinking about how to rope in Zhou Xuanji. Marry the proud daughter of the Divine Range to him? Old Ancestor Longbow couldn't help but look at Yu Zhongxiu. His eyes became thoughtful. After a while, the cold-looking woman returned the identity medallion to Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji chatted with Old Ancestor Longbow and the others for a while before turning around and walking up the stone steps. Such an ascetic cultivation maniac. Yu Xinzhong sighed in amazement. If he had such a talent, he might be able to live a carefree life and cultivate occasionally. One day was equivalent to 1,000 days of hard work. Old Ancestor Longbow looked at Yu Zhongxiu and chuckled. "Xiu, what do you think of him?" Yu Zhongxiu heard him and lowered her head shyly. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji flew up the stone steps. He planned to enter the 4-star Dao room, which would cost him 10,000 merit points a day. By then, he would save tens of thousands of merit points to challenge the breakthrough ranking again. The 4-star Dao rooms were on the 20th floor and above. There were not many rooms here, and very few living beings came and went. He found a Dao room without spirit and walked in. After closing the door, he placed the identity medallion into the groove. Boom! The Dao room trembled violently. Spiritual chi that far exceeded that of a 1-star Dao room exploded. He could even sense the aura of the great Dao directly. The corner of his mouth curled up as he muttered, "This is the feeling." He sat down cross-legged and took out the 4 demon god bodies to focus on cultivation. He also took out the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus to absorb the spiritual chi here to strengthen the demon realm, the world in the Lotus, the northern wilderness region, and the Milky Way. Time passed day by day as he cultivated. A month later, he broke through to Overlord Saint level 7, and the 4 demon god bodies reached Overlord Saint level 2. His Dao will grew stronger day by day. If he used Sword Dao rules, his damage would be dozens of times more powerful than during the Great Elimination. He was still immersed in cultivation and did not think about the world. In the blink of an eye, another 5 months passed. He broke through to Overlord Saint level 8, and his demon god bodies all reached Overlord Saint level 4. When he opened his eyes, he felt so good that he could explode. The saint energy in his body had transformed, and it faintly contained the profoundness of Dao energy. Compared to when he first entered, his divine will was more than 100 times stronger. Chapter 666. After breaking through, Zhou Xuanji stretched his neck, got up, and stored away the demon god's body and the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. He was ready to go out for a walk. Cultivating all the time wasn't a good thing. He needed to relax properly. He wanted to see the local customs of the origin city. After leaving the 4-star Dao room, he walked down the stairs to the first floor and walked out of the Dao tower under the respectful and curious gazes of the creatures. Now, his portrait had spread all over the city. Almost every creature knew his face. As soon as he walked out, a man from the Longbow Divine range walked over quickly. "Senior Zhou, what can I do for you?" The man asked respectfully, looking nervous. The person in front of him was the treasure of the Longbow Divine range. If he didn't treat him well, he would be finished. Zhou Xuanji replied, "Nothing, I just want to walk around." He couldn't see through this person's cultivation. He should be a Dao-treading saint. It was impossible for the Longbow Divine range to send a Saint Realm subordinate to wait for him. The man immediately said, "I can lead the way. Wherever you want to go, I will take you there. If there's anything you don't understand, I can also tell you." Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before nodding. "What's your name?" "You can call me Qingjiu." "Okay." Zhou Xuanji led Qingjiu toward the street. The origin city was very big and lively. Many creatures came and went. No matter where they went, they could see creatures descending from the sky. The most important thing was that there was no law enforcement team here. Even so, there would be no fighting on the street. At most, there would be quarrels. "By the way, Senior, if you have time, you can go and get a vocation. With your 12-star aptitude, you should be able to get a very good position. It will give you more power in each origin city," Qingjiu reminded. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him upon hearing this. "Oh, can I become a soul guardian?" Qingjiu was stunned. "What is a soul guardian? Could it be?" He swallowed his saliva and asked, "Are you talking about the legendary soul source pool?" Zhou Xuanji nodded slightly, which almost made Qingjiu faint. "Isn't that a legend?" He smiled bitterly and said, "I'm afraid not. You can only choose a vocation under the realm of gods. If you want, I can take you to the vocation palace at any time." Zhou Xuanji smiled and asked, "Is there a vocation palace in this origin city? Is every city's profession palace the same?" Qingjiu nodded and said, "It's the same. The occupation palace mainly introduces all the occupations in the Kunlun universe. Some occupations have to go to a specific place to be tested, such as Void Boundary Deity, Void Boundary Emperor, Great Dao Master, Universe Prime God, and so on. Even Void Boundary Gods could take the test?" Zhou Xuanji squinted his eyes and became more interested in the vocation palace. If he wanted to settle down in the Kunlun origin court, he needed a job. Not only that, the professions don't belong to the divine ranges. They have direct superiors. This way, they can prevent some geniuses from being killed by the divine ranges. Qingjiu continued his introduction. He then raised his hand and signaled Zhou Xuanji to walk over there. The two of them walked towards the vocation palace. Along the way, Qingjiu introduced Zhou Xuanji to various professions. From small shop managers selling all kinds of things, to big ones like the Master of Gods. In the Kunlun origin court, there were also deity positions. Deity positions were also a profession that could be exchanged for with merit points. After becoming a deity position, one would inherit the power of rules. For some creatures with insufficient talent, this was an opportunity to soar into the sky. However, one needed talent to earn merit points. Void boundary gods and void boundary great emperors were one of the deity positions. What was even more ridiculous was that the divine ranges would also recruit clan leaders and divine range lords. The fate of all divine ranges was connected. If a divine range master died and they couldn't find a strong candidate, they would recruit divine range masters from the vocation palace. This vocation had extremely high requirements for cultivation, and the vocation palace would also consider the candidate's character. In other words, in the Kunlun origin court, as long as one had enough merit points, one could become anything. Except for one. The sovereign. After half an hour, they finally arrived at the vocation palace. The vocation palace covered an area of a few hundred miles. It was majestic and towering. Just the gate alone was 500 meters tall, and there was more than one gate. Countless creatures walked in and out in an endless stream. After the two entered the palace, Zhou Xuanji's gaze swept across the walls on both sides. He scanned the walls with his divine will, and as soon as he touched the walls, countless memories flooded into his mind. They were all about the introductions of various professions. All professions had aptitude requirements. He could choose from 12-star aptitude directly. There were hundreds of deity positions, and one could even become an origin city lord. But there were specific requirements for cultivation. Every creature can choose 3 professions. You can choose the one you like the first time. But when you choose the second profession, the required merit points will be doubled. Cheng Jiao's voice resounded in Zhou Xuanji's ears. He had also made up his mind. He planned to become a void boundary war god. This profession had a higher status than void boundary god. It specialized in hunting people who trespassed into the Kunlun origin court and capturing traders who escaped from the Kunlun origin court. Occasionally, it could also help to open up new universes. With the Kunlun origin court as the center, the universe was constantly expanding. New universes had to be explored by void boundary war gods and registered. They were like commodities that could be exchanged for with merit points. This profession was convenient for him to go out and fight. There were 2 requirements to become a void boundary war god. One had to reach the Dao ancestor realm and have 7-star aptitude or 9-star aptitude and disregard cultivation. Zhou Xuanji belonged to the latter. He told Xing Jiao about his idea. Void boundary war god? This deity position is indeed not bad. I need to find a void boundary deity position officer to assess it. There is a void boundary deity position officer in this vocation palace, Cheng Jiao replied. After that, he brought Zhou Xuanji to find a void boundary deity position officer. The vocation palace was huge and had many side palaces. Each side palace represented a different profession. Some of the side palaces were crowded, while some were deserted. They came to the void boundary war god's side palace. There were 12 people in line, both men and women. Their cultivations were unfathomable. They were all Dao ancestors. Zhou Xuanji and Qing Jiao's arrival attracted their attention. An overlord saint and a Dao-treading saint? The Dao ancestors raised their eyebrows slightly. They thought that they had gone to the wrong side palace. One of them said, "This is the vocation palace for void boundary war god." The nearby divine ranges rarely had geniuses with 9-star aptitude and above. There was one recently, a 12-star genius from the Longbow divine range. But he was only one, and he was cultivating hard in the Dao Tower. Hold on. Zhou Xuanji? The 12 Dao ancestors opened their eyes wide and sized Zhou Xuanji up. They had all seen Zhou Xuanji's portrait, but they did not pay much attention to it back then. Now that they took a closer look, Zhou Xuanji's face had completely merged with their memories. Cheng Jiao bowed to them and said to Zhou Xuanji, "Senior, I will wait for you outside." After that, Cheng Jiao turned around and left. Zhou Xuanji walked to the back of the line and nodded slightly to the 12 Dao ancestors. In front of him was a lady in a red palace dress. She had a delicate face and a beaded red jade crown. She asked softly, "Are you the rumored Zhou Xuanji?" Chapter 667. My name is indeed Zhou Xuanji. It's not worth mentioning. Zhou Xuanji nodded humbly, which made the 12 Dao ancestors look at each other in dismay. They did not expect this 12-star genius to be so low profile and not arrogant at all. And so, they began chatting. They were naturally curious about a 12-star genius, but they did not put on airs. As long as Zhou Xuanji did not die, he would surpass them sooner or later. Zhou Xuanji was willing to make friends with them. One more friend was better than one more enemy. Moreover, these people were not weak. These 12 Dao ancestors came from different divine ranges. It was either their second or third time choosing their vocations. In Kunlun Origin Court, other than the first vocation assessment that did not require merit points, the other two required merit points even if one was qualified. Of course, most living beings did not have enough talent and cultivation to choose a good vocation for the first time, so merit points were still needed. Not everyone was as talented as Zhou Xuanji. After a round of conversation, Zhou Xuanji got to know them. The most powerful one was a man named Yi Jun. He was in the top 10 of the breakthrough ranking not long ago. He came from the Tiangang divine range, which was very close to the top 1,000 divine ranges. It was considered the most powerful divine range here. Yi Jun looked very young and elegant. He was very friendly to Zhou Xuanji, as though he wanted to become sworn brothers with Zhou Xuanji. The calmest one was called Su Huang. He was dressed in black and looked like he was in his early 30s. He had a faint stubble on the side of his mouth and a stern face. He sized Zhou Xuanji up quietly with sharp eyes. The other Dao ancestors did not leave a deep impression on Zhou Xuanji. They were not familiar with each other either. Although your cultivation is not high, your aptitude is outstanding. Passing the test is almost a done deal. The one who spoke was the female Dao ancestor in a red dress in front of Zhou Xuanji. Her name was Nangong Jane. She smiled gently. Zhou Xuanji smiled softly and said, "Thank you for your kind words." The Void Boundary Deity Position officer wore a black robe with purple threads and a hat. It was pitch black inside, and his face could not be seen. He looked like a ghost. There was an inner hall behind him. After registration, one could enter the inner hall. Soon, it was Zhou Xuanji's turn. He took out his identity token. 12-star talent. You are not bad. Go in. The Void Boundary Deity Position officer stuck Zhou Xuanji's identity token on the golden mirror on his left hand and let him in. Zhou Xuanji put away his identity medallion and walked toward the gate of the inner palace. The creatures that came in later were secretly shocked. He was the 12-star genius, Zhou Xuanji? After entering the inner palace, Zhou Xuanji saw dozens of people waiting. The inner hall was brightly lit. Streaks of light and shadows flowed on the walls like movie projections, telling different stories about the emptiness boundary martial god. Zhou Xuanji attracted everyone's attention as soon as he came in. At this moment, the inner hall suddenly trembled violently. A strong light burst from the ground, and immediately after, they were teleported out. Zhou Xuanji saw the origin city shrinking rapidly. The Kunlun universe appeared before his eyes. Divine ranges that looked like pillars that supported the heavens came into view. They were rising rapidly. Nangong Jane walked to his side and said with a chuckle, "Don't be nervous. We're going to the Void Boundary Palace next. Maybe we can become a team in the future." Zhou Xuanji looked at her and asked curiously, "Team?" Nangong Jane nodded and said, "Just like the Void Boundary 13 Emperors, the Void Boundary War Gods also form teams of 13. At the same time, we can control 13 Void Boundary Great Emperors, and above us is the Void Boundary Heavenly Venerate." Zhou Xuanji was intrigued and asked, "What about Void Boundary God? You can't control it?" He still remembered the feeling when he looked up at the Void Boundary God in the cauldron. There is only one Emptiness Realm God in an Emptiness Realm. They don't belong to any divine range. They are basically full-time guards. When we arrive at their Emptiness Realm, we can order them, but we can't directly take them as our subordinates. Nangong Jane replied with a smile, enlightening Zhou Xuanji. He remembered Qingjiu saying that there was more than one void realm outside the Kunlun Origin Court. With the Kunlun Origin Court as the center, different areas of the void were divided into different directions. From top to bottom, The void between all the universes was controlled by the void-returning realm gods. They were like the security guards of the neighborhood, and the surrounding universe lords could ask them for help. The status of void boundary war gods was higher than that of void boundary gods, and they had more freedom. The surrounding Dao fathers all began to chat idly. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw a majestic sea of fog at the end of the beam. Lightning flashed and thunder roared, and he could vaguely see the silhouette of a palace. Not long after, they entered the void boundary palace from the bottom. After landing, there were noises coming from all directions. Zhou Xuanji turned around and saw that there were more than 500 people. He clicked his tongue in amazement. So many Dao ancestors were competing for Void Boundary War God in just one day? How many Void Boundary War Gods were there? How many Dao ancestors were there in the entire Kunlun origin court? At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's heart was in turmoil. He suddenly realized that he was still a frog in the well and underestimated the power of the Kunlun origin court. Silence! A majestic and domineering voice came, and everyone shut up in shock. Zhou Xuanji looked up and saw a black-robed figure who looked like a void boundary deity position official levitating in the air. Now, divide into teams. 13 to a team. If you fail to form a team, you will be eliminated immediately. The black-robed figure continued, and everyone began to move out in shock. Nangong Jin held Zhou Xuanji's arm and said with a smile, "Little brother, let's go together." Yi Jun, who was not far away, nodded at Zhou Xuanji. Su Huang walked over as well. The four of them gathered together, waiting for the other Dao ancestors to join. Some Dao ancestors that they knew in the queue also joined. Yi Jun did not reject them. Unknowingly, he became the leader. Time passed quickly. Soon, they formed a team of 13 people. Zhou Xuanji waited quietly. In the entire hall, his cultivation was the weakest. Other than them, there were some Dao-treading saints. According to Nangong Jin, those guys had a strong background and could buy a deity position with merit points. Wealth could move gods. It was suitable in many places. Finally, 11 creatures failed to form a team. They were expelled by the black-robed figure and sent back to their respective origin cities. Next, you will take the test one by one. After the test, you will form a new team. If anyone fails to form a team, it will still be considered as a failure, the black-robed figure said as he landed on the ground. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. This move was really vicious. The first time they formed a team, there might be friction, which would lead to the second time they formed a team. The first time they formed a team, there might be friction, which would lead to the second time they formed a team, and some creatures' leading positions would change. The first time they formed a team, there might be friction, which would lead to the second time they formed a team. No hurry. Let's wait for the test first, Yi Jun said to his team members with a smile. He looked very confident. Other than Zhou Xuanji, everyone in this team was a Dao ancestor. Moreover, he knew all of them and knew whether they had enough merit points. The other Dao ancestors who had not met Zhou Xuanji came up and chatted with him. The atmosphere was very harmonious. Chapter 668. One Dao father after another took the trial, and most passed. Zhou Xuanji's team was not the last to be assessed, and soon it was his turn. The Void Boundary Deity Position Officer looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, 12-star talent, pass directly. You can become a Void Boundary War God. After that, the Void Boundary Deity Position official returned Zhou Xuanji's identity medallion to him, indicating that he could leave. Zhou Xuanji was a little stunned before he walked over. Wasn't this a little too easy? It seemed like the sign of a 12-star aptitude was really impressive. He was in a good mood and walked over to Yi Jun and Nangong Jin. In the end, no one failed the test. Zhou Xuanji witnessed the amount of merit points they were exchanging. It was an astronomical number, as if there were 9 zeros. Next, split up and stand in line. Keep a distance of at least 15 feet from each other and wait for the Void Boundary Empyrean to come and claim you. After saying this, the Emptiness Boundary Deity Position official disappeared into thin air. The atmosphere in the Emptiness Boundary Palace became harmonious. From now on, they would all be Emptiness Boundary War Immortals, and they would see each other frequently. Naturally, They had to build a good relationship with each other. Although Zhou Xuanji's cultivation was the lowest, the number of people who tried to hit on him was one of the highest. He smiled and nodded at these people's self-introductions. His attitude made the Dao ancestors very satisfied with him. This genius really knew how to conduct himself. Those Dao-treading saints were a little dissatisfied. They became void boundary war gods not because of their talent but because of merit points. So, most of them were pampered since childhood and were used to seeing geniuses. They were not interested in Zhou Xuanji. Time ticked by. Soon, a vast and boundless aura descended. Everyone looked up and saw a burly man burning with dark blue flames floating in the air. His arms were crossed in front of his chest, and he wore a mighty armor with a black silk scarf wrapped around his shoulder. He was expressionless and wore an iron helmet that looked like a tiger's head. He looked down at the team below and said, "I am Heavenly Sage Xianxia. Zhou Xuanji's team, come out." Hearing this, everyone turned to look at Zhou Xuanji with envy in their eyes. Heavenly Sage Xianxia's reputation was not small. His strength surpassed that of Dao ancestor. When Zhou Xuanji was in the Yu family, the servants had mentioned the legend of Heavenly Sage Xianxia. He had lived for countless years and defeated countless experts. He was known as the Sun Ancestor God. Zhou Xuanji and the others immediately stepped forward. Yi Jun cupped his fists and said, "Sky Master, we will." Heavenly Sage Xianxia naturally recognized Zhou Xuanji. His cultivation was really eye-catching in the Void Boundary Palace. "From now on, you are my subordinates," Heavenly Sage Xianxia said in a deep voice, and with a wave of his right hand, he took Zhou Xuanji and the others away. As soon as they disappeared, the Void Boundary Palace instantly exploded. That's Empyrean Xianxia, one of the most powerful Void Realm Heavenly Venerables. This is a 12-star aptitude. If it were me, I would also snatch it. Zhou Xuanji has soared to the sky. In the future, with the protection of Heavenly Sage Xianxia, even the Longbow Divine Range will have to listen to him. We have to make friends with him in the future. That's right. Apart from those ancient existences, it's hard to find a 12-star genius every 10,000 years. Moreover, he's from another universe. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes again and found himself on a tall tower. In front of him was a boundless starry sky, and below him was a dense fog. Looking up, he could only see a boundless expanse. 12 people, including Yi Jun, Nangong Jane, and Su Huang, stood near him. At the edge of the railing, Heavenly Sage Xianxia's back was facing them, making them afraid to speak. "From now on, you will be a team. You will live and die together. I hope you can be tolerant of each other because the missions you will face are also very serious. The stronger your teammates, the greater your chances of survival. Every mission you will get the same merit points. For special situations such as when the whole team is on the verge of extinction and one of you turns the tide, under the recommendation of the whole team, you will get the most merit points in the mission reward," Heavenly Sage Xianxia said slowly. Heavenly Sage Xianxia said slowly as he turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and the others. Zhou Xuanji's mind was filled with the captives and mission rewards of Void Boundary War God. Every year, he would get 10,000 merit points, not including the merit points from missions. And the mission rewards accounted for the majority of the Void Boundary War God's income. Some missions could give hundreds of millions of merit points, at least 100,000. This also showed that the position of Void Boundary War God was very dangerous. Next, Heavenly Sage Xianxia asked Zhou Xuanji and the others to take out their identity cards. He then slapped their cards and returned them to them. "In the next year, I will choose missions for you. You have to be prepared when you go back. Your identity cards have been branded with the identity of Void Boundary War God. You can contact each other through the imprint of Void Boundary War God. Remember, don't use your power to bully the weak, understand?" Heavenly Sage Xianxia glanced at Zhou Xuanji and the others and said word by word. His eyes didn't stop on Zhou Xuanji. It seemed that Zhou Xuanji didn't attract his attention. "Understood." Everyone responded in unison. Heavenly Sage Xianxia nodded with satisfaction and said, "You will walk from the back later. This is the mission tower. You can learn about it. In addition to the first mission, you can also choose your own missions when you are free in the future. Remember, any mission must be based on the team. After saying this, Heavenly Sage Shen Yen disappeared. As soon as he disappeared, everyone heaved a sigh of relief. Yi Jun smiled and said, "From now on, everyone should be more tolerant of each other. Who knows when we might be saved by each other." As soon as he said this, everyone burst into laughter. Afterward, they walked toward the gate behind them while chatting. The mission tower was very big. It was very similar to the Dao Tower. The stairs spiraled down along the wall. It was about 10 feet wide. Various missions were reflected on the wall. One had to use their identity to accept the mission. As long as one person accepted the mission would also appear on the ID card of the entire team. Zhou Xuanji was very low-key. Although he had a 12-star aptitude, it was impossible for him to be the leader of the team. The gap between his cultivation and that of his teammates was too big. With Yi Jun and Nangong Jin taking care of him, he wasn't left out. Along the way, Zhou Xuanji saw all kinds of missions. These missions involved many strange mythical existences. Most of them were capture missions. They also indicated their strength. But this strength was not necessarily accurate. After a full 2 hours, they finally reached the first floor. Along the way, they encountered many teams. Many powerhouses were looking at Zhou Xuanji in astonishment. Because Overlord Saint Cultivation was really rare. They came to the teleportation gate and returned to their respective cloud cities one by one. Zhou Xuanji, Yi Jun, Nangong Jin, and Su Huang came from the same origin city. So they could teleport together. In the teleportation array, Nangong Jin smiled and said, "Little brother, I can protect you when the time comes." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and replied with a smile, "Don't worry, I have the power to protect myself. I chose this god position because I want to become stronger." Yi Jun teased, "Fairy Nangong, you are so attentive to him. Could it be that you have feelings for him?" Chapter 669. In the face of Yi Jun's teasing, Nangong Jin raised her eyebrows and said with a smile, "Little brother Xuanji is talented and handsome. So what if I have feelings for him?" When the other Dao ancestors heard this, they also laughed. Having cultivated to this point, they had seen all kinds of stunning beauties, so they weren't moved by Nangong Jin's beauty and didn't take her words seriously. This woman was only interested in Zhou Xuanji's talent. Zhou Xuanji maintained his smile and did not reply. He also didn't fancy Nangong Jin. He felt that it was enough to accept Xianxia. Only God knew how old Nangong Jin was. Compared to her, Xianxia was definitely not worth mentioning. In the Kunlun origin court, Xianxia was like a young girl. Very quickly, they returned to the origin city. After walking out of the Void Boundary War God Temple, Qingjiu greeted him. Zhou Xuanji said goodbye to his teammates and left with Qingjiu. "Senior, congratulations on becoming an Emptiness Boundary War God. You are also the only Emptiness Boundary War God in our Longbow Divine range." Qingjiu said respectfully. There weren't many Dao ancestors in the Longbow Divine range, and the Void Boundary War God was very dangerous. Those Dao ancestors weren't willing to take the risk, not to mention that there were other occupations that were more suitable for them. Zhou Xuanji nodded lightly and smiled, "Let's go back to the Yu clan. I want to see my 3 subordinates." He planned to let Zhou Shaoxian, Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, and the others take root in the Kunlun origin court. He would have to trouble the Longbow Divine range to help him register his identity. This matter shouldn't be too difficult. But before that, Jiang Shui and the others had to raise their cultivation to the Saint Realm. Even the worst had to be reaching Heaven level 10. Otherwise, it would be difficult for them to be eliminated. Along the way, he told Qingjiu about what had happened. Qingjiu patted his chest and promised that it was only a small matter and that he would immediately report it to the Longbow ancestor after they returned. There were so many living beings in the Longbow Divine range that it wouldn't be a problem to have a few hundred more people. Of course, the Longbow Divine range wouldn't be able to handle all the creatures in the Lotus world. This would also attract the attention of the Origin Court. Longbow Divine Range, Yu Clan. Zhou Xuanji returned to the courtyard. Qiu Hu, Sheng Tiandao, and Si Mingyan sensed his aura and walked out of their rooms. They were very excited because they had heard of Zhou Xuanji's might in the Origin City. Zhou Xuanji was in a good mood. He sat in the pavilion with them and told them about what had happened during this period of time. Knowing that Zhou Xuanji had already surpassed the Void Boundary God and the Void Boundary 13 Emperors, the three were dumbfounded. They couldn't come back to their senses for a long time. This kid was flying too fast. After coming to the Kunlun Origin Court, he seemed to have changed into a completely different person. He rushed all the way with unstoppable momentum. Now, the results he had achieved were unimaginable. Zhou Xuanji's experience stimulated the three of them. They swore that they would work hard to cultivate. After they broke through to the Saint Realm, they would head to the Origin City to choose a profession and develop themselves. After chatting for 2 hours, Zhou Xuanji returned to his room. He had demon god Nanming take the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus and went to Skyfall to gather Zhou Shaoxian, Jiang Shui, Xian Xianghua, Lady Zhao Xian, Xiao Jinghong, and the others. Now, Earth and Skyfall had built a teleportation formation. This included the demon world, which made it easier for them to travel. Father, are there any wonderful adventures that you want to tell us about recently? Zhou Shaoxian asked excitedly. The others were also looking forward to it. The little black snake flicked his forked tongue and chuckled, "Don't tell me you met Xian Xianghua again?" Hearing this, Jiang Shui and Xian Xianghua glared at him at the same time. Their murderous aura locked onto him, which scared him so much that he shivered and hid behind Chongming Demon Monarch. Zhou Xuanji began telling them about his experiences. From the aptitude test to the Great Elimination, to the Dao Tower Breakthrough Ranking, and finally to the Void Boundary War God test. Everyone's blood boiled as they listened. Awesome! Beixiao Wangjian clenched his fists and said excitedly. Chen Bantian, Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, and the others could not help but feel their blood boiling. It had only been a short time, and Zhou Xuanji's status had already surpassed the universe Lord Gods. The power and richness of the Kunlun Origin Court had opened the door to a new world for them. Revered teacher, are you bringing us to the Kunlun Origin Court? Xiao Jinghong asked, holding back his excitement. The others also looked at Zhou Xuanji expectantly. Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile and said, "Wait until you break through to the Saint Realm. Otherwise, you will not even be able to pass the lowest Great Elimination. In the future, I will improve the spiritual chi of the various worlds in the Lotus and strive to make the spiritual chi here reach the level of the Kunlun Origin Court." Everyone nodded, their eyes filled with desire. They also wanted to see what the Kunlun Origin Court was like with their own eyes. Following this, Zhou Xuanji gathered the entire Emperor Sword Court and planned to lead all of the court's disciples in cultivation. He continued to use his sword master haki to lead tens of millions of disciples in sword training while speaking about the great Dao's voice. To Emperor Sword Court's disciples, this was a great opportunity. Now, Zhou Xuanji was an Overlord Saint level 8. His body was about to transform into a great Dao body. 7 days later, he returned to the Kunlun Origin Court because someone had come looking for him. He put away demon god Nanming and the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus before walking out of the house. Yu Xinzhong and Yu Zhongxiu stood in the courtyard. Little friend Xianji, the Void Boundary God of the nearby region, has brought the Void Boundary 13 Emperors to visit you. He said that he had a misunderstanding with you and wants to apologize. He is currently receiving you in the Qian Hall. You can go and meet him. With the support of our longbow divine range, if you want him to kneel, he must kneel. Yu Xinzhong smiled and explained his background. Zhou Xuanji heard him and raised his brow. Qiu Hu and the other two rushed out excitedly. They said they wanted to see it too. Zhou Xuanji had no objections. The group flew toward the Qian Hall. The Qian Hall was located in the upper level of the longbow divine range. It was a hall for receiving guests. Of course, one had to have a certain status to enter the Qian Hall. After a while, they quickly came to the Qian Hall. Zhou Xuanji followed Yu Xinzhong inside and immediately saw the Void Boundary God's burly figure. Behind him were 13 figures kneeling. They were the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. Other than them, he also saw 5 other people. Buddha Yang Ling, Barbarian God Huang Luo, Old Beggar, Su Qing, and Gu Tianxia. Barbarian God Huang Luo was very excited. He knelt down immediately and shouted, "Master!" He looked like he was about to cry. He didn't look like a heavenly saint at all. Xiao Hu covered his face and cursed, "So embarrassing." The corner of Sheng Tiandao's mouth couldn't help but twitch. Void Boundary God turned around and looked at Zhou Xuanji. The Void Boundary 13 emperors trembled and didn't dare to turn their heads. Sitting on the main seat was a tall middle-aged man. He was also one of the Longbow Divine Range's Dao ancestors. He was very powerful. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, he got up and said with a smile, "Little friend Xuanji, you are finally here. I am the Longbow Divine Range's law enforcement elder. You can call me Old Qian." Facing the hope of the Longbow Divine Range, even though Old Qian was a Dao ancestor, he had to welcome him with a smile. This scene made the old beggar, Buddha Yang Ling, and the others feel even more complicated. When they first met Old Qian gave them a sense of oppression without being angry. But when they saw Zhou Xuanji, it was as if he had become another person, which greatly shocked them. Chapter 670. Zhou Xuanji cupped his fist and bowed to Old Qian. Then, he walked to the front and turned to face the Void Boundary God and the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. His eyes locked onto the Flame Emperor and Water Emperor. The two emperors quickly lowered their heads in fear, not daring to look him in the eye. Elder Qian smiled and stroked his beard, not saying a word. Yu Xinzhong and Yu Zhongxiu sized up the Void Boundary 13 Emperors curiously. What kind of hatred did the Void Boundary God have to personally pay a visit? When Qiu Hu, Sheng Tiandao, and Si Mingyan saw the kneeling Void Boundary 13 Emperors, they felt indescribably carefree. It was the same for Barbarian God Huang Luo and Buddha Yang Ling. Weren't you very arrogant and haughty before? You're only admitting your mistake now that you're kneeling? Gu Tianxia looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated expression. Now, he could not see through Zhou Xuanji at all. If he had known this would happen, he would have followed Zhou Xuanji instead of the old beggar. Among those present, the old beggar had the most complicated feelings. He was originally from the Kunlun origin court, so he knew what a 12-star aptitude represented. This kid, the old beggar smiled bitterly. It was not the first time that he had misjudged someone, but it was the first time that he had underestimated his own disciple. Zhou Xuanji looked up at Void Boundary God and asked, "How do you want to end this?" The Void Boundary God's expression was calm as he said, "I will return these people to you and pay 2 million merit points. How about it?" 2 million merit points was a huge fortune for most living beings. Zhou Xuanji smiled with squinted eyes. "Sure, but I want to hear them apologize to me personally. It has to be sincere." Speaking of which, the Void Boundary 13 Emperors had their reasons for doing this. They were also carrying out a mission and weren't really targeting him. However, he had almost died in the hands of the Void Boundary 13 Emperors and the Void Boundary God. He couldn't just ignore it. Upon hearing this, the Void Boundary God glared at the Void Boundary 13 Emperors and shouted, "What are you waiting for?" After saying this, he bowed to Zhou Xuanji with cupped fists and said, "Back then, we were short-sighted and offended you. Please forgive us, Senior. We are ignorant and have offended you. Senior, please forgive us." The Void Boundary 13 Emperors shouted in unison. Apart from the Flame Emperor and the Water Emperor, the other great emperors were slightly upset. Before coming, they did not even know what Zhou Xuanji looked like. At this point, they could only bow their heads. Next, Void Boundary God took out his ID card and transferred 2 million merit points to Zhou Xuanji's ID card. This was the end of this grudge. Before he left, Zhou Xuanji instructed the Void Boundary God, "Help me investigate old ancestor Yinxin. I will settle the score with him personally." Although it was a blessing in disguise, he still remembered that Patriarch Yinxin was the one who fed him the poison. If Barbaric Ultimate God hadn't helped him get rid of the poison, he wouldn't have known about it. The Void Boundary God nodded respectfully and left with the Void Boundary 13 Emperors. Elder Qian praised, "Not bad, you didn't shed all pretense of cordiality." When he was as young as Zhou Xuanji, he might have forced Zhou Xuanji to become his mortal enemy. However, it was impossible to kill a Void Boundary God. Unless it was in a place that no one knew. Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile and exchanged some pleasantries with Old Qian before taking the old beggar and the others away. "From now on, you will follow me. Do you have any objections?" Zhou Xuanji walked in front and asked. Barbarian god Huang Luo immediately smiled and said, "That's naturally for the best. This is our fortune." Buddha Yang Ling sighed and said nothing. The old beggar kept silent. He looked awkward and didn't know what to say. Zhou Xuanji asked Yu Shenzhong to register the five's ID cards before sending them to his residence in the Yu family. Yu Shenzhong didn't refuse. He only felt that it was a trivial matter. On the same day, Zhou Xuanji went to the origin city alone to continue cultivating. Just as he flew out of the longbow divine range, Cheng Jiao caught up with him. Zhou Xuanji didn't refuse and let him follow. After arriving at the previous Dao Tower, Zhou Xuanji entered a 4-star Dao room and began cultivating. As usual, he took out the 4 demon god bodies and the 24-rank deep black lotus to let them absorb the spiritual qi here. He began absorbing the great Dao and cultivating the greatly divine suppressor technique. Time passed day by day. 2 months later, analyzed that the sword owner has reached 514 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner obtained Primordial Chaos, Inverted Book Sword, Glorious Gold, White God Sea-Piercing Sword. The sword spirit's voice pulled Zhou Xuanji's thoughts back to reality. Finally, he got another Primordial Chaos legendary sword. He had yet to use the Primal Chaos Primal Beginning Sword. That sword required the cultivation of a 7th-level Overlord Saint, which he had already reached. He did not know what was so special about this primordial divine sword. Very soon, Inverted Book's information appeared before his eyes. Sword name, Inverted Book Sword level. Primeval description, the blade of the sword is like a book. It can reverse karma and sever the fate between living beings. It will be most effective if the other party doesn't notice it. You need to be at least a 9th-level Overlord Sage to use this sword. Reverse karma and cut off fate? Zhou Xuanji's eyes brightened. He felt that this sword was quite good. However, he was still one sky away from being able to use this sword. He couldn't help but think of a higher-grade divine sword. Ordinary or iron, bronze, silver, gold, amethyst, glorious gold, heavenly soul, intimidating spirit, celestial shaking, god-slaying, Armageddon. Ancient gazing, disaster releasing, universe essence, overturning heavens, heaven span, 9 extremities, primordial chaos. Profound way, honored lord, vast sky, merging all life, court overturning. When are you going to play with this profound path divine sword? Could a supreme lord divine sword injure a Dao-treading venerable? Zhou Xuanji thought for a while before calming himself down and continuing to cultivate. At the same time, the spiritual qi in the lotus world was still growing. The violent spiritual qi in the Dao room seemed inexhaustible. No matter how much he absorbed, he didn't need to worry about alarming the Dao Tower. Time flew. After half a year, Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to 9th-level Overlord Sage. The cultivation of his 4 demon god bodies had reached 6th-level Overlord Sage. Feeling refreshed, he packed up his things and walked out of the 4-star Dao room. As soon as he came to the 1st floor, he saw a familiar figure. Nangong Jun. Why is this woman here? Sensing his aura, Nangong Jun turned around and waved at him. Zhou Xuanji walked over and greeted, "Fairy Nangong, long time no see." Nangong Jun covered her mouth and smiled, "Little brother, I am here to look for you. Our first void boundary mission is coming soon. Are you ready?" "Ready?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "I don't even know the specific mission. How can I prepare?" Nangong Jun grabbed his arm and pulled him out. Zhou Xuanji slightly furrowed his brow and broke free from her hand without leaving a trace. The two walked under a big tree on the street. Nangong Jun flipped her right hand, and a jade slip appeared in her palm. She said, "This is our mission. I have special channels to get the information in advance. After the Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereign selects the mission for us, he will register it first. But the specific execution time is up to him." Zhou Xuanji looked at her in surprise. This woman has already reached the Void Boundary Heavenly Sovereign level? He took the jade slip and scanned it with his divine sense. The next moment, the jade pendant turned into countless light stars and drilled into his mind, turning into memories. Chapter 671. The first mission that Heavenly Sage Xinyan chose for Zhou Xuanji and the others was an exploration mission. That new cosmos was a stretch of chaos. There were only a few newborn chaos fiend gods. They were muddle-headed and didn't have any world laws. Besides searching, they also had to find the Great Dao Source Stone. As long as he controlled the Great Dao Source Stone, he could control that universe. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and asked curiously, "This mission doesn't look too difficult. Why did you come to find me in advance?" Nangong Jin smiled mysteriously. "Do you want to obtain the Great Dao Source Stone?" Zhou Xuanji frowned and said, "If we don't hand over the Great Dao Source Stone, we won't be able to complete the mission." What was this woman trying to do? His first reaction was that Nangong Jin wanted to drag him down with her. "Don't worry, I have a treasure that can duplicate the Great Dao Source Stone. When the time comes, I will hold them back, and you will be in charge of duplicating the Great Dao Source Stone. If I come, they will be suspicious." Nangong Jin smiled, making Zhou Xuanji curious. What kind of treasure could duplicate things? He asked, "Why did you choose me and not others?" If Nangong Jin didn't convince him, he wouldn't agree. In this world, there is no love without reason. It's very simple. Your cultivation is the weakest, and it's not just a star or two lower than ours. When the time comes, everyone will hand over the Great Dao Source Stone to you because it's useless to you. Nangong Jin raised her hand and brushed past Zhou Xuanji's ear. She then placed her hand on the tree trunk like a man intercepting a young girl. Zhou Xuanji was speechless and said, "Just talk, don't do anything." Nangong Jin smiled, then withdrew her hand and said, "So it's settled then?" She took out a golden basket. It was the size of an ordinary basket and looked simple and unadorned. "This is the jade gold treasure basket. I'll give it to you in advance. Don't take it out unless you need to use it." Nangong Jin said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji took the jade gold treasure basket and began to appreciate it. He asked, "What's my reward?" Nangong Jin smiled and said, "Of course it's the Great Dao Source Stone. I'll give you half of it. When you break through to the Dao Treading Saint realm, this half of the Great Dao Source Stone will be a precious treasure." With the golden treasure basket in his hand, Zhou Xuanji could not help but be moved. In the end, he agreed to this matter and placed the golden treasure basket into the supreme storage. The two chatted for a while before Nangong Jin left. Zhou Xuanji did not return but waited where he was. Cheng Jiu quickly rushed over and respectfully said, "Senior, do you have any instructions?" He pretended that he did not see what had just happened. He did not dare to care who Zhou Xuanji interacted with. Even if the Longbow Divine Range wanted to protect Zhou Xuanji, they could not interfere with Zhou Xuanji's social circle. "Is there a place to search for information in the Origin City?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He wanted to find out more about the Great Dao Source Stone and the golden treasure basket. Cheng Jiu nodded and immediately led him there. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Yu clan residence. He had already learned about the golden treasure basket and the Great Dao Source Stone. The golden treasure basket was a legendary treasure that could replicate anything. There was only one golden treasure basket in the entire Kunlun Origin Court. The Great Dao Source Stone was helpful to Dao Treading Supremacies and Dao ancestors in their cultivation. This was also the reason why many universes were invaded and plundered. However, most of the Great Dao Origin Stones were controlled, and one had to spend large amounts of merit points to purchase them. No wonder Nangong Jin had such thoughts. Returning to the courtyard, he saw the old beggar and Su Qing meditating under a tree. Su Qing's delirious illness was nothing in the Kunlun Origin Court. Yu Xinzhong had already helped him collect medicinal herbs. So recently, the old beggar had been smiling all over his face. Seeing Zhou Xuanji, he immediately came over and asked with a big smile, "Xuanji, where have you been cultivating recently?" Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and said, "Origin City Dao Pagoda, don't ask me for merit points. I will not give them to your precious disciple." The old beggar stared at him and said, "Will the master be so biased towards my disciple?" Zhou Xuanji shrugged with a smile and did not say much. He was about to walk into his house but was stopped by the old beggar. "You are now a void boundary war god. In the future, You can go back and conquer that heavenly law universe and destroy that destiny. You don't want the universe you were born in to collapse, right? The old beggar said seriously. Zhou Xuanji thought for a moment before nodding. However, this matter had to wait until he completed his first Void Boundary War God mission. The master and disciple chatted for a while before walking away. Time was ruthless. They could no longer be as close to each other as before. Zhou Xuanji didn't hold a grudge. After all, the old beggar had taught him before. Taking in the old beggar and his disciple was already his greatest repayment. He also had his own path to walk. In the next 3 months, Zhou Xuanji was busy teaching the disciples of Emperor Sword Court to cultivate. Only the Void Boundary War God imprint in his ID card emitted a divine will fluctuation. The mission was about to begin. He immediately headed to the Vocation Palace. The Vocation Palace of each origin city could be used as a teleportation point. When he arrived at the Vocation Palace, Nangong Jane, Yi Jun, and Su Huang were waiting for him. "Brother Xuanji, you are finally here. Let's go," Yi Jun said with a smile. Then, they came to the Void Boundary Palace through the teleportation array and met up with the other teammates. Under Yi Jun's lead, they quickly came to the floor where Heavenly Sage Xinyan was. Heavenly Sage Xinyan stood in front of the railing beside the tower, waiting quietly. Seeing the arrival of Zhou Xuanji and the others, he said, "The first task is to get the Great Dao Source Stone. The Chaos Demon Gods in this new universe are not simple. You have to be careful." Yi Jun nodded and said, "Heavenly Sage, rest assured, we will definitely complete the mission." The other team members nodded in agreement. Heavenly Sage Xinyan waved his right hand, and a black hole glowing with purple light appeared beside him, motioning Zhou Xuanji and the others to step into it. Yi Jun took the lead and walked in, followed by the others. Just as Zhou Xuanji was about to step into the black hole, Heavenly Sage Xinyan's voice rang in his ears. "If you can become a Dao-treading saint by the time you return from this mission, I will give you a big opportunity. Don't let me down. When necessary, you can swallow the Great Dao Source Stone." Zhou Xuanji was stunned. Just as he was about to stop, Nangong Jane, who was behind him, pushed him forward. Walking through the space-time tunnel, Zhou Xuanji furrowed his brow. "What does Heavenly Sage Xinyan mean? Can I swallow the Great Dao Source Stone? Is it a test for me? Or is it a hidden mission? Should we give this team a name?" Yi Jun's voice came from the front, drawing the approval of the others. They began to discuss what name to give it. Zhou Xuanji was still thinking about Heavenly Sage Xinyan's words. "It's definitely a trick." Heavenly Sage Xinyan said that everything should be based on the team. Now, he said that he should try his best to break through to the Dao-treading saint realm. If he couldn't reach it, he could swallow the Great Dao Source Stone. Isn't he just testing me to choose between the team and myself? After thinking it through, Zhou Xuanji felt relaxed and stopped thinking about it. Chapter 672. Finally, after some discussion, Yi Jun and the others named their team Xian Mao. The word Xian was related to most of the members. Some had the word Xian in their names, while others had the word Xian in their energy techniques or divine abilities. Mao, on the other hand, was planning for their future. The path of cultivation was long and boring. It was not easy to form a team like this. Moreover, everyone's power was about the same. Even the weakest Zhou Xuanji had 12 star talent. Such a relationship was beneficial to them. Zhou Xuanji was not too fond of the name Xian Mao. Since everyone was in high spirits, he would not dampen their enthusiasm. Looking at them chatting and laughing, Zhou Xuanji sighed in amazement. Dao ancestors were humans too. They had their own temperaments. Perhaps in front of other living beings, they were aloof, indifferent, and just, but in front of those of the same level and benefits, they would reveal their true nature. Along the way, Nangong Jane was not too enthusiastic with Zhou Xuanji. Just like before, she teased him occasionally. After flying for an hour, "We're arriving at the mission universe." Yi Jun looked ahead and said. His Dao energy enveloped everyone instantly. Zhou Xuanji was in the middle. With the protection of the 12 Dao ancestors, he was not worried at all. Soon, they flew out of the space-time tunnel and came to a dark, turbid universe. The entire universe was filled with chaos chi. There were no stars or meteorites. Zhou Xuanji looked around curiously at this newborn universe. Su Huang said, "Split up? Gather intelligence first. No matter how powerful the chaos demon gods in this new universe are, they are only Dao-treading saints. Other than Zhou Xuanji, we can deal with them alone." Yi Jun nodded and said, "Zhou Xuanji, follow me. I will protect him." The others had no objections. Nangong Jian curled her lip and said, "You really know how to build relationships." Yi Jun laughed but did not reply. And so, Xian Mao split up. Zhou Xuanji left with Yi Jun. Along the way, Yi Jun chatted with Zhou Xuanji. The atmosphere was harmonious and not awkward at all. This newborn universe is not simple. A group of Dao ancestors came to check it out. It should be a high-level universe. Those chaos demon gods might be quite talented. Yi Jun said with a meaningful smile. Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. His 9-soul fusion technique still lacked 5 duplicates. Perhaps he could find these chaos demon gods. After all, his demon god body was not as high-grade as the chaos demon god's bloodline. Yi Jun was very fast. Before long, they saw a chaos demon god. That guy was curled up in a giant transparent egg. His body was ferocious and terrifying, but his face was very peaceful. This chaos fiend god was enormous. Even when it was squatting, it was still millions of feet tall. Zhou Xuanji stared at it and thought with squinted eyes. Yi Jun noticed his gaze and asked with a smile, "What? Want to subdue it? It's simple, but it's not the strongest chaos demon god. I'll bring it to the strongest one." In the Kunlun origin court, slaves were very common. Especially the chaos demon gods of the newborn universe, they were like pets to them. Zhou Xuanji shook his head. He did not like living spirits. He didn't like to force the innocent, not to mention that the 9-soul fusion technique would kill the chaos demon god. Next, Zhou Xuanji saw all kinds of chaos demon gods. Some were beautiful, some were ugly, and there were all kinds of oddities. 2 days later, Xian Mao reunited, and each of them exchanged information. They only saw the chaos demon god, not the great Dao source stone. Su Huang said, "The great Dao source stone should be hidden in the great Dao space, or it might have transformed into a chaotic demon god." The others nodded. "It seems like this mission is not that dangerous," a Dao ancestor said with a smile. A Dao ancestor laughed, and the others laughed as well. The atmosphere was very relaxed. Nangong Jian covered her mouth and said with a smile, "Don't let your guard down. There might be some powerful beings hiding in the dark." Although she said so, her tone was obviously not serious. The atmosphere became more relaxed. They chatted among themselves, and the topic gradually deviated from the mission. Zhou Xuanji's purple pupils contracted suddenly. He looked in all directions, but no one knew what he was looking at. At that moment, he suddenly felt that someone was spying on him. "What's wrong?" Yi Jun asked him, and the others looked over too. Zhou Xuanji said with squinted eyes, "Something is watching us." 2 beams of light shot out from his purple eyes, which looked extremely evil. "That's..." Su Huang opened his eyes wide. His heart was in great shock. Yi Jun and the others looked around vigilantly. All the chaos demon gods were still being nurtured. Who would be spying on them? Could it be the one who took the great Dao source stone? Thinking that the great Dao source stone might have been taken by someone else, their hearts sank immediately. A Dao ancestor took out a white jade bottle and sprinkled it toward the chaos. Countless drops of clear water flew out and froze the entire universe instantly. At a glance, there were ice crystals everywhere. Everyone's eyes locked onto a silhouette immediately. It was a man wearing a purple robe and a purple fox mask. His white hair danced in the wind, and the half of his face that was revealed looked extremely hideous. Especially his eyes, which were filled with viciousness and hatred. "What's that?" "It's not a chaos demon god. Someone has already set his eyes on this newborn universe. Everyone be careful. This guy is also a Dao ancestor. Why does his mask look so familiar?" Xian Mao's members discussed among themselves. All of them took out their enchanted artifacts and prepared for battle. Su Huang was the first to attack. He came before the purple-robed man in an instant and slammed his palm. The purple-robed man moved swiftly as well. Boom! The two palms clashed, and the purple-robed man was blasted away, shattering pieces of ice crystals. Before Su Huang could attack again, the purple-robed man disappeared. A word of advice. It's best to give up on this mission, or else you will surely die. The cold voice chilled the entire chaotic universe. A gust of ghastly wind blew with a dense murderous aura. Yi Jun's expression changed drastically and mumbled, "Could it be Dao Hu Chiozuan? Fits them? No wonder. I was wondering how this mission could be so simple." The other Dao ancestors all went to capture the purple-robed man. Zhou Xuanji asked in confusion, "Who is Dao Hu Chiozuan?" Yi Jun took a deep breath and said, "It's a faction. Their leader was one of the 5 ultimate gods back then. Their faction is widely spread and plunder the power of the universe. Even the Kunlun origin court has many of their people." One of the 5 ultimate gods? Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of barbaric ultimate god. Were his companions that powerful? Dao Hu Chiozuan is very cruel. They will do everything they can to get whatever they set their eyes on. They even dare to kill void boundary heavenly lords. In the Kunlun origin court, they are feared by everyone. This guy is not too powerful, but I'm afraid that they have someone even more powerful. Remember, those who wear the purple fox mask are usually from Dao Hu Chiozuan. Yi Jun sighed and felt frustrated immediately. Chapter 673. Xian Mao's Dao ancestors and the purple-robed man were fighting in the chaotic universe. They moved incredibly quickly, so quickly that Zhou Xuanji's eyes could not follow them. "Yi Jun, what should we do now? If it's really Dao Hu Chiozuan, we might be in big trouble if we delay any longer." Nangong Jane asked with a frown. If Dao Hu Chiozuan interfered, how could she obtain the great Dao Source Stone? In addition, if they failed the mission, they would lose their qualifications as void boundary war gods. The first mission of an emptiness boundary martial god was also a test. If he failed at the very beginning, how could the void boundary palace trust him? Yi Jun looked around and said, "The great Dao Source Stone should still be here. Otherwise, he would have left long ago. Everyone, don't act alone, or you'll fall into an ambush. Let's search for the great Dao Source Stone together. It should be hidden within one of the Chaos Demon Gods." The remaining Dao Fathers all nodded. There were 4 Dao Fathers left to deal with the violet-robed man. That was more than enough. They had to find the great Dao Source Stone as soon as possible. Zhou Xuanji followed them closely and watched them kill the Chaos Demon Gods one after another. Some of the Chaos Demon Gods let out miserable howls, and some were killed before they could even open their eyes. This was a massacre. Zhou Xuanji frowned. Although he did not like such behavior, he could not stop it. Firstly, he was not strong enough. Secondly, he had no standpoint. He was not related to these Chaos Demon Gods, so how could he speak? Soon, Xian Mao had killed more than 200 Chaos Demon Gods, but he still hadn't found the great Dao Source Stone. Yi Jun and the others continued their search. Their speed was getting faster and faster. Zhou Xuanji almost couldn't keep up. Fortunately, Nangong Jane supported him and flew with him. After a while, Su Huang and the 3 Dao ancestors flew to their side, cursing angrily. He escaped. His divine ability is really strange. It can actually split. He can still think independently after splitting. Could it be an illusion? Everyone, be careful. Hearing their words, everyone felt as if a huge rock had been placed on their hearts. Yi Jun said solemnly, "Everyone, do not split up. Spread out your divine senses and be on guard at all times." Everyone nodded, but they did not panic. With 12 Dao ancestors joining forces, what was there to fear? Moreover, this was just a new universe, so Dao Hu Chiozuan couldn't possibly invade on a large scale. "Your eyes are the exterminating divine eyes?" Su Huang suddenly asked Zhou Xuanji telepathically. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and nodded lightly. Su Huang continued, "Do not use this pair of eyes in front of Dao Hu Chiozuan. Their leader is one of the 5 ultimate gods, and the exterminating divine eyes is one of the 5 ultimate divine eyes. If you are discovered, they will not support you, but offer you to their leader. That guy has always wanted to fuse the 5 ultimate divine eyes. At this point he said no more. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow. This meant that Dao Huqiuzhuan was his hidden enemy? No wonder he had never heard barbaric ultimate god mention the other 5 ultimate gods. At this time, Yi Jun killed another chaos fiend celestial and found a transparent crystal the size of a head in its body. Found it. Great Dao Source Stone. Yi Jun said excitedly, eliciting cheers from the other members. He turned to look at Zhou Xuanji and said, "This chaos demon god should be the most powerful being in this chaotic universe. I purposely left its body intact. You can have it." Zhou Xuanji hesitated for a moment before he waved his right hand and stored the chaos demon god. This chaos demon god had 3 heads and 6 arms. He had a green face and a head full of red hair. Even though he was dead, he was still horrifying. His aura had reached the cultivation of a Dao-treading saint. To Zhou Xuanji, this was a great serendipity. "Thank you," he said to Yi Jun. Yi Jun waved his hand and smiled generously. "It's no big deal. In the future, we, Xuanmo, must support each other to achieve a win-win situation." The others nodded with a smile. They were not envious. A chaos demon god at the Dao-treading saint level was not enough to make them envious. The way back must be very dangerous. "Let's put the great Dao Source Stone on someone Dao Huqiuzhuan won't expect," Nangong Jane said with a frown. Nangong Jane frowned and muttered, a thoughtful look on her face. The other Dao ancestors nodded. Yi Jun was the most powerful, so he must be the biggest target. Yi Jun looked at everyone and finally locked his eyes on Zhou Xuanji. "I will give you the great Dao Source Stone, but you cannot take it out. You can only take it out when we return to the Void Boundary Palace. Can you do that?" All eyes fell on Zhou Xuanji. Some frowned, while others looked at him with approval. Zhou Xuanji was the weakest. Who would have thought that they would place the great Dao Source Stone on the weakest person? In response, Zhou Xuanji took a deep breath and said, "I'm afraid." Yi Jun waved his hand and threw the great Dao Source Stone to him. "It's yours. Hurry up and keep it." Nangong Jane had a serious look on her face, but in her heart, she was laughing and sighing. This kid's acting was very realistic. Zhou Xuanji immediately stored the great Dao Source Stone into the supreme storage. He was expressionless and did not say anything. Xian Mao's group continued to rush towards a certain direction. When they came, there was a teleportation array, but if they wanted to go back, they could only rely on their Dao energy to travel through the space-time tunnel. He might be ambushed by Dao Huqiuzhuan along the way. Of course, there was also the possibility of other enemies. After a while, Yi Jun suddenly stopped. The other Dao ancestors were moved as well. What happened? "The great Dao wall has been sealed." Not good. Dao Huqiuzhuan is indeed plotting something. What should we do now? Everyone be careful. Zhou Xuanji frowned at everyone's cries of surprise. After coming to the new universe, he did not even have the time to cultivate and had been running around. Could it be that they were going to stop here? A Dao ancestor suddenly took out a golden door and said, "This door is connected to the space-time turbulence. Everyone escape first. We will meet in the Kunlun Origin Court." The group could only nod. Before Zhou Xuanji could react, Su Huang pushed him into the door and followed closely behind. The others followed suit. Soon, the golden door disappeared into thin air. Not long after they left, the purple-robed man appeared. Could those eyes be the 5 ultimate divine eyes? He mumbled with a frown. His eyes rolled before turning into a puff of purple smoke and dissipating in the air. On the other side, Zhou Xuanji came to the space-time turbulence. He was surrounded by electric currents of various colors, but most of them were silver. There was no sky, land, or other living beings. He extended his divine sense but could not sense the aura of Xian Mao's members. He waited for a while. After making sure that there was no one, he immediately took out the golden treasure basket and the great Dao Source Stone. He placed the great Dao Source Stone into the golden treasure basket. A moment later, another great Dao Source Stone appeared out of nowhere. He immediately took one and wanted to see if he could replicate it again. It was a pity that everything could only be replicated once in the golden treasure basket. He did not regret it. After packing up, he turned around and left. It was his first time coming to such a space-time turbulence. Every time his body came into contact with electric currents, he would feel a sharp pain. He estimated that if his cultivation was lower than connecting heaven, he would have turned into ashes instantly. Chapter 674. Zhou Xuanji walked aimlessly in the space-time turbulence. As he moved forward, the space-time currents he encountered grew more powerful. If this continued, he would surely be annihilated. He stopped and began to think of a way to escape. He suddenly thought of Sovereign Xian and Dao Lord Xiantian. He immediately activated the Xianxia map and asked them about the space-time turbulence. How did you come to the space-time turbulence? Overlord Saint Level 9. Brat, you're incredible! The two souls exclaimed in amazement. Zhou Xuanji noticed Dao Lord Xuantian's words. How did he know that he was at Overlord Saint Level 9? Thinking about it, he still did not know where Dao Lord Xiantian came from. Sovereign Xian also sensed that something was amiss and asked Dao Lord Xiantian how he knew Zhou Xuanji's cultivation. There's nothing I don't know. It's not difficult to leave the space-time turbulence. You just have to dive into it. But it will be very painful. Just bear with it, Dao Lord Xiantian replied. Dao Master Xiantian replied with a smug tone. Back when the 9 souls were together, he had no sense of existence. No matter how much he boasted, no one believed him. Now that there were only 2 souls left, Zhou Xuanji did not want to talk to them. This made him very angry. After holding it in for so long, he could finally show off in front of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji did not doubt him and charged into the space-time turbulence beside him. The destructive space-time currents enveloped him and made him suffer indescribable pain. But he did not frown and continued to charge in calmly. He was already more than 500 years old and had endured much pain. How could he be afraid of such pain? After passing through layers of space-time turbulence, he felt that he had broken through something. Next, a powerful light flashed before his eyes, and he came to a resplendent starry sky. He heaved a long sigh. His clothes were shredded, and his body was covered with wounds and blood. He took out the Holy Light Redemption Sword to heal himself. After his wounds scabbed, he cast a spell to create water to heal his body. After a simple cleaning, he took out a white shirt and put it on. He scanned his surroundings with his divine sense to see if there were any signs of living beings in this universe. The spiritual chi here was abundant, similar to Wanshan Great Thousand. The most powerful being was only at ordinary Saint Level 3. He smiled faintly and flew to a nearby meteorite to cultivate. He took out the bodies of the 4 demon gods and let them cultivate on their own while he faced the corpse of the Chaos Demon God. This guy had the cultivation of a Tao-treading saint, and Yi Futian wondered if he could refine him into a clone. It had 3 heads and 6 arms, a ferocious green face, and a head full of red hair. Even after death, its aura still remained, making people tremble with fear. He began to cast the soul division art, splitting a wisp of his soul into the Chaos Fiend God's body. Boom! Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt an explosion in his mind, and a wave of memories forcefully flooded into his mind. This Chaos Fiend God's name was Panjin, and he was the most powerful Chaos Fiend God in the entire Chaosverse. He possessed the quintessence of the Grand Tao of Power, and he was born with the mission to surpass all other Chaos Fiend Gods. That mission was to split heaven and earth and manifest the Tao of the heavens. Unfortunately, Panjin wasn't even born with intelligence before he was killed. After Zhou Xuanji absorbed this memory, his expression was a little strange. He couldn't help but think of the ancient myth of Huaxia, Pangu opening the heavens. They both had the surname Pan, and they both had the mission to split the heavens and earth apart. They were definitely related. Could Pangu really exist? Zhou Xuanji was in deep thought. He even saw the 3-legged golden crow, which meant that the Chinese myth had some basis. No matter what, Panjin was very talented. The Great Tao of Power, as the name suggested, represented the Great Tao of Power. If he was nurtured well, he might become a lethal weapon for Zhou Xuanji. After that, Zhou Xuanji activated the 9-soul fusion technique and merged Panjin with himself. Boom! The meteorite beneath him was crushed instantly. The violent power scared Zhou Xuanji so much that he immediately deactivated the divine ability. Countless bloody wounds appeared on his body. At that moment, he felt that his body was about to explode. A Tao-treading saint's power was too powerful for him to bear. Tsk Diska, the great Tao of power. Brat, your luck is too powerful. Tao Lord Xiantian praised, every chaos verse will have a chaos fiend god created by the great Tao of power. The word, Pan, represents the origin of the great Tao of power. As more and more demon gods of the great Tao of power rise, they formed the Pan clan. Don't take this guy out when you meet them in the future. Pan clan. Zhou Xuanji's eyes sparkled as he memorized this name. What is your identity? He asked curiously. Tao Lord Xiantian laughed and said, I'm just a wanderer in the various worlds. It's not worth mentioning. Damn. So pretentious? Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes and did not bother to ask further. He brought his 5 clones to another gigantic meteorite and sat down cross-legged. He took out the golden treasure basket and placed it in front of him. The thunderclap sword fell into the basket and shrunk quickly, just enough to fit inside. Next, another thunderclap sword appeared out of nowhere. He picked up the 2 thunderclap swords and sensed the power within them. They were exactly the same. I'm rich. Zhou Xuanji smiled. When he first obtained the golden treasure basket, he already had this idea. But it was not convenient for him to use it in the Yu clan, or else the aura of the golden treasure basket would alert those powerhouses. He began duplicating his legendary swords. He could even duplicate 2 primordial chaos legendary swords. Until now, he had a total of 1,356 legendary swords. Now, he had 2,712. This feels so good. The legendary swords were already powerful enough. If he used the sword fusion technique, Zhou Xuanji grinned from ear to ear. It was the first time he smiled like this since he comprehended Tao will. Golden treasure basket, you got such a treasure. Kid, using this treasure will consume your luck. Tao Lord Xiantian sighed. Tao Lord Xiantian sighed with a strange tone. How could this kid be fine after consuming his luck so wantonly? Zhou Xuanji asked. It didn't recognize me as its master. Whose luck is it consuming? Tao Lord Xiantian replied, naturally, it's the luck of its master. Because of this, many creatures fear it. If you accidentally lose it, won't you be played to death? Zhou Xuanji fell silent. He suddenly felt sorry for Nangong Juin. This woman was so careless. Did she think that he was honest, or did she think that he didn't know how to use the golden treasure basket? He couldn't figure it out and was too lazy to think about it. He no longer used the golden treasure basket and stored it in the supreme storage. After all, Nangong Juin treated him very well. If he used up all her luck, it would be a great sin. If this treasure was his and he had unlimited luck, how great would that be? Zhou Xuanji said to himself proudly, if so, in the future, I will have countless legendary swords. His greed made Tao Lord Xiantian ridicule him. Luck is not so easy to obtain. But you are talented. Maybe one day, you will exceed my imagination. Chapter 675. What's the specific way to obtain luck? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. Before, he did not take fate seriously, but the golden treasure basket's miraculous effect piqued his interest. Tao Lord Xiantian said, it's very complicated. Sometimes, you can obtain karmic luck by killing an enemy. Sometimes, you can obtain karmic luck by stealing someone's fortune. Sometimes, you can obtain karmic luck by occupying someone's position. The 10,000 worlds all have different methods of obtaining karmic luck. One thing is for sure, the higher your cultivation, the greater your karmic luck. Zhou Xuanji rolled his eyes. What he said was as good as not saying anything. Venerable Xian hesitated for a long time before asking, can I reincarnate into the Kunlun origin court? He was lonely in the heavenly law universe, which was why he challenged the heavenly law and perished. Now that he was in a wider world, he naturally wanted to make another breakthrough. To be honest, Zhou Xuanji did not understand. With his ability, what right did he have to challenge the heavenly Tao? Why didn't he challenge the heavenly saints? He had asked Xianzun before, but Xianzun refused to answer. Forget it. Foreign souls can't enter the Kunlun origin court. Since I let you out, you won't be able to reincarnate. Instead, you will be captured, tortured, and then killed. Dao Sovereign Xiantian said disdainfully, instantly extinguishing the fire in Xianzun's heart. Zhou Xuanji said meaningfully, looks like you know a lot about the Kunlun origin court. Could it be that you are also from the Kunlun origin court? Dao Master Xiantan sighed. At that time, I saw a beam of light descending from the peak of the origin court and directly annihilated my physical body, leaving only a remnant of my soul. Now that you have obtained that beam of light, it has become your opportunity. You have to make good use of it. Besides us, there are many powerful souls that were swept away. I don't know if they still exist. If Zhou Xuanji frowned, there were other powerful souls? For Dao Master Xiantian to call him powerful, he was definitely not simple. He chatted with the two souls for half an hour before he began to cultivate. Since he couldn't find Xian Mao, and the great Dao Source Stone was with him, he wasn't in a hurry to return. He would cultivate for a while first. It would be best if he could break through to the Dao Treading Saint Realm in one go. Soon he noticed that something was wrong. It was unknown if it was because he had refined Panjin into a clone, but he had a deeper understanding of the great Dao, and the speed at which he absorbed Dao energy was also increasing. Good news. He began to cultivate wholeheartedly. The 5 doppelgangers stood guard around him. If there was an enemy attack, they would instinctively attack. 20 hours later, Zhou Xuanji suddenly felt a divine will fluctuation from the ID mark on his right arm. He immediately took out the ID card. Nangong Jian's voice came, "Little brother, did you use my golden treasure basket?" Her voice was still gentle, but Zhou Xuanji sensed a trace of danger in it. He replied, "That's right. I have already duplicated the great Dao Source Stone. I will give it to you when we return." Nangong Jian asked with a smile, "Have you used anything else besides this?" He pretended to be stunned and said, "I can use it?" He could tell that Nangong Jian had already noticed the reduction of her luck, but for her, it hadn't hurt her foundation. Otherwise, she wouldn't have had such an attitude. He could only sigh in his heart. It was a sin that he did not know before. I must make it up to her in the future. It's okay. You better not use it, or you'll hurt my sister. Nangong Jian replied with a smile, and the dangerous aura disappeared. She continued, "Where are you?" Zhou Xuanji calmly replied, "Let's meet in the Kunlun origin court." "I don't know where I am either." "It's only safe in the Kunlun origin court. What if this woman wants to attack me?" Nangong Jian smiled before her divine will fluctuation disappeared. Zhou Xuanji could tell that this woman had already guessed that he had used the golden treasure basket. If it weren't for the golden treasure basket and the great Dao Source Stone being in his hands, she would have shed all pretense of cordiality. After thinking about it, he decided to leave this universe and cultivate in another universe. What if Nangong Jian could lock onto his position through the communication just now? Caution is the parent of safety. Zhou Xuanji had been schemed against so many times that he would overthink everything. He immediately left with his avatars. He could still break through the great Dao wall. After all, his body was about to become a great Dao body. After leaving this universe, he came to a purple universe filled with purple qi. He continued moving forward. He didn't know how many universes he had flown before he finally stopped. This universe was very similar to the Milky Way. There were many civilizations that were inclined to body cultivation. He found an uninhabited star to stay and prepared to cultivate in seclusion. On the other side, in the universe where he was before, Nangong Jian suddenly appeared on the meteorite where he was before. She furrowed her brow and murmured, "This kid is really cunning." She immediately tracked Zhou Xuanji's aura. In the blink of an eye, half a year had passed. Although Zhou Xuanji's cultivation had improved a lot, he was still far from breaking through to the Dao Treading Saint Realm. So, he focused his attention on the greatly divine suppressor technique. When he broke through to the second level, he might be able to comprehend the method to break through to the Dao Treading Saint Realm. On this day, he suddenly sensed that a creature had descended on this star. He scanned with his divine will and found a young man in a Daoist robe. He looked to be only 12 or 13 years old. He looked fair and clean. He seemed to be looking for something and was flying around. This little monk's cultivation was probably around heavenly law true God. Qi nurturing, foundation building, enlightening, inner palette, soul fountain, astral soul, astral projection, spirit refinement, great realization. 9 tribulations scattered immortal, 10th revolution golden immortal, void extreme immortal, heavenly law true God, universe heaven level 18, connecting heaven level 10, saint realm level 9. Dao treading saint. Dao ancestor. That was according to his understanding. Below the saint realm, the cultivation realms of each universe were different. But all in all, there was a significant difference between each level. It was still very easy to distinguish. This star was very big for the little Daoist. And he was far away from Zhou Xuanji. So Zhou Xuanji didn't care about him and continued to cultivate. Both sides didn't interfere with each other. Another half a year passed. The little Daoist had unknowingly approached Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji immediately left and came to the other side of the star so that the little Daoist couldn't see him. Little brother, what are you hiding here for? If you want to cultivate, I can take you to a place. A familiar laughter resounded across the entire star. A familiar laughter resounded across the entire star, and Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes in shock. The little Daoist looked up fearfully. Nangongjian. She came directly to Zhou Xuanji and looked at him with a smile. Zhou Xuanji sighed and asked, "What do you want?" "This woman is too powerful. She can even find me?" Nangongjian said with a smile, "Give me back the great Dao source stone and the golden treasure basket." Zhou Xuanji didn't waste any time and directly threw the 2 treasures to her. If Nangongjian wanted to snatch them, he couldn't do anything about it. "Don't be so afraid, I won't eat you," Nangongjian said with a smile after checking them. Nangongjian said with a smile after checking it. As she spoke, she began to wander around Zhou Xuanji. It was unknown what she was looking at. Zhou Xuanji could feel a vague murderous intent. This woman is hesitating whether to kill me or not? Chapter 676. You want to kill me? Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. He was calm and composed. He wasn't afraid of Nangongjian at all. Nangongjian rolled her eyes at him and said, "Little brother, don't you feel guilty saying this? To be fair, since you and I met, how have I treated you? You have consumed so much of my luck. I haven't even scolded you yet. Why are you acting like a victim?" Zhou Xuanji's expression became unnatural. He was indeed in the wrong. He sighed and said, "I didn't know what you wanted before. If I can do it, I will try my best to make it up to you." Nangongjian covered her mouth and chuckled upon hearing this. Her smile was as beautiful as a flower. "Don't worry, I won't argue with you. I just hope that you can be honest with me. If I had any bad intentions towards you, you would have died 1,000 times over. You even hid your whereabouts from me. Now we are a team, and we are working together in secret. I hope you and I can stand on the same line in the future, understand?" Nangongjian stopped smiling and said seriously. Zhou Xuanji nodded and asked, "What do you see in me?" With his cultivation, he wasn't worthy of Nangongjian's attention. As for his aptitude, it wasn't worth Nangongjian's effort. You will understand in the future. Don't worry, I will still need your help in the future. Before that, I will also try my best to help you become stronger. Do you want to break through to the Dao-treading Saint realm? Let's go, I will take you to a place, Nangongjian said with a smile. Nangongjian chuckled. After saying that, she turned around and prepared to leave. At this moment, she suddenly noticed something. With a cry of surprise, she waved her right hand, and the little Daoist appeared in front of her. The little Daoist was taken aback. He quickly retreated in fear. But soon he was frozen in place. This kid is not bad. His aptitude is estimated to be around 7 or 8 stars. Do you want to take him as a Dao child? Nangongjian asked Zhou Xuanji with a smile. Zhou Xuanji was indifferent to this. The little Daoist suddenly realized that he could move. He slumped on the ground, swallowed his saliva, and asked, "Who are you?" Nangongjian glanced at him disdainfully and said with a smile, "Little kid, we are far beyond the heavenly saints. Do you want to worship us as your master? The kid behind me is only 500 years old and has already reached the overlord saint level. The heavenly saints in this universe can't even stand a chance against him." The little Daoist widened his eyes and had a look of disbelief. He immediately came back to his senses and came up to Zhou Xuanji. He continuously kowtowed and begged, "Please take me in and help me cultivate." Looking at his excited expression, it wasn't completely out of surprise, but as if he had grasped onto a life-saving straw. He reckoned that this kid carried a blood feud with him. Zhou Xuanji thought for a while and nodded lightly. After some communication, Zhou Xuanji learned that this little Daoist's name was Mu Xuanfeng. He looked young, but he was already 1,000 years old. As for his past, Zhou Xuanji did not ask about it. Then, under the leadership of Nangong Jane, they quickly left. With Mu Xuanfeng's help, Zhou Xuanji believed that she would no longer make things difficult for him. Otherwise, why would he go through the trouble of asking him to accept a Daoist boy? Nangong Jane took out a feather fan and let the three of them ride on it. The feather fan burst out with a superb speed and directly escaped into the space-time tunnel. Along the way, Mu Xuanfeng was very excited, but he didn't dare to speak. "Where are we going?" Zhou Xuanji asked. He was very curious as to how he could easily enter the space-time tunnel. Could it be that he had to reach the Dao-treading Saint Realm? "Let's go to a place with dense great Daos. It will help you break through to the Dao-treading Saint Realm in one fell swoop. Anyway, the great Dao Source Stone is in your hands. As for the others, don't worry. They are all old monsters. They are smart and have the means to escape," Nangong Jane, who was standing in front, replied casually. Her eyes were drifting. No one knew what she was thinking. A place with dense great Daos? Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but look forward to it. He didn't say anything more and sat down cross-legged to cultivate. The atmosphere on the feather fan became silent. After 10 days, they came to a universe filled with red smoke. Many dried corpses were floating around. It was eerie and horrifying, making Mu Xuanfeng tremble in nervousness. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and looked up. He saw all kinds of dried corpses, most of them human. This place seemed to be an ancient battlefield. It was filled with an uneasy aura. "Is this the place you were talking about?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a frown. He felt that something was wrong here. Nangong Jane smiled mysteriously and said, "It's deeper. Don't worry, there will be no danger here. The reason why the aura is strange is because there are too many corpses of powerful cultivators here. Their great Daos are gathered here and will never disperse. For you, this is definitely a holy land for cultivation. But you can't stay here for too long. Otherwise, you will develop inner demons." Zhou Xuanji couldn't help but sweep his divine will and found that there were indeed many great Daos here. Many great Daos were very strong. He couldn't even see through them. If he cultivated here, he was confident that he could break through to the Dao-treading Saint Realm within 100 years. If he could have a way to break through, he would save even more time. Soon they came to an isolated island. Countless corpses were floating around, forming a white ribbon. There was a thatched hut on the island. There was a simple stone bed under a tree. Obviously, someone had lived here. "I discovered this universe by accident. I have cast an array. No one can find this place except me. You should cultivate here," Nangong Jane said with a smile after entering the island. After entering the island, Nangong Jane said with a smile, her tone somewhat complacent. Zhou Xuanji nodded. He glanced at Mu Xuanfeng before waving his hand. Mu Xuanfeng walked up to him with a respectful look on his face. Zhou Xuanji asked, "Do you like swords?" Mu Xuanfeng was taken aback. He hesitantly said, "Dao cultivators have flying swords, but I'm not deeply involved in the sword Dao. I'm best at the alchemy Dao. I like to refine pills." Zhou Xuanji slightly raised his brow upon hearing this. He immediately took out a handful of pill recipes from the supreme storage and handed them to Mu Xuanfeng. These pill recipes were collected from his enemies over the hundreds of years he had been wandering around. Before Mu Xuanfeng could speak, Zhou Xuanji had already walked to the stone bed and started meditating. Nangong Jane sat on the edge of the island not far away, playing with the great Dao Source Stone in her hand. No one knew what she was thinking. Seeing this, Mu Xuanfeng had no choice but to find a place to study these pill recipes. After entering a state of cultivation, Zhou Xuanji immediately started cultivating the greatly divine suppressor technique. He didn't ask Nangong Jin about the cultivation method. He was afraid that this woman would play tricks on him. Moreover, asking like this would damage his reputation. Only by breaking through to the second layer of the greatly divine suppressor technique could he obtain the method to break through to the Dao-treading saint realm. Time passed by minute. In the blink of an eye, 5 years had passed. Sword owner has reached 520 years old. Gotcha started. Ding. Congratulations, the sword owner has obtained Mysterious Dao, Almighty Divine Snake Sword of Controlling Daoist, Sword Shield Art. The sword spirit's voice suddenly rang out, startling Zhou Xuanji into opening his eyes. Mysterious Dao Legendary Sword. A legendary sword higher than the Primordial Chaos Legendary Sword. He was overwhelmed with emotions. He had been looking forward to this day ever since he entered the Kunlun Origin Court. The Mysterious Dao Legendary Sword had finally arrived. Chapter 677. Sword Name, Almighty Divine Snake Sword of Controlling Waygrade, Profound Path. Description. Above the universe, there is the Almighty Divine Snake, which feeds on the Great Dao. This sword is transformed from the Almighty Divine Snake and can devour the Great Dao. The user of this sword must be at least at the intermediate Dao-treading saint realm. The Almighty Divine Serpent feeds on the Great Dao? Zhou Xuanji was shocked in his heart. Such a domineering divine snake. However, this sword required the cultivation of a middle-stage Dao-treading venerable, so he could only turn his anticipation into motivation for cultivation. Then, he started to inherit the Sword Radiance Protection technique. It looked like a cultivation technique, but it was actually an existence similar to a divine ability. The Sword Light Shield art could create many sword lights to protect one's body without any blind spots. Its defensive power was extremely strong. At the same time, one's senses would be even more sensitive in this state. After receiving the inheritance, Zhou Xuanji felt very satisfied. He liked this kind of divine ability, which could be superimposed on other divine abilities. No matter how fancy a sword technique was, it couldn't compare to his explosive state. Then, he continued to cultivate. So far, he had been able to create 58 greatly clones. Once he achieved 100 Dali avatars, it would be the time for him to break through to the second tier. Over the years, Yi Jun had also contacted him. When he learned that he was cultivating with Nangong Jin, Yi Jun breathed a sigh of relief. They agreed to meet at the Void Boundary and return to the Kunlun Origin Court together. The other Dao ancestors had also encountered different kinds of problems. It was likely that they wouldn't be able to return to the Kunlun Origin Court in a short period of time. However, Yi Jun was very confident in them and claimed that this mission was considered completed. As long as he did not have to face Dao Huqiuzuan, all troubles were nothing. Kid, we still have 10 years. After 10 years, we must leave. Nangong Jin's voice drifted over, causing Zhou Xuanji to open his eyes and look at her. He frowned and asked, "Isn't it 100 years? It's only been 5 years." He had just found the feeling, so he naturally didn't want to leave too early. I have calculated that something is calculating our fate. If we stay here for too long, we will be exposed. Nangong Jin replied in a solemn tone. Dao Huqiuzuan. Zhou Xuanji immediately thought of this name. Apart from this force, who else would pursue him so relentlessly? Not far away, Mu Xuanfeng listened nervously. Over the years, he had already felt the powerful aura of Zhou Xuanji when he was cultivating. He couldn't imagine how terrifying the existence chasing Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jin would be. He shook his head and concentrated on refining pills, trying his best not to think about these things. In the blink of an eye, 10 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji obtained another 23 legendary swords, but to him, they were all quite ordinary. His greatly avatars had reached 96, and he was very close to 100, but he had no choice but to leave. Nangong Jin was very decisive. Since she had said 10 years, she would do it without any hesitation. They left on the feather fan. Nangong Jin smiled and said, "Don't be disappointed. I think you are practicing some powerful cultivation method. On the way back, I will preach to you. How much you can comprehend will depend on your talent and comprehension." Zhou Xuanji nodded. He was indeed not too disappointed. Even if he couldn't complete the task given to him by Emperor Zhen Yan, he could rely on the Dao Pagoda to break through. There were many paths, and he didn't have to choose one. He stopped cultivating and calmed his mind. After entering the Kunlun origin court, his heart seemed to fluctuate a little, which made him a little dissatisfied. The feather fan flew into the space-time tunnel. The three of them didn't speak, and it seemed very quiet. An hour later, Nangong Jane began to preach. The Tao of Jade Blue pursues its Tao source, seeks the spirit of myriad worlds, and casts its soul with myriad rules. If there is one vitality, it can create a prosperous myriad worlds. If there are two vitality, it can give birth to the great Tao. Zhou Xuanji's ears twitched. He immediately began cultivating the greatly divine suppressor technique. Mu Xuanfeng was stunned. This was the first time he had heard of Tao. He was a little surprised. Soon, he noticed that Nangong Jian's voice had some kind of special power that made him want to close his eyes and cultivate. Next, he began cultivating just like Zhou Xuanji. As a Tao ancestor, Nangong Jian's cultivation was naturally broad and profound. Compared to old Immortal, she was stronger. With the help of her Tao voice, it didn't take long for Zhou Xuanji to condense another greatly avatar. 97 greatly avatars. He was only 3 greatly avatars away from the second level of the greatly divine suppressor technique. Nangong Jian's light voice echoed in the space-time tunnel. Zhou Xuanji suddenly had an idea. He opened up the realms in the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus so that all creatures could hear Nangong Jian's Tao voice. For a moment, the Demon Realm, the Northern Wilderness region, the Milky Way galaxy, and the world in the Lotus were all boiling. Everyone was in an uproar, but they soon calmed down because of Nangong Jian's Tao voice. Cultivation had been popularized in all the realms. Even those creatures who hadn't stepped on the path of cultivation could subconsciously attract the spiritual qi of the world around them. Nangong Jian seemed to have noticed something. She shot a meaningful glance at Zhou Xuanji. This kid actually brought the creatures of the 4 realms with him. Should I say that he is benevolent or ambitious? Nangong Jian thought to herself. But she didn't stop talking. She continued to speak. After 10 days, Zhou Xuanji finally created 100 greatly avatars. He then cultivated the second level of the greatly divine suppressor technique. The way the saint energy in his body was channeled suddenly changed. Somehow, he got the method to break through to the Dao-treading saint realm. Dao-treading saint, step on the Dao. As the name suggested, it was to step on the great Dao. Breaking the great Dao and incarnating into the great Dao was the sovereign. Above the great Dao, one would be the Dao ancestor. Their lifespan would be above the great Dao. In fact, after breaking through to the saint realm, lifespan was no longer important for cultivators. Most cultivators above the saint realm died in the hands of the great Dao rules or enemies. There were almost no cultivators who had exhausted their lifespan. Zhou Xuanji began to ponder. Although he had absorbed countless Dao energy and seen all kinds of great Daos, what was his own great Dao? My Dao is the sword Dao. Zhou Xuanji quickly figured it out. He was born for the sword. His soul was a sword. His body was a sword. Naturally, his Dao was also a sword. He wanted to be the sword emperor. He was no longer the only sword emperor under the heavenly law, but the only sword emperor in countless universes. The emperor of the sword Dao belonged only to him. Zhou Xuanji entered a state of epiphany. The surrounding invisible great Dao gathered around him, forming a gale. Mu Xuanfeng was startled by the gale. He looked at Zhou Xuanji in horror. What is he going to do? Nangong Jian looked back. Her eyes were filled with shock. It's impossible. This kid wants to break through to the Dao-treading saint realm? Is he crazy? Nangong Jian's beautiful face turned pale. It was a very long process to go from Overlord Saint level 9 to Dao-treading saint. Countless creatures needed a long time to comprehend their own great Dao. It could take hundreds of millions of years to tens of thousands of years. There were so many great Daos, but every creature had a great Dao that was most suitable for them. Except for that great Dao, no other great Dao could help one become a Dao-treading saint. Zhou Xuanji found it so quickly? A great Dao wasn't something that would appear whenever one thought of it. Unless one was a legendary genius, they could directly create a great Dao that would shake the origin court and cause anomalies in countless universes. Chapter 678. Zhou Xuanji had no idea about Nangong Jian's shock. He was already fully immersed in Dao enlightenment. After coming into contact with the great Dao for so many years, he had never encountered the great Dao of the sword. Even in the space-time tunnel, there was no sign of the great way of the sword. He did not panic. Instead, he created his own sword Dao. Back in the Wanshan Great Thousand, the old immortal had already trained him to comprehend the Dao will. From then on, his own great Dao was born. This type of great Dao was very mystical and weak. Compared to other great Daos, it was like a speck of dust facing a star. Now, he wanted to help his Dao insight transform into the grand Dao of the sword. He did not need to rely on the power of other great Daos. He only wanted to rely on himself to become a Dao-treading saint. The sound of the sword vibrating came from his body. A ring of silver light appeared around him and quickly expanded into a silver ball of light. Sword light protection art. Upon closer inspection, one would realize that this light was formed by countless light swords stacked on top of each other. It was a spectacular sight. Nangong Jian's eyes lit up. She had known Zhou Xuanji for so long, but this was the first time she had seen this kid use his divine ability. What a beautiful sword Dao divine art. This aura was not inferior to an early-stage Dao-treading venerable. Mu Xuanfeng was dumbfounded. What a powerful spirit. He felt that his body and soul were about to be crushed. What kind of cultivation realm did he have to possess such a powerful aura? Nangong Jian noticed his discomfort. With a wave of her right hand, a ball of light flew out of her palm and wrapped around Mu Xuanfeng's body, reducing the pressure on him. At the same time, in Zhou Xuanji's spiritual world, he was spreading out his Dao will. He used the sword light protection art as a medium to condense his own sword Dao. The feather fan continued moving forward. Nangong Jian's voice was still echoing in the space-time tunnel. There was no obstruction along the way. Daohu Qiuzuan didn't appear. It seemed calm, but Nangong Jian never closed her eyes. Half a month later, Zhou Xuanji woke up from his state of enlightenment and frowned slightly. His sword Dao was about to condense, but it was lacking a little. This feeling was very strange and indescribable. No matter how hard he searched, he couldn't find it. Nangong Jian's Dao voice also stopped. She looked back and said with a smile, "Don't be discouraged. You are already half a step into the Dao-treading saint realm, so don't think too much about it." She sighed in her heart. Was this 12-star aptitude? How terrifying would the legendary 16-star aptitude be? Wouldn't he be able to create whatever he thought of? Nangong Jian shook her head. She couldn't imagine someone with superstar talent. However, Zhou Xuanji's talent made her more confident. She naturally had a reason for helping Zhou Xuanji. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the happier she was. Everyone can only master one great Dao? Zhou Xuanji asked curiously. Mastering a great Dao could make one a Dao-treading saint. What about 2 or 3? Nangong Jian replied, "Of course you can have more than one, but the physical body and soul are only so big. If you divide the space to other great ways, it will inevitably affect the power of the original great way." Zhou Xuanji understood this. This was why the supreme legendary sword system wanted him to focus on the way of the sword. Alright, how long will it take to reach the Kunlun origin court? Zhou Xuanji asked. After comprehending for so long, he felt a little mentally exhausted. This was no ordinary epiphany. He was still creating a sword Dao. Sumigas, I didn't dare to go too fast in case I affected you. Nangong Jian smiled as she looked ahead with a meaningful look in her eyes. Following her gaze, he could vaguely see the purple sea of fog at the edge of the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji looked at Mu Xuanfeng and waved his hand. Mu Xuanfeng immediately came over with a look of awe. He didn't dare to speak first. You like alchemy the most? Zhou Xuanji asked, staring into his eyes. Hearing this, Mu Xuanfeng's heart skipped a beat. He could already tell that Zhou Xuanji was a sword cultivator. Was he going to be expelled? He replied nervously, "Yes, if you want." No. You can stay like this. I happen to lack an alchemy genius, Zhou Xuanji said, waving his hand. He didn't need a sword cultivator. There were tens of millions of them in Emperor's Sword Court. Alchemy cultivators were very rare. There were some in Emperor's Sword Court, but Mu Xuanfeng had 7-star or 8-star aptitude. Such an alchemy cultivator would probably be very popular in the Kunlun Origin Court. Mu Xuanfeng was overjoyed when he heard this. He immediately thanked Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji said, I will put you in my artifact. Find a place to cultivate first. Don't wander around. I will let you out after some time. Mu Xuanfeng naturally didn't dare to object. He was also afraid that Zhou Xuanji and Nangong Jane would be in danger. Next, he was put into Zhou Xuanji's Lotus World. With his cultivation, he couldn't set off any waves in Emperor's Sword Court. After all, he only had the strength of a heavenly law true god. DKSK, what do you want to do with so many creatures? Nangong Jane asked curiously. Her eyes fell on Zhou Xuanji, looking him up and down. Zhou Xuanji shrugged his shoulders and said, They are the ones I care about along the way. I don't want to give them up. We are walking on the path of cultivation. There will always be someone pushing us from behind. Nangong Jane shook her head and broke into a smile. She looked ahead again. After half an hour, they flew out of the space-time tunnel and came to the void boundary. Zhou Xuanji looked ahead and could already see the outline of the Kunlun Origin Court. In the dim void, the Kunlun Origin Court was so eye-catching. We are finally safe, Nangong Jane said with a smile. She threw half a great Dao Source Stone to Zhou Xuanji with her right hand. Zhou Xuanji was stunned. I have a share? The great Dao Source Stone in the Supreme Warehouse was a necessity for the mission. This half a great Dao Source Stone was his reward for helping Nangong Jane. But he had already consumed too much of Nangong Jane's luck. Nangong Jane raised the corner of her mouth and said, I am magnanimous. Don't be estranged. The path of cultivation is long. You and I still have a long time ahead of us. Hurry up and break through after you go back. There will be good things waiting for you. Good things? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. Could it be related to the mission that heavenly sage Zhen Yan secretly gave me? After a while, they rushed into the majestic purple mist. Nangong Jane raised her ID card high as the Void Boundary War God imprint burst into a brilliant light. Welcome back, Void Boundary War Gods, a vast voice resounded. It wasn't the Void Boundary God that Zhou Xuanji was familiar with. After entering the Kunlun Origin Court, Nangong Jane flew to the Void Boundary Palace with him. At the same time, she contacted the other members of Xian Mao through her ID card and gathered them in the Void Boundary Palace. Zhou Xuanji noticed that there were more creatures than before. It seemed that something big was about to happen. He captured the discussions of the creatures with his divine will. The superstar competition that happens once every million years is about to begin. Superstar competition, what's that? Only geniuses with more than 9-star aptitude can participate. There is only one cultivation requirement, and that is to reach the Dao-treading Saint Realm. As long as you achieve excellent results in the superstar competition, you can get the Great Dao Baptism of the Origin Court. Any Great Dao can be improved. Superstar competition? Zhou Xuanji fell into deep thought. How could I miss this opportunity? Nangong Jane glanced at him and said with a smile, It seems that you already have an idea. I will go and see your performance with my own eyes. Wonderful Book House. Chapter 679. On the way to the Void Boundary Palace, Zhou Xuanji kept thinking about the superstar competition. He asked Nangong Jane about it. The superstar competition was still more than 30 years away. At that time, all the origin cities would use spells to broadcast the competition. A grand event that happened once in a million years was enough to attract the attention of the entire Kunlun Origin Court. Many living beings who were wandering outside would rush back to take a look. This liveliness was similar to the Huaxia people celebrating the Spring Festival. At that time, the various divine ranges would also participate in the superstar competition to motivate their clansmen. After a while, when they arrived at the Void Boundary Palace, Yi Jun and the others had been waiting for them for a long time. They surrounded them and asked about their well-being. When Zhou Xuanji took out the great Dao Source Stone, they all felt a sense of relief. Even though it was only for a moment, Zhou Xuanji still sensed it. Let's go and see Emperor Zhen Yan. Yi Jun smiled and the other members of Xian Mao followed him up the stairs. Along the way, everyone kept asking Zhou Xuanji if he wanted to participate in the superstar competition. They could all see that Zhou Xuanji was very close to becoming a Dao-treading saint. He had every hope of participating in the superstar competition. Soon, they arrived at the balcony where Heavenly Venerable Zhen Yan was. When Yi Jun handed over the great Dao Source Stone, Heavenly Venerable Zhen Yan nodded in satisfaction. This mission has been completed perfectly. Due to Dao Huqiuzuan's intervention, your reward will be increased to 2 million merit points each. Heavenly Sage Zhen Yan said. As he spoke, he took out his ID card, motioning Zhou Xuanji and the others to take out their ID cards. They took out their own identity cards and stuck them to Emperor Zhen Yan's identity card, each receiving 2 million merit points. Taking back their identity cards, everyone had a smile on their faces. Heavenly Sage Zhen Yan looked at Zhou Xuanji and said, "At the beginning of the mission, I said that as long as Zhou Xuanji broke through to the Dao-treading saint realm, I would give him a reward and even allow him to take the great Dao Source Stone for himself. But he didn't do so. He still considered the team." Hearing this, everyone looked at Zhou Xuanji in shock. Only Nangong Jian had a strange look on her face. This brat had already swallowed half a great Dao Source Stone. Nangong Jian could only complain in her heart, not daring to say it out loud. Yi Jun praised, "Brother Xuanji is indeed an upright person. We are impressed. If it were them, they might not be able to withstand the test." The others spoke as well, and their impression of Zhou Xuanji greatly improved. Cultivate well. The next mission will be after the superstar competition. If you perform well, the Void Boundary Palace will reward you. Don't let us down. Emperor Zhen Yan said with a smile. After saying that, he disappeared from the spot. The Dao ancestors all voiced their support for Zhou Xuanji. After chatting for a while, Zhou Xuanji followed Nangong Jian, Yi Jun, and Su Huang back to the origin city they came from. As soon as he walked out of the side hall of the Emptiness Boundary Martial God, Cheng Jiao appeared. It seemed like this guy had been waiting for a long time. "Senior, congratulations on completing your first mission as a Void Boundary War God." Cheng Jiao cupped his fists and smiled, a look of worship on his face. He was indeed shocked, because Zhou Xuanji had become much more powerful. Even as a Dao-treading saint, he couldn't see through Zhou Xuanji. If this continued, Zhou Xuanji would surpass him soon. He was indeed a 12-star genius. Zhou Xuanji nodded with a smile. He then bid farewell to Yi Jun and the others and quickly returned to the Longbow Divine Range. On the way, Cheng Jiao, like Yi Jun and the others, also asked Zhou Xuanji if he wanted to participate in the Ultrastar examination. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Of course, I will participate. This is my serendipity." Cheng Jiao couldn't help but look forward to it. After returning to the Longbow Divine Ranges Yu clan, Cheng Jiao went back to report to the Longbow Old Ancestor. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji returned to his residence. Xiao Hu, the old beggar, and the others were very excited to see him return. They curiously asked him about his experiences during this period of time. Zhou Xuanji didn't hide anything. They were all amazed by him. The old beggar was speechless and said, "You met Dao Huqiuzuan and came back alive. You are really lucky." Xiao Hu glared at him and snorted, "Why? Are you disappointed?" These words made the old beggar stomp his feet in anger. His relationship with Zhou Xuanji was already a little awkward, and this brat still tried to sow discord between them. The man and the tiger began bickering. Zhou Xuanji noticed that Su Qing's eyes had become clear. He looked very calm standing behind everyone. He nodded and smiled at this senior brother as a greeting. In response, Su Qing looked a little nervous. After so many years, the old beggar, Su Qing, barbarian god Huang Luo, Gu Tianxia, and Buddha Yangling had all passed the first great elimination. They had officially stepped into the Kunlun origin court and would fight for themselves in the future. Returning to the house, Zhou Xuanji entered the world in the lotus. He brought Mu Xuanfeng to Emperor Sword Court and introduced him to Daoya Old Man, Xiao Jinghong, and the others. He decided to bring Xianxia and several connecting heaven level 10 cultivators from the demon realm into the Kunlun origin court. With Xianxia's ability, she would be able to develop better in the Kunlun origin court. Xianxia was very excited about this. Jiang Shui and Zhou Shaoxian were also very envious. If they weren't strong enough, Zhou Xuanji wouldn't have let them enter the Great Elimination. After staying in the world in the Lotus for half a month, he brought Xianxia and the others out and handed them over to Yu Zhongxiu to register. Knowing that Xianxia was Zhou Xuanji's woman, Yu Zhongxiu's expression was a little strange. But she didn't look cold. Instead, she became more enthusiastic. No matter what she thought, she had to take good care of Xianxia. If anything happened to Xianxia, the longbow divine range wouldn't be able to keep Zhou Xuanji. After giving a few instructions, Zhou Xuanji left alone and went to the Dao Tower in the Origin City to cultivate. In the same 4-star Dao room, he took out 5 avatars and the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus before he began to create his own sword Dao. This time, he wouldn't come out until he broke through to Dao Treading Saint. 5 years later, Sword Owner has reached Dao Treading Saint realm. Gotcha started. Ding! Congratulations, Sword Owner obtained God Slaying, Jade Queen Sword, 9 Extreme, Dragon Witch King Sword. Zhou Xuanji finally broke through to Dao Treading Saint realm. His great Dao of Sword was successfully condensed, filling the entire Dao room. His magic energy had completely transformed into Dao energy, and his body had completely transformed into a great Dao body. Because the Sword Owner has transcended the mortal body and transformed into a great Dao, you have obtained an epic serendipity. If you become a Dao ancestor within 1,000 years, you will obtain the wish-fulfilling sword. Let me announce the information of the wish-fulfilling sword first. The sword spirit's voice continued. Sword name, wish-fulfilling sword grade, unknown description, a mysterious sword that can fulfill any wish, except for invincibility and wishes related to the supreme legendary sword system. This legendary sword can only be used once every 10,000 years. Fulfill any wish? Once every 10,000 years. There's no cultivation limit. Zhou Xuanji's eyes widened as his breathing quickened. There's such a heaven-defying legendary sword? Any wish. If I encounter an enemy that I can't defeat, can I kill the enemy straight away? Zhou Xuanji's imagination ran wild. The more he thought about it, the more excited he became. It wasn't impossible for him to break through to Dao Ancestor within 1,000 years. Chapter 680. Any wish? Can I have a golden treasure basket? Zhou Xuanji asked in his heart. Ever since he used the golden treasure basket, he had been addicted to it. The sword spirit replied, "It should be possible. I want to become the sovereign, can I? Probably not. For the current you, it is equivalent to asking for invincibility. I want to have endless luck, can I? This is the requirement of invincibility. Who can kill you with endless luck? Then I want an immortal body? Yes, but only the body. If the soul is destroyed, you will still die. What about an immortal soul? You." The sword spirit fell into silence after hearing Zhou Xuanji's question. The wish-fulfilling sword had yet to appear, but the sword master had already begun to imagine, leaving the sword spirit at a loss. Zhou Xuanji stopped thinking about it and began to adjust his Dao energy. The difference between before and after the breakthrough was like heaven and earth. Dao energy and saint energy were even more incomparable. He felt that his strength had increased by at least 100 times. No wonder the threshold of the superstar competition was Dao Treading Saint. Now, he could truly feel the existence of Sword Dao. If he used Sword Dao rules, it would definitely be extremely lethal. After 7 days, he got up and left. When he came to the first floor of the Dao Tower, the women in front of the stone platform all looked at him with admiration. "Senior, you have become the first in the citywide breakthrough ranking and obtained 13 million merit points," the cold and elegant woman reported respectfully. The cold and elegant woman said respectfully. Their expressions were complicated. Zhou Xuanji had been cultivating in the Dao Tower for a long time. His merit points were increasing, making them speechless and at the same time, admiring him. This is 12-star aptitude. Zhou Xuanji handed over his ID card in a good mood. At this moment, an arm hooked around his neck. He did not resist but smiled instead. It was Xianxia. She was wearing a close-fitting purple robe and still had a veil over her face. Her hair was combed into a bun, looking beautiful and noble. 13 million merit points. My dear husband, you are really amazing, Xianxia said with a smile, squinting her eyes. Xianxia squinted her eyes and smiled, looking very happy. This was the first time she showed such a cute and helpless look in front of Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, I will show you around later. Just tell me what you want. The women behind the stone platform looked at Xianxia with envy. So he also knew how to be gentle to women. Xianxia smiled and said, I've already passed the first elimination, and I've directly broken through to Overlord Saint level 1. Amazing, right? She possessed the heart of the demon realm and the exterminating divine eyes, so her talent was naturally outstanding. She had obtained 7-star aptitude and was being nurtured by the longbow divine range. She had to admit that the exterminating divine eyes were indeed powerful. After coming to the Kunlun origin court, Xianxia clearly noticed that her cultivation talent was improving. What she did not know was that it was because Zhou Xuanji was becoming more powerful. Their exterminating divine eyes were a pair and could affect and sense each other. After retrieving the identity card, the two walked out of the Dao Pagoda. Cheng Jiao had been waiting for a long time. He said respectfully, Senior, you have successfully broken through. Should we register for the superstar competition? Zhou Xuanji nodded and brought Xianxia along as they followed behind him. On the way, he asked Xianxia about her experiences in the Great Elimination. He had to admit that Xianxia was really an old devil. In the Great Elimination, she used all kinds of tricks and often killed enemies above her cultivation level. She was also very decisive when she encountered opportunities. That was how she could break through to Overlord Saint level 1. Buy more cultivation treasures for Jiang Shui and her son, especially Xiaoxian. She is very talented. You have to nurture her well, Xianxia said with a smile. Xianxia smiled. She was in a good mood. She regarded Zhou Xiaoxian as her own. Whenever she had good things, she would often think of Zhou Xiaoxian first. This was also the reason why Zhou Xiaoxian often talked about Aunt Xian. Zhou Xuanji nodded and instructed Cheng Jiao, I will trouble you with this matter. I will give you 3 million merit points. Buy as much as you can. No need to save for me. He was very reassured about Cheng Jiao. After knowing him for so long, Cheng Jiao had always done his best. He had left a good impression on him. Leave it to me. Cheng Jiao patted his chest and smiled. After half an hour, they came to the center of the origin city. There was a registration square for the superstar competition here. One needed to verify their identity card before they could enter the teleportation array to register. Since only the registrant could enter alone, Zhou Xuanji asked Cheng Jiao to take Xianxia to buy cultivation treasures. He also transferred 5 million merit points to Xianxia. Over the years, he had earned more than 20 million merit points in the Dao Pagoda. When Jiang Shui came to the Kunlun origin court, he would also give her the same amount. In his eyes, merit points were nothing. After all, he still had the identity of Void Boundary War God. He entered the building and took out his identity card for the old man waiting in front of the teleportation array. Zhou Xuanji, your name is really well known recently, the old man said with a smile. He then returned the identity card to Zhou Xuanji before activating the teleportation array. Zhou Xuanji smiled and stepped into the teleportation array. As soon as a bright light appeared, he felt the power of time and space surrounding him. After becoming a Dao-treading saint, his perception of the great Dao had become more profound. Soon he walked out of the teleportation array and saw a dark world in front of him. Thunder clouds rolled, the ground was scorched black, and there were many magma cracks in the ground. There were many teleportation arrays around, and several creatures were stepping out from other teleportation arrays. In front of him, there was a huge stele standing on the ground. Many golden words were floating above it. Ing Zhuge, 17-star aptitude. Meng Shen, 16-star aptitude. Chang Shengxiao, 16-star aptitude. Great Sorrow Momo, 16-star aptitude. Rulai Fu, 16-star aptitude. Zhou Xuanji's eyelids twitched wildly. 17-star aptitude? How the hell did they give birth to this? He glanced down and found that there were no less than 10 existences with 16-star aptitude. There were more than 500 of them, and only they had 12-star aptitude. These guys were definitely geniuses from the top 1,000 divine ranges. The Kunlun origin court was very big. The higher the ranking of the divine ranges, the more unimaginable it was. He took a deep breath and walked forward. In front of the huge stele, a ghost-like white-haired man was floating. His hands were in his long pockets. His face was expressionless, and his eyes were empty. Zhou Xuanji walked up to him. Before he could ask, the white-haired man spoke first. Put your ID card on the Superstar Sacred Stele, and you can sign up. Indifferent. Zhou Xuanji enjoyed a completely different treatment from before. It was enough to show that a 12-star aptitude was not worth mentioning here. He took out his ID card and put it on the Superstar Sacred Stele. Soon, his name appeared in the position of 537th. He turned around and was about to leave. At this moment, a dragon-like roar came from a teleportation array not far away. A true dragon covered in red scales crawled out of the teleportation array. It was 30 meters long and looked ferocious and domineering. A man in silver battle armor was riding on its back. Among the people present, only he came on a mount. It could be seen that his identity was not simple. Chapter 681. Yo, Ingzhuge can also be ranked first. It seems that this year's superstar competition won't do. The silver-armored man smiled proudly, then rode the red dragon to the superstar's sacred tablet. With a wave of his right hand, he smashed his identity card onto the superstar's sacred tablet. Then, his name appeared in second place. Chu Machin, 17-star aptitude. Second only to Ingzhuge. Seeing this scene, Chu Machin frowned and suddenly clamped his legs together, startling the red dragon so much that it let out a dragon roar and began to riot in place. The dozens of living beings in the surroundings couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. 17-star aptitude. Chu Machin, isn't he the genius of star divine range? Divine pulse of star, the top 100 transcendent existences. Too strong. How does it feel to have 17-star aptitude? Chu Machin snorted in displeasure at the discussion around him. He took back his identity card and told the red dragon to turn around and leave. Soon he disappeared into the teleportation array. As soon as he left, the pressure on this world abruptly decreased. Zhou Xuanji could not see through Chu Machin. This guy was very powerful. He gave off a feeling that he was even stronger than Yi Jun. It was as if he was facing Empyrean Jin Yen. The Kunlun origin court is really a place where there is always a higher mountain. Zhou Xuanji shook his head and laughed as he walked forward. The superstar competition was not just about sparring. There were all kinds of competitions. For example, the Divine Ability Appreciation Competition was a competition to see whose divine ability was more spectacular and shocking. There was also the speed ratio, the strength ratio, the Dao power ratio, the Dao technique ratio, and so on. It was just like the Olympics on Earth. It was precisely because of this that the superstar competition seemed so interesting. It could make countless creatures rush back from other universes. The various spars between the top geniuses were extremely entertaining. This was because geniuses were all proud and arrogant, and it was easy for them to not care about others' feelings. It could even lead to a fight between divine ranges, which would ultimately affect the situation of the Kunlun origin court. However, every superstar competition would evolve into a stage for the top 1,000 divine ranges to display their strength, deepening their position in the hearts of all living beings. After leaving the teleportation portal, Zhou Xuanji went to look for Xianxia and Chengjiu. They were still on the street. Zhou Xuanji did not spend too much time after all. Soon he met up with the other two. Xianxia was very curious about the other end of the teleportation array, and Zhou Xuanji did not hide it from her. When Xianxia and Chengjiu found out that the highest aptitude was 17 stars, they were both shocked. The Longbow Divine Range didn't have any geniuses participating in the Superstar competition before, so Qingjio didn't know about the Superstar's sacred steel. In the past, they were just there to watch the show. This kind of Kunlun origin court is more challenging. But unfortunately, with her aptitude, it was impossible for her to participate in the Superstar competition. She could only participate in the other exciting events of the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji gave a slight smile and said, "Hurry up. When the time comes, you and I can go to the Dao room to cultivate. I will also teach you." A Dao room could allow several people to cultivate at the same time, and the amount of merit points consumed was the same. However, one more person would definitely absorb more spiritual energy and Dao power. 8 hours later, they came to a 4-star Dao room. As usual, Zhou Xuanji took out 5 clones and the 24-rank Deep Black Lotus. Xianxia asked curiously, "You have another clone? This is the Panjin you were talking about?" Zhou Xuanji nodded and smiled. "That's right." After that, he taught Xianxia the greatly divine suppressor art. Back then, Xianxia had also imparted her cultivation technique to him, so he wanted to be the same as before. When he was weak, she could only pamper him. Now that he was strong, she should be pampered. After half an hour, Xianxia exclaimed in admiration, "What an exquisite cultivation technique. Little husband, your serendipity is really amazing." No matter where he went, Zhou Xuanji could always obtain serendipity. She couldn't help but admire him. At the same time, she was very moved. She did not misjudge him. No matter what achievements Zhou Xuanji had, he treated her sincerely. "Okay, let's start cultivating," Zhou Xuanji said with a gentle smile. After that, he closed his eyes and began to cultivate. Xianxia followed suit and began cultivating. The news that Zhou Xuanji had become the top cultivator in the Origin City breakthrough ranking quickly spread in the nearby divine ranges. At the same time, the news that he had signed up for the Superstar competition also spread. The creatures of the Longbow Divine Range were proud of him. They held their heads up high wherever they went. For a while, the Longbow Divine Range's status in the nearby Kunlun universe began to rise. Qiu Hu, Sheng Tiandao, Gu Tianxia, and the others also began to choose their first profession. Everything was on the right track. In the void, Ren Niming flew quickly. He looked terrified. He looked back from time to time, sweating profusely. "Damn it! How long is it going to chase me? Why can it leave the heavenly law universe?" Ren Niming gnashed his teeth. His eyes were filled with despair. If this continued, he would definitely die. He was not willing. He didn't want it to end like this. "Where do you think you can run to?" A hoarse voice came from behind, giving Ren Niming goosebumps. He didn't look back but desperately accelerated. "From now on, I will become the only destiny, the supreme destiny in countless universes." The hoarse voice came again. Ren Niming couldn't help but look back. Immediately, his pupils dilated as a black shadow occupied his eyes. Time passed quickly. 10 years had passed. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation didn't improve, but his Dao energy grew a lot. He had completely stabilized his sword Dao. The harvest was not bad. Xianxia broke through to Overlord Saint level 3 and could already condense 5 greatly avatars. The two left the Dao room. Xianxia didn't want to consume Zhou Xuanji's merit points anymore. She wanted to find a profession to earn merit points herself. Zhou Xuanji took her to the Vocation Palace. As for Qingjio, he didn't wait outside the Dao Tower. When they arrived at the Vocation Palace, the two strolled around unhurriedly. The profession that Xianxia wanted was very similar to Void Boundary War God. There were tests, irregular rewards, and no upper or lower limit. After a while, Zhou Xuanji suddenly stopped. A man appeared in front of him. Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia frowned at the same time. The man was dressed in white. His face and figure were exactly the same as Zhou Xuanji's, except that he had white hair and a weathered gaze. "Enemy?" Xianxia asked softly, staring at him with a sharp gaze. Zhou Xuanji didn't speak. He was also very confused. The other party looked at him calmly. When their eyes met, he felt an inexplicable palpitation. Anyone would feel weird when they saw someone who looked exactly like them. At this moment, the white-haired man raised his right hand and touched his chest, making a gesture of digging his heart out. The corner of his mouth rose, looking unruly. "Who are you?" Zhou Xuanji asked. The other party obviously knew him. Otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a provocative gesture. The creatures around them also stopped and looked at them with a weird expression. The white-haired man laughed coldly and said, "The person who will end you, Zhou Xuanji. Just wait, you will die miserably." After speaking, he walked straight toward Zhou Xuanji, brushing past him. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji felt an extremely strong murderous intent. Even if he tried to restrain it, he was still shocked. Chapter 682. Zhou Xuanji grabbed the white-haired man's wrist and said, "If you want to kill me, you should at least leave your name, right?" The white-haired man looked back at him and laughed coldly. "Then you can call me Sword Emperor Slayer." After that, his right hand turned into nothingness. He broke free from Zhou Xuanji's grip and continued to walk forward. Sword Emperor Slayer. This brat was provoking him. Xianxia said softly, "He doesn't look simple. But he is so arrogant. He will surely die a horrible death." She had already developed a blind trust in Zhou Xuanji. So many seemingly invincible enemies were defeated by Zhou Xuanji. What was this Sword Emperor Slayer to her? Zhou Xuanji smiled and continued forward with Xianxia. There were countless jobs in the Vocation Palace, and it was difficult to keep track. Every once in a while, new jobs would be born and some would die out. Xianxia had 7-star talent and could choose many jobs. Since Zhou Xuanji wanted to rest, he patiently chose for her. Xianxia's divine sense captured a massive amount of information from the wall. Soon, she picked the jobs that interested her. They went to learn about them one by one. Not all jobs were like Void Boundary War God. Most of the job recruiters were like salesmen, extremely passionate. Finally, Xianxia chose the Imperial Demon Official. They were responsible for patrolling the universe around the Origin City. There were also Imperial Demon Official, Imperial Barbarian Official, Imperial Dragon Official, and so on. Zhou Xuanji waited for Xianxia outside the side palace. An hour later, Xianxia returned with a man who was giving off a dense demonic aura behind her. "Fairy, we will be teammates from now on." "You must," the man said with a smile. He was wearing heavy armor and had wild hair. His cultivation was at level 9 Overlord Saint. Xianxia ignored him and hugged Zhou Xuanji's arm, which froze the man's smile. Zhou Xuanji glanced at him and asked, "Who is this guy?" Xianxia shook her head with a smile. "I don't know. Let's go home. I will serve you well tonight." She said this in a sweet and seductive tone intentionally. The man's face turned green immediately, as though he had eaten a fly. He looked at Zhou Xuanji's face and cried out in shock in his heart, "Zhou Xuanji." He immediately cupped his fist at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile, "Senior Zhou's woman. I will help her as much as I can." After that, he pretended to be generous and left. Zhou Xuanji was a super genius that everyone in this city knew about. Not long ago, he was ranked first on the breakthrough ranking and became a Dao-treading saint. Such an existence was not someone he could offend. Only by being sensible can one live longer. Zhou Xuanji and Xianxia looked at each other and smiled. Then, they left the Vocation Palace and returned to the Longbow Divine Ranges Yu clan. In the next period of time, Zhou Xuanji returned to the Lotus World to teach Emperor Sword Court cultivation. He focused on nurturing Xiao Jinghong, Zhou Shaoxian, Zhao Zongjian, Lin Changge, Ning Zifeng, Meng Tianlang, and Chen Bantian. These 7 people were the most talented in the way of the sword among his trusted subordinates. In the future, he would also become the representative of Emperor Sword Court. Zhou Xuanji gathered them together and used his divine sense to teach them different sword techniques. In the future, you will be called Emperor Sword Court's 7 Swords. How about it? Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. Xiao Jinghong and Zhao Zongjian agreed, of course. Zhou Shaoxian said with dissatisfaction, "What an ugly name. Wouldn't it be better to call it 7 Ultimate Emperor Swords? 7 Absolute Emperor Swords?" Zhou Xuanji blinked and thought of the 5 ultimate gods. This name is not bad. Master, can you enlighten us so that we can enter the Kunlun origin court as soon as possible? Chen Bantian said with a smile, rubbing his hands. The spiritual qi in the Lotus world had been growing rapidly. Their cultivation was at least at heavenly law true God, but they were still far from connecting heaven level 10. Zhou Xuanji glared at him and said, "The foundation is very important. Don't rush it." Lin Chang'e let out a sigh and said, "Why can your cultivation advance so quickly? Is there really no one to enlighten you?" Zhou Xuanji was already the faith of the entire Emperor Sword Court. Even his trusted subordinates respected him. In their eyes, Zhou Xuanji had been fighting and surpassing his limits. But logically speaking, his cultivation should not be so fast. Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "It's all due to serendipity. Even if someone enlightens you, you will not be able to catch up to me." Everyone was not discouraged. Instead, they looked at him with admiration. Zhou Shaoxian curled her lip and said, "I don't want to learn heavenly sword descent. I want to learn that move to multiply sword souls." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Everyone can learn sword souls, but it's best to practice a trump card divine ability. It's fine if you don't use it, but once you use it, you will definitely kill." Everyone couldn't help but nod. They felt that this was reasonable. After staying in the Lotus world for 5 years, Zhou Xuanji continued to cultivate in the Dao Tower. With his current cultivation level, even if he had 12-star aptitude, it would take a long time for him to break through again. During this time, Shen Mao did not take on any missions. They were indeed lacking merit points to become void boundary war gods, but they were not in a hurry. They were also looking forward to the superstar competition. Time passed year by year. In the blink of an eye, Zhou Xuanji had reached the age of 567. And this year, the superstar competition was about to begin. He walked out of the Dao Tower and first returned to the Longbow Divine Ranges Yu clan to inform them. Then he went to the Superstar Competition Tower in the Origin City alone and teleported to the Superstar Realm, waiting for the Superstar Competition to begin. The world was dark and thunderclouds were billowing. The Superstar's sacred steel stood on the ground like a mountain. It was so high and cold. More and more geniuses walked out of the teleportation array. Zhou Xuanji looked up and found that his ranking had fallen to around 700. He couldn't help but sigh. How many freaks are there in the Kunlun origin court? At this time, a screen of light appeared in front of him. It also appeared in front of the other geniuses. It listed the events of the superstar competition. They could sign up at will. Each genius could sign up for at most 3 events. Zhou Xuanji rubbed his chin in thought. He definitely had no chance of winning in terms of strength, speed, or aesthetics. These events were all about strength. His eyes locked on one event. This event would take out thousands of powerful divine abilities for the geniuses to learn in full view of the public to see who was faster. Different levels of divine abilities would also have different results. In theory, the more difficult the divine ability was, the final result would be divided by a certain multiple. This was a must. In the Kunlun origin court, Sword Dao divine abilities were still very popular. This was the event he had the most advantage in. Next was the Dao debate. The rules of this event were very simple. Either convince the other party, or make the other party flustered or speechless. To put it bluntly, it was a competition of verbal skills. As for the third event, Great Dao Aptitude. This event mainly tested the genius's Great Dao ability. It would limit the level of the Great Dao so that all participants would have the same level of Great Dao. Then they would compete with each other. This event was extremely popular because Great Dao talent was related to the upper limit of the owner's achievements. Even in the Kunlun origin court, one couldn't become stronger all the time. Every creature would have their own bottleneck. Chapter 683. Study. Dao Debate. Great Dao Aptitude. Zhou Xuanji submitted the registration application, and the light screen in front of him disappeared. The other geniuses also registered successfully. Most of them had excitement written all over their faces. But no matter how excited they were, no one shouted. All of them were very calm. Zhou Xuanji looked around. Except for the high-profile Chu Machin, he didn't know any of the other geniuses. Among those present, his cultivation was the lowest. He sat in the air and began to cultivate, waiting. One after another, geniuses walked out of their respective teleportation arrays. The number of people was still increasing. They registered one after another and then sat on the ground or hovered in the air, waiting. 5 days later, a vast pressure descended. All the teleportation arrays were closed. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and saw the thunderclouds forming a huge vortex. A figure wrapped in lightning descended. He was hundreds of meters tall, wearing a dragon head Qilin scale armor. His black cloak fluttered wildly in the wind, and he held 2 giant hammers in his hands. His face was pitch black. Only a pair of eyes shining with purple light could be seen, looking down at the ground. I am Fierce Thunder Sovereign. There are 2,936 participants in this year's Superstar competition. The Superstar competition's venue is above my head. As in the past, we will compete in each event in turn. The spectator competition will be the first, and the competition of strength will be the last. It will take a total of several years. I hope everyone is ready. Next is the preparation time for the Superstar competition. All origin cities and divine ranges are connecting their spells. Fierce Thunder Sovereign began introducing the order of the events. The 3 events that Zhou Xuanji registered belonged to the latter half. Among them, Great Dao Aptitude ranked second from the bottom. One could see its importance. The top 3 in each event would be rewarded with merit points, cultivation treasures, and so on. The rewards for the competition of strength were the most generous. Zhou Xuanji could only register for the competition of strength in the next Superstar competition. Among the geniuses present, half of them had reached the Dao Ancestor realm. This showed how powerful they were. After Fierce Thunder Sovereign finished his introduction, he disappeared. The vortex in the sea of clouds had yet to subside. The geniuses began to talk in groups of 2s and 3s. Through their conversation, Zhou Xuanji finally learned about the cultivation above the Dao Ancestor realm. 9 vast heavens. This made him inexplicably think of the vast heavens in the legendary swords. Is there any connection between the two? Other than that, he also had to know that the ancestral realm was divided into 36 flowers. Every additional flower would cause a qualitative change in one's Dao power. Based on this deduction, how big was the gap between him and those prodigies who had reached the 9 vast heavens realm? Zhou Xuanji's imagination ran wild, but he was not discouraged. He was still young. Sooner or later, he would reach the Dao Ancestor realm and surpass the 9 vast heavens realm. While they were waiting, the outside world was in an uproar. In the giant city of the Yu family, 9 stone tablets were erected in the central square, bursting with a strong light, condensing into a light screen in the sky, projecting the situation around the Superstar sacred tablet. All the creatures in the city looked up. Did you see Zhou Xuanji? Why is it being screened in advance this time? Because our longbow divine range also has geniuses screaming. We don't have to wait for the Superstar competition to officially begin. These geniuses all look really strong. Look, our Zhou Xuanji is calm and not afraid at all. Sounds of discussion rose from every street, all of them extremely excited. Even though Zhou Xuanji looked very small, the creatures could still see him with their eyesight. Xianxia, the old beggar, Xiuhu, and the others could see him too. They were sitting in the courtyard, eating spirit fruits while waiting. Yu Zhongxiu was also by their side. She said with a soft smile, as long as he can show his brilliance, he doesn't have to be ranked. This is a good opportunity to become famous. This was the Superstar competition. Only God knew how many creatures were watching. As long as Zhou Xuanji performed well, the reputation of the longbow divine range would soar, attracting countless creatures to join. This kid will definitely be in the limelight. The old beggar shook his wine glass and said with a smile. The others nodded in agreement. Zhou Xuanji's cultivation might be low, but they believed that Zhou Xuanji would definitely amaze everyone. This kind of situation and the gap in strength between the enemy and himself were the basic rules for Zhou Xuanji. Xianxia propped her chin up and said with a smile, I wonder which 3 events he signed up for. The old beggar curled his lip and said, What's it called again? Dao debate, right? He must be one of them. This guy just likes to talk big. Everyone couldn't help but burst into laughter. At the same time, the various origin cities and divine ranges were also discussing the superstar competition. Although the nearby origin cities and divine ranges were paying attention to Zhou Xuanji, compared to the entire Kunlun origin court and the superstar competition, Zhou Xuanji's fame was still at the bottom. Time continued to pass. Half a month later, the superstar competition that countless creatures in the Kunlun origin court were paying attention to had officially begun. The first event was the spectator competition. Fierce Thunder Sovereign appeared. The spectator competition is about to begin. Fierce Thunder Sovereign waved his right hand, and hundreds of geniuses flew up. The ID marks on their bodies lit up, and they were quickly sucked into the cloud sea vortex. A screen of light appeared on the superstar sacred steel, showing a huge square stone platform. It was tens of thousands of meters long and wide, surrounded by a dazzling starry sky. Soldiers in golden armor stood at the edge of the stone platform. The sacred platform. Hundreds of geniuses landed on the sacred platform. The atmosphere was silent, but the outside world was already boiling. All the divine ranges and origin cities burst into a deafening uproar, cheering for their favorite geniuses. Even if the other party couldn't hear them, they had to vent their emotions. Zhou Xuanji clearly felt that the atmosphere around him had changed, especially those geniuses who were ranked higher than him. All of them had a serious look on their faces as they sat upright. No one dared to come within 100 meters of one of them. He was wearing a silver-beaded robe, sitting on a lotus seat. He had sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes. He had a handsome face and a phoenix-shaped silver crown on his head. He looked indifferent. He sat there like the brightest star in the night sky. Even if one didn't understand, he could still attract the attention of many people. He was Ingzhuge. 17-star aptitude. Legend had it that he was once an ancient god of the Kunlun origin court. For some unknown reason, he reincarnated. This body was a Dao body that he had cultivated for a long time. In less than 10,000 years after his reincarnation, he had reached the 9 vast heavens, which was unprecedented. Zhou Xuanji also paid attention to him. After all, this person was ranked first on the superstar sacred steel. Ingzhuge stared at the screen, watching the spectator competition. This seat is the superstar divine official. Now, this is the spectator competition on the main island of all beings. Next, this seat will read the names in turn. Each of you will show your most magnificent divine ability. After the first round, this seat will judge the top 100 based on the number of shouts from the Kunlun origin court. A sun-like ball of light appeared outside the sacred platform. An excited and magnetic voice came from it. The superstar divine official had existed for a long time. He couldn't be bribed. If he was found out, he would be obliterated by the sovereign. This was how the previous superstar divine official died. Chapter 684. The superstar divine official's cultivation was extremely high. His divine will could cover the entire Kunlun origin court. He could judge the sound and determine the winner of the spectator competition. Not only that, although the superstar divine official was very intimidating, his tone was extremely emotional. It made the sacred arena not feel awkward and excited all living beings. His voice passed through countless screens and resounded throughout the Kunlun origin court. Soon, the spectator competition began. The geniuses made their moves one after another. All kinds of gorgeous and shocking divine abilities were displayed. They could name the scene they wanted, and the superstar divine official could create it. Different environments could create different effects. For example, a man slashed open the universe with his sword. For example, thousands of stars turned into golden lotuses and exploded at the same time. It was shocking. Some geniuses used their palms as blades, releasing billions of blade lights, piecing together the dark universe into a bright world. All kinds of exaggerated divine abilities made the emotions of all living beings in the Kunlun origin court fluctuate one after another. Most of the living beings exclaimed in satisfaction. Zhou Xuanji also felt that it was pretty good. Many of his divine abilities were very enjoyable to watch, but he didn't participate. The main reason was that the spectator competition was too early. Although it was lively at the beginning, Who would remember it after the superstar competition was over? This was one of the reasons why Zhou Xuanji chose the midterm competition. After 3 days, the spectator competition finally ended. The first place got more than 500 million merit points and many treasures, which made everyone envious. Then came the second competition. Zhou Xuanji stopped watching and began to meditate. Among all the geniuses, he was the only one cultivating. Because for them, cultivating now was equivalent to making a last-minute effort. Most importantly, it was useless. The surrounding geniuses thought that he was pretending to be aloof and disdained him. Time passed day by day. The various gambling dens in the Kunlun Origin Court were in full swing. After all, the superstar competition was a carnival for the entire Kunlun Origin Court. Zhou Xuanji's first competition was the Dao debate. He was ranked 23rd. Most of the previous competitions didn't have any substantial competition until the artifact competition. This competition was definitely a rich man's game. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes and saw the artifact being smashed. He felt a little distressed. It was worth mentioning that Ing Zhuge and Chu Machen didn't appear. The top 10 geniuses didn't move. Half a year later, the Dao debate began, and a genius ranked 8th soared into the sky. His name was Wuxia, and he had 16 stars aptitude. Zhou Xuanji sensed an unstoppable force enveloping him and bringing him flying toward the cloud sea vortex. He immediately took out the World Fool sword and wore it at his waist. He raised his eyes and looked over, and he noticed that there were only 127 geniuses participating in the Dao discussion. There was another way to describe the Dao discussion, and it was a competition of words. One couldn't utilize Dao energy, and it was very easy to damage one's image. They passed through the whirlpool and landed on the sacred arena. The Longbow Divine Range, the nearby Divine Ranges, and the origin cities were all stirred up. They had finally waited for Zhou Xuanji. The superstar divine official introduced them one by one, and after hearing that there were 16 star geniuses participating in the Dao debate, Yun Zhongxiu and the others all felt worried for Zhou Xuanji. If Zhou Xuanji encountered a 16-star genius in the first round, wouldn't that be too tragic? Now, we'll start picking our opponents. 3 of them will be discussing the Dao together. 1 sentence at a time, no interruptions allowed. Only one victor will be decided. The superstar divine official said. He waved his right hand, and the 127 balls of light flew toward the sacred arena. The geniuses tried to snatch them, but Zhou Xuanji was not in a hurry. He absorbed the remaining ball of light into his hand. When all the geniuses obtained the balls of light, they were pulled toward their opponents. What a coincidence! Zhou Xuanji's opponent was the 16-star genius, Wuxia. Wuxia looked like a scholar. He had a smile on his face and looked very handsome. The two sat opposite each other, and so did the other geniuses. They were hundreds of meters away from each other and did not affect each other. What do you want to discuss? Wuxia stared at Zhou Xuanji and asked with a smile. For some reason, he did not like Zhou Xuanji. He always felt that Zhou Xuanji was a despicable person, but he still maintained the demeanor of a powerful cultivator. Zhou Xuanji did not know if the World Fool Sword would work on Wuxia. The World Fool Sword had the ability to lower one's intellect, and it did not consume any magic energy, so it was not against the rules. Where did the sovereign come from? Zhou Xuanji asked calmly. Born from the Kunlun Origin Court, of course. Where did the Kunlun Origin Court come from? Created by the original sovereign? Then how did the original sovereign come into being? The existence of Daoist came into being at the right time. It was the same for the sovereign. Wuxia readily accepted their advice and easily answered all their doubts. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow slightly. It seemed that he had underestimated his opponent. He wanted to ask a question like the chicken or the egg, which came first. But this guy answered the question forcefully, which made it impossible for him to answer. I have to get serious. Zhou Xuanji asked with squinted eyes. In a void boundary without any spirit, if a watchtower collapses, will there be any sound? Of course there will be sound, Wuxia said with disdain in his eyes. Isn't this common sense? How do you know? Of course there is. This is something that everyone knows. But no one was there. After the Dao discussion, I will demonstrate it to you. But you are still wrong. How can you say something that you did not see with your own eyes? Wuya was frustrated by the questions. He always felt that Zhou Xuanji was being unreasonable. But he could not lose his temper. If he lost his temper during the Dao discussion, he would lose. Before Wuya could reply, Zhou Xuanji continued to ask, "Do you think that some things are true and will not change no matter what?" Wuya replied, "There are indeed some things that should be like that, but it's not absolute." "Your name is Wuya. This is true, right?" "Of course." "If the sovereign says that you are not Wuya and everyone believes in the sovereign, will you still be Wuya?" "Just my name." "Is there a difference? Everyone thinks that you are someone else. Do you think that you are still yourself?" Wuya frowned at the question. He felt that Zhou Xuanji was pressuring him with the sovereign. The powerful reigns supreme. Such a metaphor was illogical. He immediately took the initiative and asked, "If it were you, will you still be yourself?" Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Of course. My existence lies in my heart. If my heart changes, I will no longer be who I was before. If my heart does not change, I will still be me." Wuya was infuriated when he heard this. Is there something wrong with this brat's brain? Is there a difference between this logic and what he said before? "Then, you are so sure that there will be no sound when the watchtower collapses. That means no sound is your answer?" Wuya asked with squinted eyes. Zhou Xuanji said with a faint smile, "That's me, not you." Wuya cursed in his heart immediately, and his murderous intent grew. He said coldly, "Then you are not me. How can you say that my answer is wrong?" Zhou Xuanji replied unhurriedly, "Because I asked the question. Wuya, I have countless legendary swords. I have countless legendary swords." Chapter 685. Wuya was so infuriated by Zhou Xuanji's shameless words that he almost exploded. Fortunately, he suppressed his emotions and immediately said, "What you said, doesn't that mean that everything you said is reasonable and everything I said is wrong? What's the point of having a Dao debate like this? Don't you care about your reputation now that you've become a Dao-treading saint?" His face was expressionless, but his heart was trying hard to calm down. What was going on? Why would he be angered by such a shameless person? He could not help but glance at the World Fool Sword at Zhou Xuanji's waist. He did not sense any ripples of Dao energy. If it wasn't the effect of the magic treasure, could it be that there was something wrong with his state of mind? That's right. Ever since he prepared to participate in the superstar examination, the divine range he was in had given him a lot of pressure. "If you're dissatisfied, then you can raise a question," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Seeing the ripples in Wuya's eyes, he knew that the World Fool Sword was working. That was awesome. Could a mere amethyst divine sword affect an existence that surpassed the Dao ancestor level? Perhaps it was because Wuya had not noticed the use of the World Fool Sword. The World Fool Sword did not consume any magic power, and its attack power was very weak. It only had the ability to lower one's intelligence. Otherwise, its level would have been even higher. Zhou Xuanji decided in his heart to focus on nurturing the World Fool Sword in the future and find a way to help it level up. "Fine, let me ask you, how many great Daoists are there?" Wuya asked. His heart was filled with hatred. "See if I don't kill you. As many as you think you have." "I'm asking you how many you think there are." "There are 3,000 great Daoists, and they are endless and without end." Fellow Daoist, to ask this question, have you ever left your God meridian? Wrong. The number of great Daoists is fixed. Otherwise, why would there be great Daoists that are constantly being destroyed? Wuya was almost angered to death by Zhou Xuanji. This brat dared to mock him for being ignorant. Endure. He had to endure it. This was only the first round. He couldn't lose. The two of them continued to engage in a verbal battle. Since Wuya was the most famous, the majority of the living beings focused their attention on them. As long as he used his spiritual force to touch the light screens of the various realms, he would be able to pay attention to any of the geniuses on the sacred arena. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji and Wuya were equally matched, countless creatures were in an uproar. Who is this guy? How shameless! This brat is really lucky to be able to live until today. Why is Wuya so agitated? You're so easily angered? Why don't you try? Do you think you can remain calm after being provoked by an ant? Not bad. If it were you or me, would we dare to face a 16-star prodigy like this? All the divine ranges and origin cities were discussing Zhou Xuanji and Wuya. The longbow divine range was seething with excitement. The old beggar sighed, "This kid really has my style." Qiu Hu's face was filled with admiration. Si Mingyan, Sheng Tiandao, Gu Tianxia, and Su Qing were speechless. Yu Zhongxiu and Xianxia looked at Zhou Xuanji, their eyes sparkling. Zhou Xuanji's calmness toward Wuya was too charming. At the same time, the debate in the sacred arena had reached its climax. Soon, some geniuses were so angry that they drew their swords and were sent back to the superstar sacred steel by the superstar divine official. Wuya was still tolerating Zhou Xuanji. He felt that he was about to lose control. The guy in front of him was really asking for a beating. "Fellow Daoist, do you think the superstar competition is fair?" Zhou Xuanji asked with a smile. The more he laughed, the stronger Wuya's killing intent became. Wuya narrowed his eyes and said, "Fair, but also unfair." "The same trick again." Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "Fellow Daoist, you are not sincere and speak ambiguously. What are you afraid of as a genius who dares to take responsibility for his actions? In my opinion, it's fairness. I can debate with a genius like you, and it's still the Tao of cultivation. If this isn't fairness, then what is? The sovereign is benevolent. If I lose to you, it's not shameful. If I win, it will be glorious. If you win against me, it's only natural, and you will be ridiculed for bullying the weak. If you lose to me, can you still be considered a human?" Damn. Wuya almost stood up and gave Zhou Xuanji a kick. "This kid is definitely provoking me." His eyes were slightly bloodshot. He smiled awkwardly and said, "My goal is to be first. If I win against you in the end, no one will remember me. If you don't even understand this, why did you come to the Tao debate? Fundamentally speaking, the superstar competition isn't fair. Take the sparring session for example. My cultivation, path, and realm are all higher than yours. You can't have a fair sparring session with me. You can only be clever and argue shamelessly. Even so, you still have to lose. Do you still think it's fair? An eye for an eye. Since you want to mock me, don't blame me for being rude." Zhou Xuanji was not flustered at all. No. You are the one who lost, so to me, it's still very fair," he said. Wuya chuckled and asked, "Why can you win?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "It's the same as my initial answer. My heart thinks that I will win, so I must win. I think that you will lose, so you will surely lose. You know what's the worst? It's not a nobody like me, but it's the geniuses below the top genius like you. You will always be the dim stars beside the bright moon, unimportant. Killing people's hearts." Wuya was so angry that he almost vomited blood. "Why does it sound like I am inferior to the geniuses at the bottom?" His hands and his sleeves began to tremble. Zhou Xuanji continued, "I have been observing. Geniuses like Ing Zhuge and Chu Machin did not even look at you in the eye, just like how you did not look at me in the eye. In this case, isn't our treatment fair?" Wuya thought of Ing Zhuge and Chu Machin's arrogant faces inexplicably. Flames of jealousy welled up in him. He felt that Zhou Xuanji was sent by those two geniuses to humiliate him. He immediately took out a dagger and was prepared to end Zhou Xuanji's life. Next, he disappeared into thin air. The superstar divine official teleported him away. What? Everyone was in an uproar. A 16-star genius was eliminated in the first round? Wuya returned to the superstar sacred steel and was stunned. Strange gazes were directed at him from all directions. He was so ashamed that he wanted to kill himself on the spot. Damn it! Why couldn't I hold back? Why did this happen? After getting out of the World Full Sword's control, Wuya hugged his head and was on the verge of collapse. Recalling what happened just now, he felt as though he was bewitched. Chu Machin smiled disdainfully and said, "He has just stepped into the Tao-treading saint stage. So embarrassing." He spoke loudly on purpose to provoke Wuya. Wuya was furious, but he dared not to speak. On the sacred platform, Zhou Xuanji sensed a divine will sweeping past him. To be precise, it was sweeping toward the World Full Sword. It must be the Superstar Divine official checking if he was cheating. However, the Superstar Divine official did not notice anything unusual about the World Full Sword. Zhou Xuanji could not help but sigh in amazement. The Supreme Legendary Sword system was really awesome to be able to create a treasure like the World Full Sword. He closed his eyes and began cultivating. His calm demeanor shocked the outside world even more. A Dao-treading saint defeated a 9-vast heavens cultivator in the Dao debate. A 12-star defeated a 16-star with his mouth. Zhou Xuanji became famous instantly. Each divine range began sending people to gather information about Zhou Xuanji. Many living beings who bet on Wuya lost money. Countless living beings were so furious that they vomited blood. Chapter 686. Amazing! Qiu Hu exclaimed. If he was in front of Wuya, would he be so eloquent? The others were also sighing in amazement. Although they appeared to be very confident in Zhou Xuanji, his opponent was a 16-star genius. They were all worried for Zhou Xuanji. He did not expect Zhou Xuanji to really pull off an upset. Xianxia smiled proudly and said, "Looks like my little husband is going to be the champion." Even the strongest opponent had been eliminated by him, so there was naturally hope for first place. Everyone's spirits rose, and they couldn't help but look forward to it. They could hear the entire Yu family's huge city boiling with excitement. All creatures were shouting Zhou Xuanji's name. At the edge of a vast plaza, there were many pavilions surrounding it. Countless creatures were cheering and shouting from above. Empress Red Dragon stood in front of the railing and stared at the screen in shock. That brat? This. Empress Red Dragon had almost forgotten about Zhou Xuanji. She did not expect to see him at the Superstar competition. How long had it been? This kid had actually become a Dao-treading venerable. The most terrifying thing was that he had eliminated Wuya, whom she looked up to, during the Dao debate. She couldn't believe her eyes and ears. Was Zhou Xuanji that powerful? At the same time, old ancestor Yinxin was almost scared to death in a pavilion in an origin city of the Kunlun origin court. It's over, old ancestor Yinxin was about to cry. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the closer he was to death. He fed Zhou Xuanji poison to test his medicine and even sold it to the Longbow Divine Ranges Yu clan. The two of them were sworn enemies. Previously, when he found out that Zhou Xuanji was a 12-star genius, he was so scared that he fled far away from the Longbow Divine Range. He did not expect that Zhou Xuanji would participate in the Superstar competition, which made him feel like he was haunting him. Now that he saw Zhou Xuanji defeating Wuya, he felt that the world had turned dark. If Zhou Xuanji did not die, he would be in big trouble in the future. The other side. Xian Mao's Dao ancestors were also cheering for Zhou Xuanji. However, this was only the first round of the Dao discussion, and the true victor hadn't been decided. After the first round of the competition ended, the Superstar Divine officials split up again, and the second round of the test continued. Zhou Xuanji did not disappoint the people of the Longbow Divine Range. His opponents were all hopping mad at him and wanted to attack him. He defeated 6 prodigies in a row. Looks like the Fool Sword doesn't just lower one's intellect. It can easily make one lose their rationality. Zhou Xuanji inwardly sighed in amazement. He was the Sword Emperor, and it was only natural for him to use his sword to defeat his enemies. Up until now, he'd become one of the hot favorites to win the Dao discussion. He had also caused the other geniuses on the sacred arena to feel immense pressure. It was too strange. This fellow could always infuriate his opponents. Near the Superstar Sacred Steel, over 2,000 geniuses were discussing Zhou Xuanji's name. They were very curious about where Zhou Xuanji had come from. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji won again and again, Wuya felt much better. The more powerful Zhou Xuanji was, the less embarrassing his failure would be. In the blink of an eye, the finals of the Dao discussion had arrived. Zhou Xuanji's opponent was a 15-star genius, Gu Hanyue. She wore a blue and white robe, and her skin was as white as snow. She had a pretty face, and her black hair was coiled into a willow leaf bun. Her eyes were lively as she sized Zhou Xuanji up. They were the only ones left in the sacred arena. Fellow Daoist Zhou Xuanji, what do you want to discuss? Gu Hanyue asked with a smile, looking very gentle. Facing such a beauty, Zhou Xuanji wouldn't be merciful with his words. He directly asked, in the Kunlun origin court, how much power do women have? Even in the Kunlun origin court, the number of female cultivators was still less than that of male cultivators. The higher the cultivation, the more vicious the female cultivator. Only by being ruthless could they reach the top. Gu Hanyue replied with a smile, no matter how much, I want to have a share. Zhou Xuanji said, the question is not how much you want, but do you think the yin and yang ratio is reasonable? Gu Hanyue replied, any ratio is reasonable. Everything has its own destiny. What if I say that the power of the world should be divided equally between yin and yang? What do you think? Could it be that you want to become a female cultivator? Of course not. I just feel that it would be better if there were more proud daughters of heaven like Fairy. Fairy, don't you wish for that? Or do you feel that the fewer proud daughters of heaven, the better? That way, you would be able to enjoy more popularity? How do you know how popular I am? Looking at your eyebrows, you look delicate and innocent with a smile on your face. Obviously, you have always been pampered. No matter how bright your smile is, I can see the disdain in your eyes. It's just like how you treat your admirers. You are the moon surrounded by the stars. How can there be more moons than stars in the prosperous starry sky? Gu Hanyue still maintained her smile while cursing in her heart. This kid is really mean. If these words were to spread, it would make her look very hypocritical. Not to be outdone, she began to fight back. The conversation between the two was getting faster and faster. Their words were also getting sharper and sharper. Countless living beings in the outside world were holding their breath. Gu Hanyue was very famous. Her 15-star aptitude was enough to prove everything. Moreover, she was a female cultivator. Zhou Xuanji used female cultivators as a starting point to discuss. How sinister! Many male cultivators despised him, but many female cultivators were on Zhou Xuanji's side. The reason was very simple. Zhou Xuanji said that the power of the world should be divided equally between men and women. He hoped that there would be more and more geniuses. At the same time, it was hard for women to find other women pleasing to the eye. Gu Hanyue quickly changed the topic and asked, if that's the case, then do you think that I can come this far and fight with you because others let me win? Or do they have other plans, throwing away their dignity as a cultivator? This sentence was digging a hole. If Zhou Xuanji said yes, those geniuses would definitely hate him. Among them, Wuxia is the most typical example. With his strength and aptitude, he doesn't need this Dao debate to prove himself. On the contrary, if he wins, it will be boring. His modesty shows great wisdom. What about you? You are a 15-star genius who enjoys the love of countless people. Why are you competing with us, a low-rank divine range creature? Zhou Xuanji said seriously, giving Wuxia and the other geniuses a way out of this embarrassing situation. Wuxia looked at him again and suddenly felt that he was very pleasing to the eye. This kid knows how to behave. Shameless. Gu Hanyue cursed in her heart. This kid really knows how to talk nonsense. She tried her best to calm her mind and suppress the nameless evil fire in her heart. At the same time, she recited the scripture in her heart to calm herself down. She squinted her eyes and said with a smile, you are a man, yet you want me to let you win. Don't you feel ashamed? This question is meaningless. Let's change the topic. Zhou Xuanji immediately interrupted and said, okay, let me ask you, how do you differentiate between good and evil? Gu Hanyue replied, I am good, you are evil. Those who attack others with their tongues are like you. Their schemes are as deep as the sea. I don't know how many creatures you have schemed to kill. It must be evil. I have great magical powers and have saved countless creatures in the universe. Naturally, I am good. Zhou Xuanji raised the corner of his mouth and said, as you said, killing is evil and saving is good. The sovereign is high and mighty. He created everything for good. But countless creatures died under the sovereign's rules. Is this evil? Chapter 687. Sovereign. All living beings were frightened. This kid is really audacious. He dares to talk about the sovereign in such a grand event? Is he tired of living? The creatures of the longbow divine range were also frightened. They didn't want to be implicated. At this moment, God knows how many creatures were cursing Zhou Xuanji for courting death. Gu Hanyue was also frightened. Is this kid crazy? She said in a deep voice. Naturally, it can't be considered evil. Everything has its own rules. Without rules, nothing can be accomplished. If we don't sacrifice some, how can there be hope for future generations to survive? Zhou Xuanji shouted in a low voice, sonorous and forceful. He righteously said, "This is naturally evil." However, the evil of the Supreme Being is not purely good and evil. His evil is beyond what we mortals can imagine. Good and evil are all done by him. He created us for the sake of good, but in order to create the younger generation, he monopolized the evil and eliminated the former. This kind of breadth of mind is the reason why he became the Supreme Being. The strong can bear everything, and the sovereign bears everything in the Kunlun origin court. No matter what all living beings think, his evil is glorious and a great fortune. We can't deny his evil because this is denying his great fortune. There is good and evil. This is reality. How can there be absolute good and absolute evil in the world? The sovereign is like this, we are like this, and the Kunlun origin court is also like this. The sovereign bears the greatest pressure so that we can live with peace of mind. Although it is evil, it is also the greatest good. Gu Hanyue was stunned by what he said. After he finished speaking, she immediately reacted. This kid was too good at flattering, wasn't he? The entire Kunlun origin court fell into dead silence. All living beings felt that what he said made sense. They couldn't help but respect the sovereign. But when they came back to their senses and thought about it, something was wrong. This kid is flattering the sovereign. Isn't he too shameless? Zhou Xuanji stared at Gu Hanyue and said word by word, "You don't dare to point out the sovereign's evil. It can be seen that you are afraid of the sovereign. Why are you afraid? Could it be that in your heart, the sovereign's evil will harm you? Are you worthy of the boundless Kunlun's fortune? If there is no sovereign, how can there be a divine range? How can there be an environment where you can enjoy all the love? Are you worthy of the sovereign, worthy of your divine range?" Every word of his was like a knife, constantly stabbing Gu Hanyue's heart. Gu Hanyue's Dao heart instantly became unstable, giving the world full sword an opportunity to strike. She immediately lost her mind. She felt that Zhou Xuanji was slandering her and wanted to kill her. Thinking that the entire divine range might die because of her, she got up in anger and slammed her palm toward Zhou Xuanji. "You're talking nonsense. His intentions are unforgivable." Then she disappeared. The Dao debate ended, and Zhou Xuanji had the last laugh. Boom. The Kunlun origin court was shaken. This result was too sudden. As Zhou Xuanji's tone changed, he instantly dug a pit for Gu Hanyue, forcing her to lose her composure and lose her composure. Needless to say, it was too exciting. The winner of this Dao debate is Longbow Divine Range's 12-star genius, Zhou Xuanji. The superstar divine official shouted loudly. His tone was impassioned and filled with the power to stir up emotions. The Longbow Divine Range almost exploded. Even the walls of the Great Dao could not block out the noise. The Kunlun universe reverberated with an earth-shaking commotion. Zhou Xuanji had shaken the entire Kunlun origin court. Even on the sacred platform, he could feel the Great Dao trembling. He heaved a long sigh of relief. "I really won. Congratulations to Zhou Xuanji for winning 200 million merit points and the opportunity to enter the Great Dao Tempering Pool for 7 days. The superstar divine official shouted loudly. Next, he landed in front of Zhou Xuanji and motioned for him to take out his ID card. Next, he transferred 200 million merit points to Zhou Xuanji and said, "After the superstar competition, you can go to the Great Dao Tempering Pool at any time. You can enter with your ID card." He looked at Zhou Xuanji with admiration in his eyes. He won the superstar competition with the cultivation of an early-stage Dao-treading saint. This guy is incredible. Zhou Xuanji bowed slightly before being sent out by the superstar divine official. Next was the competition of the next event. After returning to the vicinity of the superstar's sacred steel, Zhou Xuanji immediately attracted the attention of all the geniuses. Even Ing Zhuge and Chu Machin were looking at him. He was calm and composed as he sat in meditation in the air, looking at the light screen calmly. Gu Hanyue walked over, biting her lip. Her eyes were filled with resentment as she said, "Zhou Xuanji, we are acquainted. As for whether we are enemies or friends, it depends on how fast you grow." Zhou Xuanji almost offended the sovereign. How could she act as if nothing had happened? "I will try my best to become stronger," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. He didn't have any malice toward Gu Hanyue. After all, how could he feel any sense of accomplishment when a man bickered with a woman? Gu Hanyue gave him a deep look before turning around and leaving. As the competition of another event began, the attention of the geniuses began to shift. Although Zhou Xuanji had won, he wasn't a strong cultivator in their eyes. In any case, Zhou Xuanji's name had already spread throughout the Kunlun origin court. Old Ancestor Longbow was very happy. He ordered the distribution of spiritual wine for the whole sect to celebrate. Zhou Xuanji's victory was worth bragging about for hundreds of millions of years. Just as Zhou Xuanji was cultivating, a man flew to his side. He opened his eyes and a strange look appeared on his face. Isn't this guy Ji Huanglin? Back in the Heaven Fiend realm, it was Ji Huanglin who brought him to the Heaven Fiend Star Island and gave him the Heavenly Law Jade. He then integrated the power of Heavenly Law into the Thunderclap sword, upgrading it. At that time, Ji Huanglin dared to go against Buddha Yangling. He was extremely mysterious. Zhou Xuanji didn't expect him to be from the Kunlun origin court. Zhou Xuanji looked back at the superstar's sacred steel. Sure enough, he saw Ji Huanglin's name. 16-star aptitude. When he first came here, he didn't see Ji Huanglin's name. After that, he didn't observe it carefully. He just roughly counted it. If Ji Huanglin hadn't appeared in front of him, he would have forgotten the name Ji Huanglin. He also didn't notice Ji Huanglin's appearance before. Ji Huanglin was wearing a silver-white robe, looking extremely noble. He looked at Zhou Xuanji with a complicated look in his eyes and said, "It seems that the Heavenly Law Jade didn't choose you by chance." Zhou Xuanji still felt a little guilty facing him. After all, he had stolen the Heavenly Law Jade and made Ji Huanglin busy for nothing. Zhou Xuanji sized Ji Huanglin up and found that Ji Huanglin's aura was even more unfathomable than before. He was taller and his face was colder. As though he saw through Zhou Xuanji's doubts, Ji Huanglin said calmly, "The one in the Heaven Fiend realm was just a clone of mine. I communicated with you through my original will. If not for that, you might have been killed by my clone." Zhou Xuanji smiled and said, "Then should I thank you for not killing me?" Ji Huanglin snorted coldly, "Remember, you still owe me a favor. My Heavenly Law Jade was absorbed by you. I let you take advantage of me back then." On the Heaven Fiend Star Island, he helped Zhou Xuanji obtain countless natural treasures for his cultivation. "Yo, Brother Ji, are you familiar with this brat?" Chu Machin flew over suddenly and asked with a mocking smile. The two super geniuses approach drew Zhou Xuanji's attention again. Chapter 688. I'm not really familiar with him. I've met him in the lower realms before, and that brat even tricked me. Ji Huanglin looked back at Chu Machin and shook his head with a smile. His tone was thought-provoking. Chu Machin mocked. "Yo, you even sent your clone to the lower realm. You're still thinking about that illusory dream of being the Heavenly Law Lord?" Heavenly Law Lord? Zhou Xuanji immediately understood Ji Huanglin's intention. No wonder this guy wanted the Heavenly Law Jade. He wanted to control all the heavenly laws. But why would Ji Huanglin need the heavenly law with his cultivation? Brat, not bad. Continue to work hard. When you reach the Dao ancestor level, I will bring you along. Chu Machin looked down at Zhou Xuanji and said with a smile. Zhou Xuanji was not angry because he had the right to be so arrogant. Soon, Ji Huanglin and Chu Machin left. In their eyes, Zhou Xuanji was not a threat. He was not even qualified to speak to them on equal footing. Even so, Zhou Xuanji received many envious gazes. The superstar competition continued. The Kunlun origin court was still bustling. As the competitions passed, everyone forgot about the excitement brought by Zhou Xuanji. The Dao debate was not a real Dao debate. It was more for entertainment. So, the prize for the champion was obviously lower than the other competitions. Time continued to pass. In the blink of an eye, the learning competition was here. Zhou Xuanji was sent to the sacred platform by the hundreds of fierce lightning sovereign. Everyone present was a genius. Naturally, they were confident in their ability to learn. The learning competition tested not only one's talent in bloodline but also one's comprehension. A total of 489 geniuses stood on the platform. Even the third-ranked 16-star genius, Meng Shen, and the fourth-ranked 16-star genius, Chang Shengxiao, were there. 16 out of the top 50 on the Superstar Sacred Steel participated. All of them were high-spirited and looking forward to the competition. The Superstar Divine official waved his right hand. Orbs of light floated in the air and lined up in rows. The lower they went, the more orbs there were. The geniuses could tell what energy techniques were hidden in them with their divine sense. There are 9 divine energy techniques in total. First God is the lowest and ninth God is the highest. After learning it, demonstrate it once. Do not hurt other geniuses. Except for first God's divine ability, the time for other divine abilities will be shortened. Also, each participant can only choose one divine ability. The time starts now. The Superstar Divine official did not waste any time and directly gave the order. Most of the prodigies began to attack, and this scene once again stirred up everyone's blood. Zhou Xuanji had won first place in one of the events after all, and he was a dark horse at that, so he attracted the attention of countless creatures. In terms of learning ability, this kid shouldn't be too bad. The old beggar stroked his long beard and smiled, but he did not reveal Zhou Xuanji's ranking. After all, the other geniuses had even more terrifying talent. Yun Zhongxiu nodded and said, "He's already won the first place in one of the events. Even if he doesn't participate in the other events, it's enough." Speaking to there, she could not help but look at Zhou Xuanji again, as if she was looking at a legend. She bought Zhou Xuanji from the black market, but she did not expect Zhou Xuanji to have such achievements. It was simply too amazing. On the other hand, Xianxia felt quite expectant. She remembered that Zhou Xuanji's talent in learning sword techniques was simply terrifying. Meanwhile, Zhou Xuanji locked onto the 9 God Divine ability. There were a total of 12 9-God Divine abilities, and only one of them was a Sword Dao Divine ability. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Upon mastery, one could use boundless sword qi to disrupt and even destroy the 3,000 great Daos. He probed it with his spiritual will and quickly obtained the cultivation method of the ultimate Chaos Dao. Fortunately, this divine ability had sword moves as well. Sword Dao divine abilities could not be separated from the sword after all, especially those ridiculously powerful divine abilities, which were mostly performed with sword moves. Of course, divine abilities like Sword Sect Immortal Ghost Weep and the Sword Fusion technique did not require sword moves. All one had to do was to understand their intricacies. Zhou Xuanji took out the World Fool Sword and began practicing within a radius of 30 meters. This attracted the attention of the other geniuses. Is this brat stupid? Can divine abilities be cultivated like this? Ignore him. He's just playing to the gallery. Tiskfi. A mere 12-star dares to choose a 9-God divine ability. This competition is not about whose divine ability is of a higher level, but who can learn the divine ability more efficiently. The faster one learns a divine ability, the better one can win. Hurry up. Meng Shen and Chang Xingxiao are already meditating. The geniuses discussed among themselves, while Zhou Xuanji entered a state of forgetfulness. The living beings in the outside world also felt that Zhou Xuanji was playing to the gallery. This brat is really shameless. Zhou Xuanji practiced his sword moves while comprehending the qi circulation technique. Divine abilities were about understanding. After each divine ability was mastered, one could use it at will. But before that, one had to practice the technique over and over again to fully understand it. Zhou Xuanji's sword moved extremely quickly. He only spent the time of half an incense stick to practice the ultimate Chaos Dao once. By the second time, his speed had already increased. 10 times, 50 times, 100 times. Zhou Xuanji's sword moved even faster. His sword qi filled the 30 meters radius, which was so powerful that the other geniuses could not help but look at him. Especially the geniuses who were closest to him. They felt frustrated and felt that something was missing. It was difficult for them to get into the zone. The World Full Sword was working. At this moment, someone had already learned a divine ability. He performed it toward the void outside the sacred platform and stood out. The superstar divine official brought him to his side through the air. The geniuses who chose a divine ability fell into despair immediately. If they could not beat the others with divine abilities of the same level, they had no chance of winning. But for divine abilities of a higher level, they could make use of the time difference. Zhou Xuanji seemed to be stimulated too. His sword moved faster and faster. He moved back and forth in the 30 meters radius. Although he was fast, his movements were not messy. He was domineering and elegant. Gradually, those who mocked Zhou Xuanji began to see him differently. This brat is really going to master it? His sword technique is quite good. It seems like this brat is quite accomplished in the sword's way. You can learn a divine ability in the sword's way like this? This isn't a sword technique. TSK Diske. Is he going to be a dark horse again? This is going to be interesting. All the divine ranges and origin cities began to discuss Zhou Xuanji. Compared to the other geniuses who were meditating, he looked so outstanding. Most importantly, everyone could clearly see that the speed at which he swung his sword was increasing. After 200 times, Zhou Xuanji's sword speed reached a new height. At first glance, there seemed to be countless afterimages, and no one could see him clearly. 250 times. 300 times. 350 times. While Zhou Xuanji was focused on training his sword, other geniuses learned low-grade divine abilities one after another. Meng Shen and Chang Xingxiao entered a state of enlightenment and were not disturbed by the outside world. A great Dao vortex appeared around them, and their auras were sharp. A while later, Zhou Xuanji practiced the ultimate chaos Dao's basic sword moves for the 400th time. Boom! A violent great Dao gathered toward him. Along with his sword qi, the space around him rippled visibly. That brat? Wang Lin looked up at the light screen and narrowed his eyes. A tinge of disbelief flashed across his eyes. Chapter 689. Ultimate Chaos Dao. Chaos Dao. Zhou Xuanji mumbled to himself, but his body did not stop. At this moment, he became one with the World Full Sword. He was the sword, and the sword was him. He could sense the great Dao around him, and so could the World Full Sword. His sword moved with extreme speed. Toward the end, he repeated it almost every second. The 458th time. The 459th time. The 460th time. Fast as the wind and powerful as a dragon. At this moment, countless people focused their attention on Zhou Xuanji. Especially the longbow divine range. No one dared to breathe too loudly. They could sense that Zhou Xuanji was about to succeed. They could sense his boldness even through the screen of light. The surrounding geniuses dodged in fear, fearing that they might be injured by him. At the same time, the sound of his sword was too loud, and the chaotic great Dao was twisting around. The superstar divine official stared at Zhou Xuanji with an odd expression. In the Dao debate, it could be said that this brat was lucky and eloquent. But this was a competition of learning. It was a competition of true talent. A 12-star could overpower a 16-star? What a joke! The geniuses levitating in the air looked over with their eyes wide open. How can it be? He's going to succeed. That's a 9-god grade divine ability. How can he cultivate it like that? Stop bullsh asterisk ting. Even Meng Shen and Chang Xingxiao have not succeeded. Who is this brat? The geniuses discussed among themselves in shock. They could not remain calm. The competition of learning was very important to them after all. It concerned their serendipity. It was fine if they lost to a 16-star genius, but if they lost to a 12-star genius, they did not dare to imagine how the divine range cultivators would criticize and mock them. The 489th time. The 490th time. The 491st time. The 500th time. Zhou Xuanji stopped abruptly and flew up. He levitated hundreds of meters in the air and placed his sword in front of him. He opened his eyes and held the sword in his right hand. With a twist of his wrist, he swung his sword toward the void outside the sacred arena. In an instant, countless sword chi crisscrossed in the void, causing the universe to collapse. All sorts of great Daoists turned into colorful air currents that intertwined. A violent gale blew and shook the sacred platform. The scene was extremely shocking. The prodigies who were still in the midst of enlightenment were startled awake. Everyone opened their eyes and immediately saw Zhou Xuanji's figure. He placed his left hand behind his waist and raised his sword with his right hand, pointing it diagonally at the void. His white robe fluttered in the wind, and the demeanor of the Sword Emperor was as beautiful as a painting. The explosion in the void served as a foil to his calm demeanor. This sword strike was very relaxed. The universe seemed to be very fragile. At this moment, countless living beings were stunned by his figure. Such a handsome sword Xiao. Meng Shen and Chang Xingxiao could not help but widen their eyes in shock. This is ultimate chaos Dao? They had an inexplicably surreal feeling. The ultimate chaos path was a top-notch sword Dao divine ability in the Kunlun origin court, and its creator was at the pinnacle of the sword Dao in the Kunlun origin court. The superstar divine official waved his right hand and pulled Zhou Xuanji to his side. Zhou Xuanji was expressionless. He spun the hilt with his right hand and sheathed the World Fool sword into the scabbard at his waist. From the beginning to the end, he did not reveal an expression of ecstasy, not even a trace of a smile. It was as if learning the ultimate chaos Dao was not a difficult task for him. It was indeed not a difficult task. How long did he take? The superstar divine official's forehead was covered in cold sweat. He looked at Zhou Xuanji as though he was looking at a monster. The surrounding geniuses looked at him the same way. Zhou Xuanji ignored them but felt a little proud in his heart. Fortunately, he had a divine ability in the Sword Dao, or else he would only be a minor character. But this was normal. Even in the Kunlun origin court, how many cultivators did not have a sword? The sacred platform was silent. All the geniuses looked at Zhou Xuanji, stunned. They calculated the time in their hearts, and their hearts sank. Why did it turn out like this? Meng Shen mumbled to himself with a dazed expression. To him, if he could not get first place, it was meaningless to learn a powerful divine ability. Chang Shengxiao, on the other hand, quickly entered his cultivation mode. Even if he could not get first place, he would fight for second place. The other geniuses came back to their senses and entered their cultivation mode one after another. The outside world was in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji staged another Dark Horse's counterattack. Although the Dao debate could not prove anything, who would dare to doubt him this time? Some living beings said that Zhou Xuanji might have learned it in advance, but they were immediately refuted by the surrounding living beings. How could a Dao-treading saint learn the ultimate chaos Dao? The divine abilities chosen in the superstar competition were all exclusive techniques. They had to guarantee that they would not be leaked after the competition. Too powerful, too powerful, too powerful. Qiu Hu slammed the table and stood up in excitement. Si Mengyan, who had always been calm, was also trembling in excitement. The old beggar burst into laughter. Ha! This is my disciple. Gu Tianxia and Su Qing also looked at the light screen in the sky in a daze. They could not come back to their senses for a long time. Xian Xianghua did not utter a word. Instead, she gave them a knowing look. They could already hear the cheers of the entire longbow divine range. Zhou Xuanji, so powerful. Our longbow divine range is going to rise. He's only a 12-star genius? I think he's at least 16-star. He surpassed 2 16-star geniuses in the competition of learning? That's unbelievable. Ha, we picked up a treasure. The Yu clan's contribution cannot go unnoticed. They were able to find such a genius from the black market. Emperor Red Dragon stared blankly at the light screen in the sky. Her ears were filled with deafening cheers. The creatures of this divine range only felt that it was a drama and was amazed. But her feelings were extremely complicated. If she had brought Zhou Xuanji back personally, wouldn't they be able to use such a genius? The more she thought about it, the more regretful she felt. It was as though she had lost her soul. Meanwhile, old ancestor Inshin, who was far away in another divine range, fainted out of fear. While everyone was shocked by Zhou Xuanji again, he meditated behind the superstar divine official and cultivated quietly. The other geniuses could not help but admire him for his calmness. Although this kid's cultivation was low, his temperament and talent were really powerful. In time, he might become someone like Zhuge. Time ticked by. After the superstar divine official confirmed the top 3, the competition ended. Unlike other competitions, it was very easy to distinguish the top 3 in this competition. The winner of this competition is Longbow Divine Range's 12-star genius, Zhou Xuanji. After the superstar divine official took back all the divine ability orbs, he shouted loudly. His voice resounded throughout the entire superstar competition. Congratulations, Zhou Xuanji. He has won 1 billion merit points and the serendipity of the Great Dao Tempering Pool for a month. Zhou Xuanji opened his eyes wide. This was the learning competition indeed. The reward was almost 5 times that of the Dao debate. Before the superstar divine official could speak, he took out his identity medallion. The superstar divine official took the medallion and sighed in his heart. Is this kid really just a Dao-treading saint? Could he be the reincarnation of some ancient god? Meng Shen and Chang Xingxiao were not in the top 3 because of their mental imbalance. The second and third place were both geniuses who chose a divine ability. How ironic. There was a mistake in publishing the previous chapter. Don't worry, I won't make you spend too much money. I will revise the chapter and publish it directly. Chapter 690. Returning to the superstar sacred steel, Zhou Xuanji once again enjoyed everyone's attention. On this day, the heaven's favorites looked at him with awe. Even Zhuge looked at him curiously. Wang Lin's eyes became complicated. If he had killed Zhou Xuanji back then, wouldn't he have killed a super genius? Most importantly, he could have easily killed Zhou Xuanji back then, but he did not do so because of various reasons. Perhaps this was God's will. Some people were destined to soar into the sky with an unstoppable momentum. From today onwards, the Kunlun Origin Court has another Zhou Xuanji. TSK, is he really a 12-star genius? Don't tell me that the high-level examiner made a mistake. That's possible. With such learning ability, he's at least 15 stars. Could he be the reincarnation of some almighty figure? Think about which sword path almighty figures have recently reincarnated. Now that I think about it, it's been a long time since a peerless sword master has appeared. The geniuses discussed among themselves, while Zhou Xuanji began cultivating as usual. Now that he had won 2 billion merit points, it was like he had suddenly become rich. He could greatly modify the world in the Lotus and help Emperor Sword Court develop quickly. The more he thought about it, the happier he felt. At the same time, he was very interested in the Great Dao Tempering Pool. It was said that this thing could make the Great Dao soar and even change one's mortal body, but no one knew whether it was true or not. The next competition had already begun, but the shock that Zhou Xuanji brought to everyone was not forgotten as quickly as before. The top 1,000 divine ranges all had their eyes on Zhou Xuanji. The reason was simple. To them, the Longbow divine range did not deserve to have Zhou Xuanji. This kind of prodigy should need a stronger environment. Time ticked by. Zhou Xuanji would occasionally open his eyes to watch the superstar competition, but he was more looking forward to the Great Dao Talent competition. He could not wait to end the superstar competition and continue to grow stronger. He loved the feeling of becoming stronger. The faster, the better. Half a year later, there was a loud bang. Suddenly, Zhou Xuanji felt the heavens and earth shake violently. He opened his eyes and saw a blood-red crack in the dusky sky. Everyone be careful. Enemy attack. Fierce Thunder Sovereign shouted in a deep voice, startling all the geniuses and causing them to turn around. Zhou Xuanji had a strange look on his face. There were still people who dared to attack the superstar competition? Tired of living? The other prodigies had the same expression on their faces. They were all in disbelief. The superstar competition was created by a sovereign. Interfering with the superstar competition was equivalent to offending a sovereign. It was definitely courting death. A gigantic hand stretched out from the blood-colored hole. The palm was like a blade, slashing horizontally and vertically, widening the blood-colored hole. This scene caused all the geniuses to feel a chill in their hearts. It was because this hand was too large, like a divine vein. Even though they were separated by several tens of thousands of li, they still felt as if they were looking up at a great mountain. "Why is he here?" The fierce Thunder Sovereign squinted his eyes and mumbled to himself. His eyes were filled with fear. He immediately cast a spell to send a signal. The superstar competition had been held many times, and there had been instances of enemy attacks throughout history. Even though Supremes were lofty existences, there were still some existences that were too powerful for Supremes to kill for various reasons. Very soon, a huge face appeared in the bloody hole. The face was old and cold, and could even be said to be ferocious. Withered hair fell on his forehead, and his eyes were bloodshot like lightning. So many delicacies. His voice was hoarse and full of killing intent. Boom. The dim sky in front of him suddenly shattered. Endless cold wind blew, and a figure as burly as a giant god appeared. He was bare-chested and wearing pitch-black shorts. His calves were entangled with many vines. His bare feet were huge, completely out of proportion with his calves. The muscles on his upper body were extremely impactful. After taking a step forward, he bent over and walked into this independent universe. All the geniuses were shocked, because this guy was carrying a mountain that was even bigger than him on his right shoulder. No one knew how many tens of thousands of meters tall it was. Looking closely, one could see that the mountain wall was bare, trapping countless souls and creatures. The lower half of those creatures and souls were stuck in the mud. Their faces were full of fear and resentment. Their bodies were twisting and struggling non-stop. The strangest thing was that no sound came out. Even Ingzhuge, Chumachen, and Ji Huanglin couldn't help but frown. "Old demon soul mover," someone cried out in shock. His tone was full of fear. All the geniuses were frightened. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, looked puzzled. "What's the origin of Old Demon Soul Mover?" Fierce Thunder Sovereign flew to the front and faced Old Demon Soul Mover alone. He said coldly, "Old Demon Soul Mover, you are here to interfere with the superstar competition again. Do you really think that the Sovereign won't kill you?" Old Demon Soul Mover raised the corner of his mouth and sneered, "This time, I will eat you too." After that, he raised his left hand and grabbed at Fierce Thunder Sovereign. Fierce Thunder Sovereign raised his arms, and countless lightning bolts burst out, turning into a lightning net that covered the void and pounced toward Old Demon Soul Mover. Old Demon Soul Mover was completely unaffected. His left hand suddenly sped up and slapped Fierce Thunder Sovereign away. Boom! Fierce Thunder Sovereign smashed into the ground, causing the ground to collapse. No one knew if he was dead or alive. All the geniuses opened their eyes wide, including Zhou Xuanji. "What's going on? Fierce Thunder Sovereign is so weak?" It's because Old Demon Soul Mover moved too fast. No one could clearly see the slap just now. Old Demon Soul Mover opened his mouth and inhaled deeply. The earth shook, and the mountains in the distance shattered directly, turning into a dust storm that gushed into his mouth, including the sea of clouds in the sky. All the geniuses backed away from Old Demon Soul Mover. Even so, the violent suction force made them feel uncomfortable. Zhou Xuanji immediately activated the Sword Fusion Technique and Nine Soul Fusion Technique. His condition improved tremendously, but even so, he could not retreat. This suction force was too powerful. What cultivation stage is he at? Zhou Xuanji's heart shuddered. Just a breath was already so powerful. It was hard to imagine what kind of force Fierce Thunder Sovereign was enduring. Looking in the direction of his gaze, Old Demon Soul Mover was so gigantic that it was as though he was going to swallow the entire world. The giant mountain on his shoulder was like a place where evil and resentment gathered. Countless vengeful souls swayed and danced wildly. At this moment, a golden ray of light descended from the sky. A man radiating with a golden radiance pierced toward Old Demon Soul Mover with a long spear. The golden flames transformed into a long pillar that occupied the entire world. It crashed into Old Demon Soul Mover and forcefully pushed him back. Origin Court War God. You dog, you are here again. Old demon soul mover roared madly, deafening Zhou Xuanji and making him dizzy. Origin Court War God, who was shrouded in golden radiance, remained silent. He swung his spear domineeringly, causing old demon soul mover to disappear into the darkness. Next, Origin Court War God chased after him and disappeared into the dark void. The world fell silent. The giant hole in the distance was recovering at a speed visible to the naked eye. The geniuses looked at each other. They could see the fear and shock in each other's eyes. Old demon soul mover was terrified. Origin Court War God was shocked. Boom! Fierce Thunder Sovereign broke out of the ground and flew toward the superstar's sacred steel. Everyone's expression turned weird, because Fierce Thunder Sovereign's head was twisted by the slap. His face was facing the back, which looked very weird. Chapter 691. Fierce Thunder Sovereign grabbed his chin with his right hand. With a cracking sound, he turned his head around. From the beginning to the end, his expression was very calm, without the slightest hint of pain. He glanced at all the geniuses and calmly said, "Okay, with the Origin Court War God taking action, that old demon won't be able to cause any trouble. Let's continue watching the superstar competition." He waved his right hand, and a light screen appeared in the sky again. The sacred arena was still in progress, so it was not affected. The geniuses regained their composure, but it was still difficult for them to calm down. The figures of old demon soul mover and Origin Court War God could not be dispelled from their minds. Zhou Xuanji was the same. He was very curious about the realm of old demon soul mover and Origin Court War God. They felt that the geniuses of the 9 vast heavens were so insignificant in front of them that they didn't dare to make a move. The path of cultivation is really long. Zhou Xuanji sighed in his heart. He looked forward to the end of the superstar competition even more. After this, he would go into seclusion for a period of time. Then, he would begin to accept missions from the Void Boundary War God frequently. He was prepared to rely on battle to become stronger. If it was possible, in the future he would create his own divine range and help Emperor Sword Court take root. As for the Longbow divine range, they would support each other in the future. Yu Xinzhong had mentioned this a long time ago because it was impossible for Zhou Xuanji to stay in the Longbow divine range forever. After all, who was willing to bow down to the weak? With Zhou Xuanji's talent, he would surpass the Longbow divine range sooner or later. In the Kunlun Origin Court, divine ranges could also support each other. Otherwise, the weaker divine ranges would inevitably be eliminated. Zhou Xuanji began thinking about his future plans. He passed the projects one by one. In the blink of an eye, 3 years had passed. The enthusiasm of the Kunlun Origin Court didn't diminish, and the great eliminations continued. After those who had experienced life and death came out, they relied on the atmosphere of the superstar competition to vent their emotions. He was getting closer and closer to the great Dao aptitude competition. Zhou Xuanji did not have much hope for this project. After all, his Dao had just been born, and the reason why those geniuses were so talented was related to their Dao. Zhou Xuanji heard from the geniuses around him that the top geniuses were almost all reincarnations of powerful cultivators. Their great Daoists were nurtured even before they were reincarnated. Their talent was unimaginable. The reason for this was because the powerhouses had reached a bottleneck and had no choice but to recultivate. The further he progressed, the narrower his innate talent would become. Of course, there were exceptions. There would always be some prodigies who would shock the world the first time they were born. However, no such genius had appeared in this superstar competition. It had happened before, and the commotion it caused was far greater than the shock Zhou Xuanji brought. Since he had nothing to do, Zhou Xuanji began communicating with the Sword Spirit. Sword Spirit, where is Hong Meng from? The Sword Spirit isn't sure either. Then what do you know? The Sword Spirit only knows that the stronger the Sword Master is, the stronger the system will be. The two will support each other without end. The Sword Spirit's words made Zhou Xuanji feel quite comfortable. He hoped that there was no limit between himself and the system. Otherwise, he would be reincarnated like those great cultivators. How uncomfortable would that be? It was no wonder that those super prodigies were so arrogant or apathetic. He was like a high-level big shot that had come to a beginner's village to open a new account. It was difficult for him to have a normal attitude. Time continued to pass. The Great Dao Aptitude competition had finally arrived. Zhou Xuanji landed on the sacred arena again. This time, he enjoyed a great deal of attention. Out of everyone here, there weren't many heaven's favorites like him who won first place twice. There were less than 10 of them. The most important thing was that his cultivation was at the bottom of the superstar competition, which made him even more dramatic and eye-catching. How many places can he get this time? I'm scared of losing. I will bet on first place this time. Crazy, Ingzhuge and Chumachin are also participating. How can he get first place? Too strong. There will be a good show to watch this time. Ingzhuge, I really want to see his performance in the competition of strength. Zhou Xuanji is doomed this time. Don't talk nonsense. The atmosphere of each divine range had reached an unprecedented level of excitement. The longbow divine range, on the other hand, was very calm because Zhou Xuanji had already won first place in 2 events. No matter how he performed this time, they would accept it. Zhou Xuanji looked around and found that there were more than 400 geniuses in the Great Dao Talent Competition. 6 of the top 10 on the Superstar Sacred Steel were participating. They were Ingzhuge, Chumachin, Meng Shen, Dabii Momo, Rulai Fu, and Wuya. Ji Wang Lin and Gu Hanyue, whom Zhou Xuanji had met before, were also present. It could be said that it was a gathering of stars and a showdown between the strong. The rules of the Great Dao Talent Competition are group battles. Whoever can last until the end will be the champion. All Great Daoists will be reduced to the early stage of the Dao-treading Venerable Realm. You are not allowed to leave the sacred platform, nor are you allowed to attack the participants themselves. Once your Great Dao leaves your body, you are not allowed to enter it again. Those who violate the rules will be eliminated immediately. The Superstar Divine official said loftily. Then, a light screen rose from the edge of the sacred platform, isolating the sacred platform from the void. Zhou Xuanji immediately sensed many malicious gazes. If a dark horse like him continued to win, it would be an insult to the other heaven's favorites. Therefore, he became the first target of many heaven's favorites. Zhou Xuanji sighed and released his sword Wei. The most difficult part of this competition was not to accidentally injure the geniuses during the battle. Otherwise, they would be directly eliminated. Zhou Xuanji revolved his Great Dao at high speed around himself, and the expressions of the geniuses who were preparing to attack immediately turned grim. Shameless. At the same time, Ingzhuge and Chumachin's Great Daos directly collided. The sacred platform had some kind of special restriction that made everyone's Great Daos show their colors. Ingzhuge's Great Dao was blue, holy, and domineering. Chumachin's Great Dao was fiery, like a fire dragon, ferocious and mighty. The 2 Great Daos fought fiercely, forcing the surrounding geniuses to retreat with their Great Daos. Gu Hanyue suddenly walked up to Zhou Xuanji with an evil smile on her face. Zhou Xuanji shot a glance at her and immediately understood what this woman wanted to do. He didn't panic. He still let his Great Dao revolve around him at high speed. Come and hit me if you dare. If you can't kill me, you will be the one who loses. The other heaven's favorites couldn't care less about him. They all started attacking the Great Daos of others. Most of the heaven's favorites were proud and arrogant. They would rather lose with a bang than win with no face left. But Zhou Xuanji didn't care. After all, he was an outsider. He didn't have many acquaintances in the Kunlun origin court. You still want to hide? Are you still a man? Gu Hanyue said with a cold snort. Her Great Dao was like a crescent moon, slashing toward Zhou Xuanji's sword Wei. Zhou Xuanji's sword Wei was in the form of a silver sword. Facing the menacing Great Dao, it suddenly flew up and fell toward Gu Hanyue's Great Dao. This move was quite similar to the heavenly sword falling. Gu Hanyue smiled disdainfully as she manipulated her Great Dao to collide with Zhou Xuanji's sword Wei. A gust of wind blew, fluttering the robes of the 2. Their Great Daos also began to fight fiercely. Chapter 692. At first, Gu Hanyue despised Zhou Xuanji. But she didn't expect Zhou Xuanji's sword Dao to be so tenacious. She couldn't defeat him easily. It seems that he really has more than a 12-star aptitude. Gu Hanyue narrowed her eyes as a ripple appeared in her heart. Zhou Xuanji raised the corner of his mouth and said with a smile, "Fairy, what's the benefit of eliminating me? Can one person get into the top 3? Only the top 3 would get a reward." Gu Hanyue said disdainfully, "I didn't want to be in the top 3. I will vent my anger first." "What top 3? This kid is crazy. Don't you see how many 16-star and 17-star geniuses are participating? You have to dare to think about anything. Just like the first 2 times I won, if I don't dare to think about it, how can I get it? Let's not be delusional. You get second, I get third. As for Ingzhuge and Chu Machin, look at their fighting posture. How can they coexist?" Zhou Xuanji said seriously. As he spoke, he deliberately pulled out the World Fool sword and pointed it at the sky to show his determination. Gu Hanyue suddenly felt that it made sense. If I can get into the top 3 in the Great Dao aptitude, she was immediately tempted but still hesitated. How do I know that he won't plot against me? Zhou Xuanji shook his head and said, "A man can't stand without trust. If I were such a villain, how could I have come this far?" Gu Hanyue was moved. Putting aside the Dao debate, Zhou Xuanji really didn't show any bad character. "Okay, let's join hands." Gu Hanyue agreed. She regretted it as soon as she said it. Why am I so easily convinced? Is it because I want to get into the top 3? So far, she had never gotten into the top 3 in the first 2 events she participated in. Zhou Xuanji separated his sword Dao from Gu Hanyue's great Dao and said, "Let's see if there are people who make us unhappy. We will eliminate them one by one and slowly develop. Let those super geniuses continue to fight. We will wait for an opportunity." Gu Hanyue nodded before taking Zhou Xuanji to find trouble with those enemies. Although Zhou Xuanji's sword Dao wasn't very strong, it was created by himself after all. It was perfectly compatible with him. Together with Gu Hanyue's great Dao, 2 against 1 was no problem. The great Daoists were destroyed by them one after another. Those geniuses looked at Zhou Xuanji and Gu Hanyue with hatred but didn't dare to say anything. A loss was a loss. How could he lose his grace? After the battle, Gu Hanyue's impression of Zhou Xuanji changed. "You're quite smart." Gu Hanyue glanced at him and snorted with a smile. Zhou Xuanji smiled but did not reply. When this scene fell into the eyes of the people in the outside world, it caused a huge shock. Is this kid going to be a dark horse again? Gu Hanyue is so silly. Be careful not to be deceived by that kid. What's their relationship? Isn't Gu Hanyue an icy beauty? She actually joined hands with Zhou Xuanji. Damn it. It looks like he's going to enter the top 3. Why is it like this? I don't believe that he can still enter the top 3. The longbow divine range was in an uproar. Seeing Zhou Xuanji and Gu Hanyue teaming up, they were suddenly looking forward to it. Could it be that Zhou Xuanji was going to counterattack again? This was a competition of great Dao aptitude. In the Yu family, the old beggar laughed heartily. This brat's ability to pick up women is truly inherited from me. Su Qing and Gu Tianxiu rolled their eyes at him. They were too lazy to refute him. Qiu Hu winked at Xian Xianghua and asked, "Realm Lord Xian, are you angry?" Xian Xianghua tilted her head with a smile and replied, "This shows that my little husband is charming. Why should I be angry? I wonder if I have such a blessing?" Qiu Hu choked. He quickly snorted and said, "Of course." Unfortunately, no one believed him. Young Master Zhou is extremely talented and charming. He will naturally attract talented women, Yu Zhongxiu said with a smile. But her smile was a little bitter. Fortunately, it was covered by a veil. Everyone continued to pay attention to the Great Dao Aptitude competition. One had to admit that Gu Hanyue was indeed very strong. She controlled her Great Dao to cast all kinds of divine abilities. Zhou Xuanji's sword Dao was responsible for supporting her. The 2 defeated many geniuses one after another. This made other geniuses begin to imitate them. Only Ingzhuge and Chu Machin were still fighting one-on-one. Wang Lin looked for Zhou Xuanji and said, "Let's join forces." Zhou Xuanji narrowed his eyes and smiled. Okay. It seemed that Ji Huanglin's ambition was not small. He wanted to be first. With Ji Huanglin's ability, there was still hope for him to win the top 3. Gu Hanyue furrowed her brow and asked through voice transmission, "If he joins us, I will only be third." Zhou Xuanji replied, "That's not necessarily true. What if he is first? Don't worry, I never buy or sell at a loss." Seeing that he was so confident, Gu Hanyue could only give up. The pace of the Great Dao Talent Competition was very fast. In less than half a day, 200 geniuses had escaped. Some of them did so because their Great Dao came into contact with other geniuses. The Great Dao of the Dao-treading Saint Realm could hardly cause harm to other geniuses. But due to the rules, they lost. Wu Ye suddenly brought one of his little brothers to Zhou Xuanji. "Brother Ji, come and cooperate with us. Let me eliminate this kid first," Wu Ye said with a smile. In the Dao debate, he was eliminated by Zhou Xuanji in the first round. It was really shameful. He had to get back at Zhou Xuanji. Ji Huanglin, expressionless, said, "Words are useless. Let's fight." Having said this, his Great Dao took the lead. Zhou Xuanji, on the other hand, controlled his Sword Dao to cast the Ancestor Dragon Sword, transforming into a 5-clawed silver dragon. Gu Hanyue didn't delay either. The 3 of them fought Wu Ye and Zhou Xuanji together. Wu Ye didn't expect Ji Huanglin to be so decisive. He had no time to retreat and could only fight. In the end, under Ji Huanglin's strong leadership, Wu Ye and Zhou Xuanji were eliminated. In the process of flying to the superstar divine official, they were drooling with regret and resentment. Well, they were cursing. "Very easy," Zhou Xuanji said with a smile. Then he gave Ji Huanglin a look, asking him to look at Zhuge and Chumachin. The battle between the two 17-star geniuses was still inextricably tied. Their momentum was very strong, but it was a little weaker than at the beginning. If this continued, it would be very beneficial for Ji Huanglin. Ji Huanglin transmitted his voice to him and asked, "What is your goal?" Zhou Xuanji replied, "Third, I have already won first place twice. I don't need another one." This sentence was true. It was too difficult to get first place again. Of course, if everyone was eliminated, leaving only a dying guy waiting for him, he wouldn't mind creating a historical record. He would be the first genius under the age of 1,000 to win first place 3 times in a row in the superstar competition. Just the thought of it was beautiful. After getting Zhou Xuanji's answer, Ji Huanglin seemed to feel more at ease. He took the initiative to walk toward the other geniuses. The 3 continued to fight. During this period, Zhou Xuanji was paying attention to the situation of the entire Saint competition. He specifically picked the geniuses with intermediate strength to fight. He kept the weak ones as if they were pigs. As for the geniuses who were too strong, he would let them exhaust each other and deal with them later. Chapter 693. Time passed bit by bit. Zhou Xuanji, Ji Huanglin, and Gu Hanyue seemed very relaxed. With the 3 of them working together, they were not tired at all. This also led to an increase in the number of small teams, with the largest group consisting of 6 geniuses. They belonged to the weaker group, so they weren't a threat for the time being. The stronger the prodigy, the more they didn't want to stick together. Ji Huanglin was an exception. He was too big a target, and even if he won with Zhou Xuanji and Gu Hanyue, no one would say anything. Because in the eyes of everyone, he was carrying 2 burdens. Another half a day passed. There were only 71 prodigies left in the sacred arena. Other than Zhou Xuanji, the rest of the geniuses had at least 14-star aptitude. Zhou Xuanji was very unusual among them. The battle continued. Zhuge and Chumachin were still fighting to the death. These 2 fellows didn't seem to care about the outcome of the competition of Great Dao aptitude, and they only wanted to defeat each other. After all, they were the only ones with 17-star aptitude, and the divine ranges they came from were ranked extremely high, so the rewards were not important to them at all. They just wanted to prove themselves. As the number of sky prides on the sacred arena decreased, the atmosphere outside became livelier. This was the second to last competition. Looking at those spectacular and mystical Great Dao mystiques, putting aside the stakes, it was also very enjoyable to watch. This kid hasn't been eliminated yet. Ha! I feel like I'm going to make a killing. The brother who bet on Zhou Xuanji, do you want to drink with us later? Is there any justice in this world? A Dao-treading venerable won 3 rounds in a row? What is Ji Huanglin thinking? I have a feeling. Ji Huanglin and Gu Hanyue are going to be tricked by this kid. Everyone cried out in shock. Seeing Zhou Xuanji walking on the sacred arena so casually, they all felt that it was unreal. That's ridiculous. Didn't this kid come from the longbow divine range? How could he befriend 2 super geniuses? Also, could Ji Huanglin and Gu Hanyue have the dignity of experts? Ji Huanglin and Gu Hanyue didn't know the reactions of the outside world. They had their own thoughts and goals. Zhou Xuanji did not look at them, but he was curious in his heart. Are these 2 fellows affected by the World Fool Sword? 3 days later, there were only 32 geniuses left on the sacred arena. Except for Ingzhuge and Chumachin, no one else dared to act rashly. Who do we fight? Gu Hanyue asked softly. Her eyes were a little excited as she looked around. Don't worry, Zhou Xuanji said, we're competing to see who can't hold back anymore. Those who could persist until now, except for him, were all powerhouses. Most of them had already reached the 9 vast heavens realm. Even if their great paths were suppressed, their magical powers were still powerful. Ji Huanglin glanced at Zhou Xuanji thoughtfully. In the team of 3, the weakest one was actually the one organizing the operation. Unknowingly, Gu Hanyue had already trusted Zhou Xuanji. Ji Huanglin didn't care. Instead, he was observing Zhou Xuanji. This kid is not simple. The corners of Ji Huanglin's mouth curled up as he withdrew his gaze. About 2 hours later, some geniuses could not hold it in anymore and attacked Zhou Xuanji and the others. The leader was the 16-star prodigy Meng Shen. He brought along 2 16-star prodigies and 1 15-star prodigy. They could not bear to see Zhou Xuanji continue living like this. He was too despicable. Ji Huanglin snorted coldly. His golden great path turned into a giant, blocking the 4 great paths that were attacking him. He stood alone against the powerful enemies, looking awe-inspiring. Gu Hanyue followed suit, while Zhou Xuanji turned around because other geniuses were preparing to deal with them. You guys have to think this through. If I stay until the end, you guys will have a chance of winning. If it's any other genius, you guys will be under a lot of pressure. I've already won first place twice. I don't need another one. I just want to stay a little longer. You guys understand? Zhou Xuanji said with a smile, and the 2 geniuses who were walking toward him stopped immediately. That's right. No matter how cunning Zhou Xuanji was, he had to fight in the end. This kid's great Dao was not considered strong, so he was easy to deal with. They glanced at each other, then turned around and charged at Ji Huanglin and Ji Yunshu's enemies. Are you all idiots? Meng Shen roared angrily, almost dying from anger. However, the other party did not answer him. After they started fighting, the other prodigies followed suit, and a chaotic battle broke out. Zhou Xuanji controlled the sword Dao to coil around his body, forcing the geniuses not to attack him, lest they accidentally hurt him. Gu Hanyue secretly despised him, but she didn't say anything. With Zhou Xuanji around, they were indeed safer. Because those geniuses were too stupid, they actually believed his lies. However, it seems like I believed it too. Gu Hanyue furrowed her brow. She felt that something was wrong. But when she thought that Zhou Xuanji's great Dao wasn't strong, she dispelled her worries. Zhou Xuanji's right hand rested on the World Fool Sword on his waist. He was in a good mood. Come closer the better. He smiled proudly in his heart, hiding his merits and fame. Unknowingly, except for Ingzhuge and Chumachin, all the other geniuses were within a kilometer radius of him. The World Fool Sword was secretly playing a role. Because there was no Dao energy fluctuation, it made people ignore its existence. The other geniuses also had all kinds of accessories. The superstar divine official could tell who was using an artifact. If everyone could use an artifact, Zhou Xuanji wouldn't need to play. In fact, the effect of the World Fool Sword wasn't that great. It was just a nudge. But sometimes, a little psychological deviation could change people's decisions. What's more, the situation on the sacred arena was changing rapidly. There was no time for them to think calmly. Boom. The great Tao of a 16-star genius was blasted apart. Then, he was moved away from the sacred arena by the superstar divine official. In Zhuge, it seems that it will be difficult to determine the winner, Chu Mochen said with a grin. Chu Mochen grinned. His smile was extremely ferocious. In Zhuge was expressionless. He didn't make a sound. His gaze was fixed on Zhou Xuanji. Chu Mochen immediately became angry when he saw this little move. This guy dared to be distracted while fighting me. I can't stand it. Chu Mochen immediately activated his great Tao and attacked with all his might. On the other side, Wang Lin was getting stronger and stronger. His golden great Tao was like the sun, particularly eye-catching in the chaotic battle. Gu Hanyue's great Tao was like the moon, defending him from the side. Zhou Xuanji would launch an attack from time to time. If he encountered a group attack, he would immediately retract his great Tao and wrap it around his body. The geniuses were defeated one after another. The battle situation was getting more and more serious. When there were only 15 geniuses left on the sacred arena, except for Chu Mochen, Ing Zhuge, Ji Huanglin, and Gu Hanyue, the other 10 geniuses attacked Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji had persuaded almost all of them. How could they tolerate him to continue living at this point? If they let this kid continue, they would be really stupid. Zhou Xuanji raised his brow as he manipulated his sword Dao to cast the primordial chaos sword shadow. The silver great Dao suddenly exploded, turning into billions of sword shadows suspended in the air, layer by layer, until the top of the void. All the geniuses opened their eyes wide. Damn, this is too wretched. Shameless. Everyone attacked together. This kid is unscrupulous in order to survive. There are so many of them. Although they are very weak, it won't be so easy to destroy them all. Chapter 694. Seeing Zhou Xuanji use the primordial chaos sword shadow and transform the great Tao into billions of sword shadows, the outside world was in an uproar. In order to survive, this brat would stop at nothing. Only the longbow divine range was excited. It seemed that Zhou Xuanji could still survive. Perhaps it would give them another surprise. Gu Hanyue looked at Zhou Xuanji with a weird expression and sighed. Is he really shameless? With so many sword shadows, he had to destroy all of them to eliminate his sword Dao. This was not easy because these sword shadows were all flying around recklessly, and it was very easy for them to harm other great Daos. He was stirring up trouble. Among them, many sword shadows had already approached Ing Zhuge and Chu Mochen. Zhou Xuanji said calmly, "How shameless? This is a feast for the eyes for the spectators." That was true. Tens of billions of sword shadows filled the sacred arena. It was a spectacular sight. Even though countless creatures were cursing him for being shameless, it was undeniable that the atmosphere in the outside world was instantly ignited. The superstar divine official was satisfied. If Zhou Xuanji made it into the top 3 again, he would not be disgusted. Instead, it would be even more dramatic. The most important thing about the superstar competition was drama. If they were truly comparing aptitude and strength, why would they need to set up so many events? This was a stage that allowed the prodigies to display their talents in all aspects and boost their fame. The geniuses controlled the great path and charged forward, destroying the sword shadows one after another. It was as if fireworks were blooming above the sacred arena, extremely dazzling. Ji Huanglin and Gu Hanyue immediately stopped and looked up at the battle above. Although it was called a great battle, it was actually the geniuses' great Daos surrounding Zhou Xuanji's sword Dao. Zhou Xuanji's way of the sword was divided into too many parts. Even though they were not dangerous, it would be too difficult to destroy them all. The geniuses didn't dare to let their great Dao unleash its full power, because that would accidentally damage the great Dao of other geniuses. When that happened, they might be surrounded and attacked by other geniuses. The great Dao aptitude competition was coming to an end, so he had to be careful. After Chu Mochen was infuriated by Ing Zhuge, he had no scruples at all. The battle between the two 17-star geniuses became more and more violent, and the scope of their battle rapidly expanded. Even though he was far away, Zhou Xuanji was still shocked. Too strong. He even suspected that the superstar divine official had not suppressed their great Daoist to the Dao-treading venerable realm. No matter how confident Zhou Xuanji was, he felt that he had no chance of winning against these two geniuses. Soon, another prodigy was eliminated. When he was chasing the primordial chaos sword shadow, he accidentally hit another prodigy. In a short while, half of Zhou Xuanji's primordial chaos sword shadows were destroyed, but the remaining sword shadows were still massive in number. They circled above the sacred platform like a tornado with a diameter of 30,000 meters and a height that seemed limitless. What are you guys waiting for? Make your move. You don't have to worry about injuring my sword Dao. Zhou Xuanji reminded him, looking like he was ready to sacrifice himself for justice. Gu Hanyue and Ji Huanglin nodded and made their moves. Boom, boom. The battle above them became even more intense. A violent gale blew, causing Zhou Xuanji's white clothes to flutter loudly. An hour later, in addition to the three of them, Zhuge and Chumachen, there were still two heavenly talents left. The chaotic battle came to a stop. Rulai Fu stared at Ji Huanglin and said solemnly, "Are you still going to be deceived by him?" Although this fellow had the name of Tathagata, he was not a Buddha. On the contrary, he was handsome and had long black hair. Ji Huanglin, expressionless, said, "Kill him first, then eliminate him, can't you?" Rulai Fu almost exploded in anger. A Dao-treading saint could survive until now, but he, a 16-star prodigy, was going to be targeted? Stupid. He cursed Ji Huanglin in his heart. At this moment, countless creatures were also cursing Ji Huanglin. Because Zhou Xuanji had won first place twice in a row, the vast majority of creatures thought that he would not enter the top 3 again because there had never been such a precedent. They made a lot of bets for this. In their eyes, Ji Huanglin was like their father's murderer. The other prodigy was also furious. He was ready to join forces with Rulai Fu to deal with Ji Huanglin. Wait! Zhou Xuanji suddenly took a step forward and stopped them. Before the two could speak, he took the lead and said, "Think about it, even if we are eliminated, can you compete for the top 2? The two frowned. They understood what he meant, but they still didn't want to be fooled. "You've already come this far. Don't you want to go further?" Zhou Xuanji said with squinted eyes. "In the end, the two of you will have a higher chance of winning against the 3 of us than against the other 2. You know better than me how powerful they are. Moreover, the 2 beside me won't let me go either. I'll be in the limelight if I get 5th place." When he finished speaking, the outside world was already in an uproar. This brat. He's too despicable. Are these geniuses idiots? I can't watch this anymore. Of course. Think about it from his perspective. If you were him, wouldn't you want to go further? That's right. Zhou Xuanji is really too weak. If he stays until the end, he will be the best opponent for them. Why do I have a bad feeling about this? Most creatures were cursing Zhou Xuanji for being shameless, but there were also many who were convinced by him. Smart and quick-witted. If he was not powerful enough, he could only rely on his brain. Every time Zhou Xuanji spoke, he was very casual, as if he really didn't care about the ranking. Coupled with the World Fool Sword, the ambitions of the geniuses would inevitably grow wildly. Ji Huanglin and Rulai Fu glanced at each other before turning to look at Zhuge and Chumachen in the distance. Hundreds of millions of sword shadows rained down on Zhuge and Chumachen's great Daoist. Seeing Zhou Xuanji take the lead, Rulai Fu completely believed him. Zhou Xuanji obviously didn't want to be in the top 3. He just wanted to stay in the top 3 for a while. So, he was willing to be cannon fodder. Zhuge and Chumachen's great Daoist turned into 2 surging oceans with a diameter of 1,000 feet, just enough to cover them. Boom, boom, boom. The 2 great Dao oceans blocked the primordial chaos sword shadow. The other 4 geniuses immediately rushed up, their great Daoist following suit. "Pumph! All of you get lost." Chumachen snorted coldly and shouted in a deep voice. His great Dao immediately split into a fire dragon to resist the joint attack of the 4 geniuses. Zhuge could only be his opponent. He didn't allow others to intervene, even if one of the opponents was his good friend. Zhou Xuanji, watching from afar, sighed in his heart. Why do I feel that I can really enter the top 3? In fact, he was just trying to persuade them. So, his attitude didn't matter. But unknowingly, he had already entered the top 7. Interesting. While Chumachin was distracted, Ingzhuge immediately erupted. The blue Great Dao suddenly expanded, swallowing Chumachin's Great Dao. It was a shocking scene. Not good. Chumachin's expression changed drastically. He had already ordered his Great Dao to retreat. Wang Lin, Rulai Fu, and the other geniuses increased their offensive. This time, Chumachin was besieged by 5 geniuses. The situation was not optimistic. How could this be? Chumachin's expression was extremely ugly. Rulai Fu saw hope and worked even harder. Chapter 695. In the face of the joint attack of the 5 prodigies, Chumachin's Great Dao kept retreating, and he was in great pain. At this rate he would lose without a doubt. After all, Rulai Fu, Wang Lin, and the other 2 heavenly geniuses were not easy to deal with. Coupled with the explosive strength of Ingzhuge, how could Chumachin be a match for them? Zhou Xuanji did not stray too far away. He moved closer to them, looking like he was going to advance and retreat with the 4 of them. At this moment, the divine range behind Chumachin was probably in an uproar. Zhou Xuanji could imagine the scene of countless creatures cursing at him. But he didn't care. In the Kunlun origin court, divine ranges couldn't fight directly. They could only fight through the Great Elimination. In the Great Elimination, everyone's power was about the same, so Zhou Xuanji was not afraid of anyone. In any case, he and Chumachin wouldn't run into each other. After the time it takes to burn half an incense stick, Chumachin finally couldn't take it anymore. His Great Dao was blasted apart, and he was eliminated. He looked at Zhou Xuanji and the others furiously, gnashing his teeth. Gu Hanyue heaved a sigh of relief. She walked up to Zhou Xuanji and transmitted her voice, "You are really cunning." If it wasn't for Zhou Xuanji acting first, they would have been delayed for a long time. Because the deterrence of Chumachin and Ingzhuge was too great. After Chumachin was eliminated, the other geniuses all turned to Ingzhuge. As long as they eliminated Ingzhuge, they would have the qualifications to compete for first place. "Let's attack together," Ingzhuge said softly, and the blue path above his head suddenly turned into a giant, roaring at the sky with an extremely strong momentum. Seeing this, the 4 geniuses immediately attacked Ingzhuge together. Zhou Xuanji closed his eyes and comprehended the Tao. His heart quickly sank into absolute tranquility. Everything around him disappeared, and the Great Daoist appeared in his perception. Other than the Great Daoist of the 5 geniuses, he could also sense the existence of other Great Daoists stabilizing the sacred arena. He controlled his Sword Dao to absorb the Great Dao. The rules did not say that he could not cultivate on the spot, but he could not use his treasures. Otherwise, he could rely on the Xianxia map to provide him with an endless supply of Dao power. Of course, the other Sky Prides definitely had similar methods. Seeing that Zhou Xuanji had entered a state of cultivation, the living beings in the outside world were incredibly excited. "You can still cultivate? Rulai Fu, look behind you." It's not that they don't want to watch it, but they are busy dealing with Ingzhuge. "My God, I feel more and more that Zhou Xuanji will counterattack." "You're not alone." Everyone was very excited because the outcome of the Great Dao Aptitude competition was about to be decided. The beings of the Longbow Divine Range were also very excited. As long as Zhou Xuanji could enter the top 3, he would create history. He was the only 12-star prodigy who had managed to obtain first place twice and top 3 once in his first attempt. To be precise, no one below the 15-star prodigies had ever won first place twice in a single superstar competition. This kid, the old beggar's eyes widened and cold sweat covered his forehead. He stared at the screen of light in the sky and prayed for Zhou Xuanji. The others did the same. Even Qiu, who was usually very talkative, shut his mouth and watched the battle nervously. A look of anticipation appeared in Xianxia's eyes. She believed that Zhou Xuanji could give her a pleasant surprise. Boom, 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 5 types of Great Daoists collided madly with peerless might, causing the sacred arena to shake violently. Gu Hanyue looked back and saw that Zhou Xuanji was in a meditative state. She immediately became angry. She transmitted her voice and asked, "What do you want? Quietly recover while we're fighting? You want to catch us all in one fell swoop?" Zhou Xuanji calmly replied, "Even if I'm at my peak, can I defeat anyone here? I don't care, come here quickly." Gu Hanyue's tone was filled with impatience. If she listened to Zhou Xuanji again, this kid might really become first. "I can't tolerate it anymore." Rulai Fu and the prodigies next to him also threw a threatening glance at Zhou Xuanji. Zhou Xuanji sighed and had no choice but to charge forward with his sword Dao. He once again used the primordial chaos sword shadow, turning into billions of sword shadows. He first used a billion sword shadows to explore the way before charging forward. Rumble! The 5 great Daoists were hit by his billion sword shadows, slamming into the light screen at the edge of the sacred arena as if they were about to break through the light screen. "You?" Rulai Fu said angrily. He wanted to say something but hesitated. Although Zhou Xuanji had accidentally damaged their great Daoists, they couldn't blame Zhou Xuanji, who made him so weak. In addition, once he got close to Ingzhuge, his great Dao would be destroyed. Ingzhuge's great Dao giant shook his arms, directly shattering the billion sword shadows. It was extremely domineering. Immediately afterward, the great Dao giant raised his arms as 2 beams of blue light emerged from his palms and soared into the sky. The 2 beams merged into one, condensing into a lightsaber that was 50,000 feet long. The lightsaber slashed downward, bringing with it a sharp gust of wind. The 4 prodigies immediately manipulated their great Daoists to cast their divine abilities to block this saber. Boom! The great Daoists of Gu Hanyue and another prodigy were directly cut in half. Wang Lin and Rulai Fu's great Daoists couldn't withstand it and bounced back one after another. Gu Hanyue's beautiful eyes widened. She couldn't believe her eyes. The superstar divine official waved his hand and moved them behind him. Gu Hanyue looked back and met Zhou Xuanji's gaze. Zhou Xuanji looked regretful. He even shook his head regretfully. She was so angry that she almost vomited blood. This was completely different from what she had expected. She suddenly felt that she had been played by Zhou Xuanji. But thinking about it carefully, Zhou Xuanji didn't target her. She had lost to Ingzhuge. At the same time, Ingzhuge erupted and took the initiative to attack Wang Lin and Rulai Fu. Not good. Rulai Fu's expression changed drastically as he quickly retreated. He didn't want to be unable to even get into the top 3. At this moment, Zhou Xuanji's great Dao condensed into the shape of a silver sword. It quickly rushed to the back of Rulai Fu's great Dao and slashed wildly. Rulai Fu was caught off guard. He had no time to resist because Ingzhuge was charging at him. He quickly dodged, staying away from Zhou Xuanji. Wang Lin charged at him from the other side. "Damn you!" Rulai Fu cursed. "Why am I being attacked by a group of people all of a sudden?" Under the interception of Wang Lin's great Dao, Rulai Fu's great Dao could no longer dodge. Zhou Xuanji controlled his sword Dao to cast Void Instant Kill. Swish! Rulai Fu's great Dao was pierced. Rulai Fu's eyes looked hideous. Fortunately, his great Dao was strong enough to hold on. However, Ingzhuge's great Dao giant appeared behind him out of thin air. With a slash, his great Dao was directly cut off. Rulai Fu, a 16-star prodigy, was eliminated. Only Zhou Xuanji, Wang Lin, and Ingzhuge were left on the sacred arena. Boom! The entire Kunlun Origin Court was in an uproar. Everyone went crazy. They couldn't believe what they had just seen. A Dao-treading saint was able to get into the top 3 of the Great Dao Talent Competition with his own wits. My Origin Court. You aren't lying to me, right? Damn, it's definitely an act. I don't believe it. There must be a divine range controlling the betting. My merit points are all gone. I can't live anymore. These bastards, there's something wrong with their brains. Zhou Xuanji got into the top 3. I can't bear it. I absolutely can't bear it. Are you telling me this is true?